Yeah. And they put a podcast on there. And they get 100 notes of difference. I'll do the same fucking thing. Some weeks I don't even move. I'll let you see. If I get up at 4 and I have too much of me, then forget about it. I got fucked up last Monday by mistake. What do you mean? I was hiding that. You know, they got weird tolerance. There's a company out there that has these hashtags, and all this shit is suspect. I hate bad mouth. They're great. They just put feeling stuff in that shit. You know, I've been around drugs. I know what drugs should feel like. When you take one of these edibles, you feel a little bit different. So I got some sent out for making their hashtags. And I opened the party plate for them. You know, me, I ain't fucking around. Oh my God. You just kicked it off with 4? Oh my God. It's 4. Now I know what toxic girls felt like on that playground. Oh my God. I was falling asleep. It was terrible. We had to go to dinner with the kids. And like one of his classmates and I was falling asleep at the table. It was a nightmare. My wife had to say something to me tremendous. But every once in a while, you get that next. You know what I'm saying? It's quarantine. It is, man. It's just nuts. Homeschool's when it officially really over yet. I was doing all right in the homeschool, and I am not doing okay. I'm not okay. No, nobody is. Nobody is. So she homeschooled today. She got out. I got a pizza for lunch. And then I took her for a bike ride for like 45 minutes. You know, we just got the neighborhood. It took her from one big fucking driveway. It's tremendous. That's what I want to ask. We just went for that. Love being back in Jersey. How do you feel? You feel? Yes. I'm home. I'm not living where I grew up, which makes it even better. I go up there. I say no, like I went up there Tuesday. I went to my mother's grave. You know, I got pissed off because the Puerto Rican didn't fucking mow the lawn. I gave her a yardstick. I told her to take extra care of this fucking head stiff. And the fuck, there's a big chunk of grass. I thought it was like a snake pit. So I run close to it. I fucking ripped some of the fucking leaves off. I got to bring a fucking blower. And I went to get flowers. Right? And they decided to go on vacation on September 30th. Like, can you believe that? The day I got there, they would get on vacation from 9:30 to 10 something, 10:04 or something like that. I'm like, I know this Spanish, that's a Jew holiday. Like, why are they taking off for a Jew holiday? That's Spanish people. Yeah. I was pissed off Tuesday was my son's family for my mother's funeral. You know, I got a kid I grew up with that his family has a funeral park. They've had it in the family for like 100 years. So I went by there, sat in the front door, and just talked to them for a little while. It was great. And that part of it has been great. The part that I'm not dealing with is my schedule. My schedule's fucked up, so I get anxiety from this. When I have a schedule, so every day my schedule gets a little better. Like I'm starting to go to bed now at 11:30. It was 3, 4 in the morning for a month. I'm right there with you. I'm a very structured, scheduled person, and I'm used to this and this and this and this homeschool fucking sit there and help them all day. I feel like I'm drowning. I really do. All good things are happening, but it's all coming all over the fucking place, and this homeschool is killing me. You know, I got people calling me for this, that. I can't even fucking function. I'm not even functioning 100%. I gotta be honest with you. I get a lot of anxiety. Yeah. I get a lot of social anxiety. I'm gonna start to do comedy residency for the month of October. I don't do videos. All the time this comes out of the prison. You know, they see 36 people. They socially distance. And at least I get to fucking get it out like once a week. You know, it's just 36 tickets. That's it. Once it's indoor. Hear that? Once it's indoor. It's a matter of not once a week. So that's all I got right now. That's all I got right now. I got a family. I got the winter's gonna be fucking cold again. And you know, what genius. If you look out my block and look around, you're like, boy, there's fucking deer in September. You know, and figure out when I moved in on August 31st. It's cold as fucking. The wind trees are shaking the shit. You know when the wind comes in, it's gonna be fucking cold. So I'm just buckling down. I'm not going anywhere. There's no plans on any planes or anything. And I'm just gonna provide content. That's it. That's all you can do. And I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. You can do my podcast and then get on stage once a week. That's the best I can do right now. You know, I don't want to go out there and charge somebody $25,000 and not have a polished out. I completely agree with that. I'm doing my first show in 7 months on Friday next week. So Rooftop and Sarah Mello. And so outside Rooftop, Sarah Mello puts on, and she's had like Neil Brennan and Santino. And I hit her up, and she's like, I'd love to have you. So it's my first one in 7 months. It looks like they're doing a good job with that one, separating everybody. It's an open air venue. So we'll see. I just, I agree. I can't go asking for money if I don't have at least a polished 30 and an 80% other 30 I'm working on. You know what I mean? I don't feel right taking it. Especially like people in employment, people are freaking out. That's why I love what you do with your Patreon. If people don't know, it's $1. Is it still that? Is that correct? It's $1. Right. The 12, I got to go up to 3, 5, 10, 15. I'm just waiting for the shirt designs to come in to give an option on shirts and stuff like that. The Patreon has really taken a lot of the anxiety away. When I answer those messages, I laugh my ass off. They can go either way. Every day I get one guy that tells me that I've seen the move to bust somebody say, I got guys that are ready to smack some platform. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're all over the place. Are you getting back? So it's just that, yes, that's my main thing on Patreon is the messaging. I believe that connection is the most important, So I sit there for 2 hours a day. You got 13,000 people. That's a lot of messages. So it's 2 hours of fucking. So I want to slow it down a little bit. Go up to $3 and just continue to give them options. Give me more options. Well, I'll say this too, because I just did this for myself. On Patreon now, if anybody out there doesn't know, you can do this for Joey too. They offer a yearly subscription. So instead of doing monthly and worrying about your card getting declined or any of that, you can sign up for a year. So I encourage you right now, go sign up for Joey's Patreon, get the yearly package. Sign up for mine, the Honeydew with Y'all, get the yearly package. You'll save some money on it. You'll end up getting free episodes, free content. So, but again, I know money's tight for people, so I'm right there with you. No, I understand. That's why I just let it get to the options and just that connection. You a lot of social media you look at, just when you create a couple of things, it pulls you down. Like, really, I'm back on Facebook, this shit. I'm back on Twitter, even though I love Twitter, I love Twitter more than Twitter. I've cut down a lot. I've cut down my usage a lot because I did it. So, what? You got real shit to do, Yeah, it's like that. I don't know the story I tell you about this. That I'm there or am I? I'll tell you where we are. So it was September '88. You were in prison This is the market. It's called Styles Switch Market. Styles Switch Market. Why do you say it's great? You're trying to just outdated model. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. What is this? Drill. Yeah, it's just yeah, I don't feel too bad for Jimmy. Rothschild was far right MAGA when they were followers, and then two, we made a joke about Trump not really caring or being sympathetic. And Trump says, I have an update on this because I run a really large media company. I also own 2 million. So you see a lot of people right now, I tweet about it right away, being like, cancel culture, you're so outrageous, so hypocritical. That's why they're cancel culture right now. They want cancel culture. To me, this is not cancel culture at all. What cancel culture is when you don't like somebody saying me, and then you want to get rid of me, so we're going to go through whatever you do. So, I'm going to say that. There's a bunch of people that are quite right now. 10 questions that you to preparing. Landing on the moon, Jesus Christ, all this diagrams. And you can't get out of the comedy store. What's up, Reddit? Can you not get out of the comedy store? Why you bought it? You checked your truck out. What is this?
How are you? What up, Josie? How you living, pimp? Yo, can you hear me? You know who Joey Diaz is?
It's a guy with 2 broken legs that had just jumped out the window that you heard about before. He's playing cards. That's where we are. I gotta get in there. And the funny thing about that situation was that I got accused that did I come out on bail or am I in prison already? I'll tell you exactly where we are because I listened. So it was September '88. You were in prison and you just got in there and you said, who do I walk into and see? And it's a guy with 2 broken legs that had just jumped out the window that you heard about before. He's playing cards. That's where we are. I gotta get in there. And the funny thing about that situation was that I got accused that right when they were questioning me, they asked me if I knew that guy. So when I saw him in the prison diagnostic, it made me laugh my fucking ass off. It was crazy. That time period going up to that was crazy because I got sent to some county first. They told me I wouldn't get the diagnostic. So they sent me to Summit County. Did I tell you that? Yeah, let me say this real quick for everybody. Find exactly what you're looking for. Booking.com, booking.com. Yeah. This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Raycon, Upstart, and Manscaped. More on that later. Let's get into the news. The Honeydew with Ryan Sinclair. Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in Night Pants Studios. I am Ryan Sinclair, RyanSinclair.com, Ryan Sinclair on all social media. I can't thank you guys enough for your support. Please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channels. You get the audio on Monday, you get the video on Tuesday. We got the time codes in there. You can jump around the stories if you want. And I want to make sure you guys are aware, if you're not, of my Patreon show, The Honeydew with You, where I'm highlighting the loads with y'all. If you or someone you know has a story that has to be heard, please submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. It's only $5 a month. You're getting 4 to 5 episodes a month, depending on how many weeks on that given month. And it's $60, and I'm saying, Phil, that's a lot of money right now. I know we're on unemployment. I know things are uncertain. I know that how hard you work for your money. So thank you for those of you who have supported. And also, just to let you know, there is a yearly subscription option. If you sign up for a year, you'll save over a month. It's like 5 episodes or something like that, a little over a month of free content if you sign up for the year and commit that way. Please go subscribe to all the social media, the Facebook fan page, the Twitter account, all that stuff. The website for the show is thehoneydewpodcast.com. We got some new merch coming. There's going to be some new night pants are coming for the fall. We got the mugs out there, the hoodies. I'm telling you, they are fleece hoodies. And the king of fleece will tell you how good they are. It's the best hoodie I ever had. We got night pants, night shorts. Got some new Ryan Sinclair stuff coming too. Thank you all for supporting, for wearing it. I appreciate you making Night Pants Nation one of the best things going out there in podcasting today. If you live in LA and you need musical instruments or lessons for you or your kids, this is the spot. Santa Monica Music Center. They have online classes from LA musicians. You don't have to live here for that. You go to SantaMonicaMusic.com and use the code Honeydew. They'll waive the registration fee and give you one free lesson when you sign up for a package. All right, now that is out of the way, very excited to have today's guest back on the Honeydew, y'all. The saga continues from New Jersey. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Joey. What's happening, Ryan Sinclair? It's great to see you. I know obviously this is the first time I've face, and I'm actually excited that you're in Jersey, where most of this originates, and we're going to continue the story. You good? I'm good. All right, so what do you want to plug? Good. Let's let everybody know you got the new podcast. Come and tell everybody everything, please. I got the new podcast that I started last week, real low budget, because I can't get all the pieces. Everything's running behind. So if I wait for everything I'm waiting on, because I got a bar set up, I can't start till like fucking November. So I'm just gonna go with an iPhone, a mic, and Apple and YouTube. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Just the basics. To start off when you're looking at the set, I got Bruce Lee, the King of Death behind me. I got Def Leppard, High and Dry, Led Zeppelin 2. And AC/DC of Bonfire to the left of it. I'm ready. And over on that side of the office is the side for the album of the week. I've turned my whole fucking house into this fucking camera place. So the electrician was supposed to come today between 12 and 1. He calls at 12, he can't make it till 1. Then he calls at 10 and says 30 minutes. I said, listen, let's just do school. So it's just a fucking game. But I'm ready to fucking. I know. So we're just soundproofing now. It's Amazon's backed up, everything's back. You can't get the shit in. I know. Or you got doing the right thing. So I'm gonna just get a fucking iPhone. Best camera in the country, in the world is on the iPhone. It catches X-rays and shit. X-ray. You take a picture of a skinny. Yeah, you take a picture of a skinny person. You see a shoulder bone and shit with the fucking iPhone. It's sensational. It's sensational. Why am I fucking around? You put the iPhone down. You get a mic from Amazon, and you fucking go through the box, and that's it. You get a second mic, and I got a little setup. All this is communication and letting people know what the fuck is going on. That's it. Why am I making such a big deal about it? Tomorrow I gotta get lights, I gotta get a plug, I gotta get a panel. What a fucking nightmare. I gotta get moves. This is nice and easy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know. Then these people complain about these free shows. They have no idea what you gotta do to set it up to do it. No, they don't know. So you know what? I looked at a bunch of people's podcasts. There's people that just put a picture on YouTube with them smiling. Yeah. And they put a podcast up there. And they get 100 notes in difference. I'll do the same fucking thing. Some weeks if I'm in the mood, I'll let you see me. If I get up at 4 and I have too much of me, then forget about it. I got fucked up last Monday by mistake. What do you mean? I was hashtag. You know, I got a weird tolerance. There's a company out there that has these hashtags. And all this shit is suspect. I ain't bad mouthing. They're great. They just put meaty stuff in their shit. You know, I've been around drugs. I know what drugs should feel like. When you take one of these edibles, you feel a little bit different. So I got some sent out to me in their hashtags. And I opened the party with like 4 of them. You know me, I ain't fucking around. Oh my God. You just kicked it off with 4? Oh my God. Before. Now I know what Thompson Girl felt like on that plane ride. Oh my God. I was falling asleep. It was terrible. We had to go out to dinner with the kids. And like one of his classmates and I was falling asleep at the table. It was a nightmare. My wife had to say something to me tremendous. But once in a while you gotta have an accident, you know what I'm saying? It's quarantine. It is, man. It's just nuts. Homeschools when they're officially really over the edge. I was doing all right. And the homeschool is, I am not doing okay. I am not okay. No, nobody is. Nobody is. So she homeschooled today. She got out. I got a pizza for lunch. And then I took her for a bike ride for like 45 minutes. You know, because we got the neighborhood. It's like a fucking one big fucking driveway. It's tremendous. That's what I want to ask. So we just went for that. You love being back in Jersey. How do you feel? You feel yes. I'm home. I'm not living where I grew up, which makes it even better. I go up there. I say hello. Like I went up there Tuesday. I went to my mother's grave. You know, I got pissed off. The Puerto Rican didn't fucking mow the lawn. You know, I'd stick my coat and take extra care of this fucking dead stiff. And the fuck, there's a big chunk of grass. I thought it was like a snake pit. So one guy I brought close to me. I fucked some of the fucking leaves off. But I gotta bring a fucking over. And I went to get flowers with rain. And they decided to go on vacation on September 30th. Like, can you believe that? They were on vacation from 9:30 to 10 something, 10:04 or something like that. I'm like, that's a true holiday. That's Spanish people. I was pissed off today. Tuesday was a nice one. And I went by my buddy home. You know, I grew up with this family funeral problem. They've had the family for like 2 years. So I went by there and sat in the fucking office, talked to them a while. It was great. That part has been great. The part that I'm not dealing with is my schedule. My schedule's fucked up, so I get anxiety from not having a schedule. So every day, my schedule gets a little better. Like I'm starting to go to bed now at 11:30. It was 3, 4 in the morning. So I'm right there with you. I'm a very structured, scheduled person, and I'm used to this and this and this and this. This homeschool, fucking sit there and help them all day. I feel like I'm drowning. I really do. All good things are happening, but it's all coming all over the fucking place. And this homeschool can't even fucking function. I'm not even functioning 100%. I gotta be honest with you. I get a lot of anxiety. Yeah. I get a lot of social anxiety. I'm gonna start to do comedy residency for the month of October. I don't do videos. All the time this comes out, I'll do the first. They see 36 people. They socially distance. And at least I get to fucking get it out at once a week. It's just 36 tickets. That's it. It's indoor. It's indoor. It's better than not once a week. And that's all I got right now. That's all I got right now. I got a family. I got the winter's gonna be fucking cold again. Right there. Don't think it's genius. If you look on my block, you look around, you're like, boy, there's fucking D-Rap in September. When the wind trees are shaking the shit. When the wind comes in, it's gonna be fucking cold. So I'm just fucking down. I'm not going anywhere. There's no plans on any planes or anything. And I'm just gonna provide content. That's it. That's all you can do. My picture, the right thing to do. That's the right thing to do. Do my podcast and then get on stage once a week. And that's the best I can do right now. I don't want to go out there and charge somebody $25,000. They've got to have a polished out. I'm completely close to that. I'm doing my 5 show in 7 months on Friday next week. It's a rooftop in Sarah. It's an outside rooftop Sarah Mello puts on, and she's had like Neil Brennan and Santino, and I hit her up. She's like, I'd love to have you. So it's my first one in 7 months. It looks like they're doing a good job with that one, separating everybody. It's an open air venue, so we'll see. I agree. I can't go asking for money if I don't have at least a polished 30 and an 80% other 30 I'm working on. You know what I mean? I don't feel right taking, especially now people are on unemployment. People are freaking out. It's why I love what you do with your Patreon. And people don't know it's $1. Is it still that? Is that correct? It's $1. It's $1. That's right. The 12, I got to go up to 3, 5, 10, 15. I'm just waiting for the shirt designs to come in to give them an option on shirts and stuff like that. The Patreon has really taken a lot of the anxiety away. When I answer those messages, I laugh my ass off. They can go either way. Every day I get one guy that tells me that he's in the mood to bust somebody's head. I got guys that are ready to smack somebody for me. You know what I'm saying? They're all over the place. Are you getting back? So it's just been. Yes, that's my main thing on Patreon is the messaging. I believe that connection is the most important, So I sit there for 2 hours a day. When you have 13,000 people, that's a lot of messages. So it's 2 hours a fucking day. So I wanted to slow it down a little bit, go up to $3, and just give it to you, give them options. Give me more options to work with, Well, I'll say this too, because I just did this for myself with Patreon now. If anybody out there doesn't know, you can do this for too. They all yearly subscription. So instead of doing monthly and worrying about your card getting declined or any of that, you can sign up for a year. So I encourage you right now, go sign up for Joey's Patreon, get the yearly package, sign up for mine, the Honeydew with Y'all, get the yearly package, and you'll save some on it. You end up getting free episodes, free content. So, but again, I know money's tight for people, so I'm right there with you. No, I understand. That's why I did what I did, and I give you options, and just have that connection. I think a lot of social media you look at, just when you read a couple of things, it just pulls you down. You're like, really? I'm back on Facebook reading this shit. I'm back on Twitter. Even though I love Twitter, I've been down a lot. I've been down like such a lot since I've been here. So that's good. You're setting up the fucking, you got real shit to do, Yeah, no, here's the problem. My God, I don't know if the story I'm telling you, did I mail or am I in prison? I'll tell you exactly where we was. I listened. So it was December '88. You you were in prison and you just got in there and you said hoodoo on the window that you'd heard out before he's playing cards. That's where we are.
I got to keep in and the funny thing about that situation was that I got accused of that. Right. When they were questioning me, they asked me if I knew that guy. So when I saw him in the prison diagnostic, it made me laugh my fucking ass off. It was crazy. That time period going up to that was crazy because I got sent to Summit County first. They told me I would get the diagnostic. So they sent me to Summit County. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, let me just say this real quick for everybody. So we're picking up, I guest hosted Joey's church. So the story of the kidnapping and everything is on a few weeks ago before Joey left, a couple months ago now, probably, that story is there. So you jump from the honeydew, you can go to the church and get that full episode. It's a 2-hour episode. It's fantastic about the whole kidnapping. And now we're picking up with Joey in jail. So please, sorry, continue.
Okay, so I got sentenced in Boulder, and once you go to the cell, you start bumping out the fucking knuckleheads, and they told me the system was backed up. That the system was backed up 30 to 90 days, which is good because you get county jail time. You get 2 days for one. So you want that county jail time, you know? So they told me that they were sending inmates to Oklahoma, Missouri, for the overpopulation in Colorado, so bad, all this shit. And I just whatever, take them to Summit County Jail. That's a ski resort up there, like an hour or 2 away from Boulder. And I went up there, and it was fucking August, and it was just gorgeous out. And I made friends with a kid from Brooklyn, and all he did every day was play handball. My son Dan, I was brown because I was playing with my shirt off with him all day long, playing handball. And he was locked up because he fucking had the feds. He told the feds he would cooperate and buy 2 kilos of coke. Did I tell you this? And he went, he set the whole house up. He pulled up in the Fed car, the feds waited for him outside. He went into the front and went out through the back and took the feds 30 grand and him and his buddy left. And they caught him 2 years later. And they brought him back to Colorado. So I became friends with this guy. This guy was my type of guy. He tricked the feds. And they had the police around him. And he did something the day before basement. And they came out into the car. So they just pulled out my breath in the backseat. It was perfect. So I became not friends. I became friendly with this guy. You know those guys that always show you naked big girlfriend? You know, have those idiots.
Yeah, a lot of guys
always want fun.
Yeah.
They'll go, hey, come here for a second, check on back. This guy was one of those guys. There was no cell phones then, actually. He just had Polaroids or regular pictures. And all day long, she would send the pictures of her in a bikini. Just focus on that story for now, because we're going to come back to that. I became friends with this idiot and another idiot. There were 2 idiots. I would just say hello to him, but he would always go, hey, look at my girlfriend, now how is she? Now, this guy was a fucking fun. And I go, what's your situation? He goes, my girlfriend is living with my right now. My full support. I've been up for 3 years, blah, blah, blah. So I wake up one day and now the diagnostic. They call me in the morning and they go, pack your shit. Go on a diagnostic. Diagnostic is where you go for 2 weeks and they go into your head. It's your fucking jungle. What do they do? It's real. They give you a physical. They fucking test you. They like safety valves and shit like that. Yeah, they tell you to identify circles. What comes to your mind when you see a horse, you fuck with their heads. It's like Charles Bronson and the Dirty Dozen. You ever see when Charles Bronson and the Dirty Dozen, they tried to fuck with him? That was me. So God knows what's on fire. It was saying, right now the feds listed up the daughter. Yeah, it was like fucking talk that whole thing. Yeah, what comes to your mind? The Cuban embassy, I would just say, fuck them. Yeah. So it's like 5 days of testing, they draw blood, all that shit. And the big thing was HIV. They were looking for HIV. And then you wait there and you get an assignment. And I wanted to go to Rifle. There was a low risk prison. Rifle was prisons. It was Golden, Colorado, the whole course. So it was only an hour from home. I didn't want to go to Golden. I wanted to go Rifle because they let you ski in them when you were at this prison. They let you work in the ski resort in the winter and at the pool and the movie theater in the summer. Come to the ski resort and the movie theater in the winter, and in the summer they would let you work at a local pool. And what do they have you doing? Like janitorial, like selling pretzels, sweeping the pool, lifeguards, the wrong prison inmates that have worked themselves into different points. And now there would be a lot out there to go to work. So what? So do that at work? You come back and spend the night there? Is that how? Yeah, it was pretty much, it gets a little easier for you. The only thing Golden did was to clean highways. So I didn't want to go to Golden. Because that's all you do every day. You go out and they put a fucking cone around you. And those idiots, you see people are in fucking. That's not as you're doing 90 on the 405. I don't think that shit can get hit by a car. So I ended up working in They gave me a job, and they said, "You go on the fucking Golden." I was pissed. Even though it was an hour from where I lived, it would make it so easy. Not even an hour. It made me dirty where I lived, So my girlfriend can come visit me, my friends can come visit me, family can come visit me, shit like that. So I got my boyfriend, and it was called Camp George West. If you go online, you can look it up. It's still online today. Camp George West. It says there's stupid shit, whatever. Fuck that. It's a fucking prison. They did army barracks. It was an old army barracks. So I didn't know what to expect, guys. I was supposed to go to prison. I was expecting to be like on a chain gang or something like that. And here I am in Golden, Colorado at the fucking old army barracks. And you walk in, you register at the table, they treat you like shit. It says something to you. And you're supposed to go to your room and then put your stuff away, and then right from your room, you gotta go meet your counselor. Let me ask you a question. You have rooms. Are they electronic doors that shut and lock, or are they treating you like an adult here? And how many people in a room? So they put me in a door, a barrack right in front of the office first. And there was 8 single rooms to that barrack. And then a shower in the back of the barrack. Maybe 3 stalls to shit, 3 stalls to piss, and like 3 showers with curtains. And you had 8 guys in there, and each one, you could visit each other's rooms. Some people had curtains up, some people had beads up like they were hippies. Black guys just had a sheet up, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't give a fuck. You gotta knock on the sheet. What the fuck? Yeah, you fucking nuts, or what? Don't do this knock off like sheep. What the fuck? I gotta knock on this shit. So it's fucking crazy. So they put me in this one door the first day, and I don't know. Right away, two guys from New York came up to me. How you doing? They were two creepy guys, but I had to go to see. I had to go see my counselor. So they were talking, and I'm like, listen, guys, it's all great. And you're from Brooklyn or whatever the fuck you're from. But I gotta go see my counselor. I'll see you when I get back. And I went to see my counselor. They were supposed to be like, they said, wait outside the door. Let me know when to come in. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So I'm just standing outside the door. And he finally opens the door and he comes out and he goes, who are you? And I go, Joey Diaz, Jose, I'm here. You're my captain. And he goes, good. I've been waiting for you. We walked up this. He said, let me tell you how this goes. I don't like some fixes. Whoa! So, right off the bat, he's like, I don't like street niggas. I'm not too crazy about chicks. So, you get out one of the waivers. Come and see me once a week. Yeah. He's like, you come and see me once a week. You tell me what's going on. And we'll be cool. The first time you get a write-up or a drug test, I send you back the whole way. Any questions? Get out. And I was walking out, he goes, have you ever had, what's that shit that if you cough, not gangrene, or tuberculosis, something, TB, he asked me something. He goes, you ever have TB? I go, well, I don't think I have TB. He goes, good. Go see the kitchen. They needed somebody in the kitchen to work. Go see Mr. Yu. If you never had TB, now usually people prep you. They'll tell you, like, oh, by the way, if they ask you if you have TB, say no. It's not going to make you work in the kitchen. Nobody told me about that one. So I was like, yeah, I never had TB. So they go see the kitchen guy. He's looking for help. So the kitchen guy was a black dude. He was 6'6", 310 pounds, retired, fucking Marine, whatever he was. He was retired from the service. This guy did not mess around. His name is Mr. Yardborough. Big brother, big burly brother. Looked like the coach in Georgetown. Coach in Georgetown. He was just like that. Just like that. I love that. I love that motherfucker. Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, I can't even believe I can't remember John Thompson. What the fuck's his name?
Yes, it was John Thompson. So Mr. Yarborough says to me, I go in there, I had my file, my paperwork, and the counselor gave me. He was giving this to the kitchen guy. So I gave it to him. Jose Diaz. He goes, you look like Rachel. Just an Italian. What nationality are you? I go, I'm Cuban, sir. He goes, Cabano. That's good. People put good seasonings in the food. He goes, I want you to be like Baker. He goes, have you ever baked before? I go, never. He goes, so there's instructions there. Your first job is cinnamon muffins.
I can't believe that you're in prison on kidnapping charges and you're about to make cinnamon muffins. No, you're one of a kind, man. There ain't nobody like you.
So there's another kid. There's another kid who got there with me, who we also made a baker. And this kid and me became tight. So one kid, he came from a good family, and he went out and got drunk one night and killed 2 old people. This kid was like compared to like, just think of somebody that never, yes. And this kid was like Steve Salone, made one mistake. He was a college kid. I'll never forget him because he was so scared, and I had to like hold him down. You're gonna be fine. Don't be to the mess with you. We're in the kitchen now, you know, and we both got sentenced like the same, around the same time. We both ended up in the kitchen, and he knew a little more than me about faith. That's all I know. And I was a little older than he was. He was a real college kid, and we were making the cinnamon roll. We got to get to the next morning at like 4. And we're like reading the stuff, we're mixing, have all this industrial type shit. So I don't know how to make muffins, whatever. They said Florida is the rich thing, and you put it with a swirl. So I'm like, those things look fucking like little midget muffins. I'm not giving out those. If I'm gonna bake right some muffins. So I make these big fucking flying sauce things, and I started putting them in the oven.
You never hear what the Cinnabon fucking.
Oh yeah, I'm over there trying to be Cinnabon. And whatever it called for, I had extra. Like when it's flour, put extra guts in there. Sugar, put extra sugar in there. I'm like, fucking baking soda, I just put extra everything. And next thing you know, me and the guy is bullshit. We're waiting for the first batch to come out. And one of the cooks was a black guy. His name was Chicken Home. His name was...
I love the nicknames.
His real name was Spencer Antoine. I loved him since day one. He was a black dude, had a James Brown haircut, but his eye used to wander, and he really was crazy. He took a liking to me. He's like, what the fuck is burning? And I go, I don't smell nothing burning. He goes, what the fuck is wrong with you, boy? Something's on fire over there. Sure enough, the oven was.
You like set the fire in the prison kitchen, dude.
I'm gonna tell you something. If there's something like anyway, it's fucking fire.
I thought you were gonna say bird food.
I'm gonna tell you something. Black people hate fire. Just natural. They just lose their mind when there's a fire. Like it's the day. I love to death African Americans, but you light a fire on an African American, they'll run fucking quick if the KKK's chasing.
The most difficult datum, at least for me, to get over. It's easier. The Gemara describes Ashim Tali and Ashim Vadai. If a person has a suffix whether or not he ate a piece of meat, he has 2 pieces of meat in front of him, and he's not sure if he ate the one that belongs to Hekdesh or the one that's Chulin. So he sets aside a carbon Asham Tali. According to Rabbi, he can stipulate to make a plan and say, if I find out at a later time that what I ate was indeed Hekdesh, so the carbon I already brought today should work for tomorrow. In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you bring the carbon. If it's not necessary to have knowledge doesn't accomplish anything. Says Ula, tremendous good. If so, if a person was boiled a shifra charufa is a shifra knanis, and a person had 5 relationships with her, and in between each relationship, he had a knowledge, he had a yediyah. Since yediyah, the knowledge, doesn't accomplish anything, I can bring 1 carbon at the end, and it would put all 5 acts. Gemara goes on to say that according to everybody, if a person designated a carbon for his first act, that designation stops there. It's mechalik. And anything past that designation, you'd have to bring another carbon. But according to people who argues on the carbon, it says that by Asham Vadai you need knowledge in order to bring the carbon. Then Asham Vadai is no different than a chayim. And just like we had the other day, I think the person ate 2 pieces in one awareness, and then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was Kalim. That knowledge, Yediyah, is mechalik according to the it separates in the body, and therefore you would have to bring 2 carbons. According to the Rothschild, that Yediyah is not mechalik, you bring 1 carbon. The same Allah would apply to Hashem. So the person had a Yediyah in between acts, you would have to bring 2 carbons. According to the Rothschild, just 1 carbon. And now we go on to the sugya of Nisasik. Nisasik is someone that's preoccupied, he does something inadvertently because he's preoccupied. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so he cuts a food off the ground, does tzira. That's a masasik. He's completely potter according to everybody. But what happens if he intends to cut fruit A, which is detached from the ground, but he ends up cutting fruit B, which is attached to the ground? According to Rava, this is not a chaticha d'isur. He didn't intend to do a wrongful cutting, and therefore he's potter. But according to Abaya, he intended to cut. You're right, it's not a wrongful cutting, but he intended to cut, and he accomplished cutting, and therefore it's a shogeg, and he's chayv. The Gemara goes on to bring a raya to Rava from a brisa that has a reisha and a seifa. The reisha, the Gemara says, is referring to why Shabbos is more stringent than other averos, meaning avodah zarah. Avodah zarah. In other words, if a person does 2 malachas on Shabbos, he's chayiv 2 korbanos. That's very stringent. Versus avodah zarah, if he does 3 avodah zarahs in one awareness, he chefs an animal to avodah zarah, he brings the animal on the mizbeach for avodah zarah, he pours wine for avodah zarah, all 3, you want to bring 1 carbon, which is less stringent than Shabbos. The brisa, the seifa of the brisa, and that's the right Rava, says the opposite. And there's something in other ways, other mitzvahs are more stringent than Shabbos. For instance, a person is shogeg without kavanah. By other mitzvahs, he's chayiv, and Shabbos he's potter. What happens? If he thinks that he's eating fat, but it turns out that he's eating chaylev, he's chayiv, and in Shabbos he's potter. What's the case in Shabbos? That if he tried to cut, he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's detached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rava, or according to the Brisa, he's potter. And it's exactly what Rava said. So it's a good raya to Rava. Abai will say that the shogeg over here is talking about a person who thinks that he's swallowing spit, but indeed he's swallowing fat. And he'll be chayiv. Mashenkim Shabbos is referring to when he tried to lift the knife up, and by doing so, he cut a fruit, and that, according to everybody, is potter. But in Rava's case, where he thought that he's cutting a fruit that's already attached, but he ended up cutting a fruit that's attached, he'll be chayiv. Now, the Gemara just goes on to say that we can't say that the reisha is not talking about avodah zarah. The reisha, let's say, is talking about 2 malachas of Shabbos, tzir and tchina, versus 2 averos like chaylev and dam. Well, they would be equal. Shabbos, you'd be chayiv 2 korbanos, and chaylev and dam, you'd be chayiv 2 korbanos. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say we're talking about avodah zarah. Now, the seifa cannot be talking about avodah zarah. First, the shogeg, he's chayiv. That's not true. By avodah zarah, all shogegim are potter. For instance, the person thinks that he's bowing in a shul, but in fact he's bowing to avodah zarah, he's completely potter because his heart is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And if a person is bowing to a statue, and he decided that the statue is avodah zarah, then it's avodah zarah, then he's amazing. And if he doesn't decide that the statue is avodah zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to avodah zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Now, of course, he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul. He should be meiser nefesh. But what if he did do it? He's also potter, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the Seif is talking about other mitzvahs and the Reish is talking about avodah zarah. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing sugya of Misasik, we had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rava, that's not a chaticha d'isura. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being us. So therefore, it's completely putter. It's not even a shogeg. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is usher doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shogeg and has to bring a carbon. The Gemara brings 2 more cases where Rabbi and Rava argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person, let's say a ball, and he tries to put 2 amas in Rosh Hashanah, which is half of the shear that you have to throw. The shear is 4 ounces, but his ball traveled 4 ounces. Well, here's different. he intended to do a half a isser. Where in the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It was detached, it's completely mutter. Rav in this case says he's potter, and Rabbi says, and finally the third case, which is in the other two cases, is intended to throw an object for amas. Any of throwing 4 amas in Rosh Rabbi is also. He doesn't know that he's standing in Rosh Rabbi. He thought he's standing in Rosh Yachid. According to Rava, he's potter. According to Abba, but if we go back to the middle case, the person intended to throw an object 2 amas, and it traveled 4 amas. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaye says he's chayiv. If so, we take the sugya, and we had this question twice already, and it's on today's Mishnah. Mishnah tells us that there's 39 Avis Malachas. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you could get up to 39 Karbanos in one Shabbos, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig in all 39 Malachas, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. If there's no Yisurim, then it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. So the Gemara says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these Malachas are Asur. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a Kiseva, Sagasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have. According to Abaya, it's a shaygig, he's chayiv. But according to Rabbi, it says that he's potter in that case. So we have to say the reason that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is that he doesn't know this consequence that he get paras, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called the Tumen. He's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amas on Shabbos. And now for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachas. Avos Malachas are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Av Malach has 39 Taldos. Rabbi Yochanan Shlokish discovered after 3.5 years. And each one is Chayiv B'Deraisa, just like the Av. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamanim, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the Melechas HaMishkan. These are 39 steps that they took in the Midbar to build the Mishkan. And 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 30 of them are to make fabric, and the fabric was needed for the Urias HaMishkan. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, for the top of the Mishkan. 2 of them are for the players had words. There's a ksiva and there's a mechika. And then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, mechaba to take it out into another rishus makav patash. And let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. We're talking about in Eretz Yisrael. They plowed first to soften up the ground, then they sowed the seeds, then they plowed again. And the chiddush is that even the second harisha plowing is considered av malacha. The next one is, well, we discussed zereya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that that includes also zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's like you're planting. Noiteya is when you plant a sapling of a tree. Mavrik is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Market is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of av malacha, and if you do all of them, you're only chayav 1 carbon. Chayrish, as we discussed, is the plow, but that includes also chayfer, to dig, and chayretz, to make a furrow, and they're all considered one malacha. You do all 3 of them, you chayav 1 carbon. Chaitzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes baitzer, anavim, grapes, vayder tmarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malacha. You do all of them on one Shabbos and one awareness, you chayav 1 carbon. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rava says that it includes things that are not gedulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in a pile. Abai says it's only gedulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Dash, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft. That includes menapet and menapet. That's to beat flax and cotton. It's considered 1 malacha. If you do all 3 of those, you have 1 carbon. If somebody is zoymer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has 2 intents. One is he wants the wood. And the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on 2 malachas. And the same would apply to aspasta. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You chayav for chaitzer and noitaya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more and you want the actual item. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all in the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's boina. If you are in the field, that's chayrish because you're softening up the dirt for seeding. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's fine. You're fixing the floor. And if it's in the field, it's chayrish. An amazing shaila. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the dirt. You are potter. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda that says, Melacha shein tzricha legufa, you are chayiv. Meaning, if you do a melacha, but you don't want the outcome, the melacha is the solution. Since you have a dead body in your house and making a terrible odor, you take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, you would agree that since you are mekalkel, you're ruining it. You are potter. But Papa says that you take dirt and you throw it at a palm tree in order to get the dates. You're chayiv on two things. First of all, you are toilish, which is kaitzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. You're mefarik, which is malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the dates from the wood around it. And Rav Ashi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are potter. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the types of separation. And Meraked have a wonderful day. Shabbos daf ayin daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoira, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakid, sifting. They accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Kaitesh, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. Says Abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh would be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, and put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa that's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle. But what we could take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waist and not the waist from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a kli, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you throw boirer and eat it, you can do boirer and give it to your friend, and you cannot do boirer. And if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatas. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for the day, and that's the. But if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. The Gemara says that can't be. There is no malacha that you could cook on Shabbos, but you can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's a chiyuv chatos. Chatzi shir also menatayra, the Gemara says, it's impossible. There is no melacha that you could do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome menatayra. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the Brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but if you do it with konar v'tamchoy, that's only the rabbanon with a funnel or with a plate. That's kilachar yad. That's not the real way of doing it. But if you do it the real way with a real sifter, a napo klara, that's the idaraisa. Says, but it doesn't say any mention of kalim in that brisa. Perhaps it's talking about and that's mutter. Soilas is also again. The brisa doesn't mention anything about soilas. Says Abaye the pshat is la'alter. It says that you eat it, meaning immediately that's okay. But if you do it for later on today, that's Isser Bar Doiraisa. The Rishonim explain that Abaye agrees to the concept of Yad and Oichel Mitoich Psoilas. He just adds that you need also Miyad right away. The Gemara tells a story. Rabbi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rav Ami and Rav Asi. And Rav Dimi, because Rav Bibi held that even psoilas is also, and therefore he spread it on the table, there shouldn't be a problem. A buyer had just selected itself, he just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show Ayin Yafa, he wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmusin type of bean is considered psoilas mitoich, even if you take out the actual food, because it requires 7 cookings, and even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichel, the actual bean, it turns into psoilas. It can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amid Beis. The Gemara tells us halacha, not in Bayer. Now we're done with Bayer. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered toichem, grinding. If it applies to all vegetables, if you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also toichem, grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatech. Like in the Mishnah, if you cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatech. The Gemara asks, why is it Tana talk about afiyah when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking samamanim? Says the Gemara because that's what people are used to. They're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the Isra of mevashel, even on non-food items such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up. That's bishul.
All right, let me ask you this because I want to know this. You're obviously in there with who's the baddest motherfucker you saw in that prison? Who was the guy that you just did not fuck with? Was there one of those guys? And also, did you ever get tested? Those are things I want to know.
The 2 things that happened to me there were great. Because when I first got in there, I was pretty much independent. But I had the kitchen crew behind me, and they were all African American. The leader of that group, his name was Chicken Hawk, Antoine Spencer. He was in there for involuntary murder, like involuntary homicide. Where you pull out a knife, and I pull out a knife. You go to stab me first, and I stab you. So it was like a questioning type murder. He stabbed the guy 3 times or whatever. He was a tough guy. Like his rap sheet, he had done 16 years. He was going home now, you know. The Bikers had a halfway tough guy. And at the time, I forget what his name is, but I remember by the end of his podcast. Real wrinkle in the face, you know, hug-nosed guy. He had a reputation as a hard hitter. There was a couple bikers that ran, and they went. The white guys that hey, there was a couple of those guys. But the baddest guy in that system, that was good, was a white guy, John Clark. Really had a couple of murders. He was just a big stretch. Because I was 26. He had to be about 42. And he had spent like the last 20 in jail. Vice and a bunch of guys and shit like down the street. He had come from Philly. And he befriended me. We became friends. So I had coverage from him. I had coverage from the brothers. And that's all the coverage I needed, you know. There was a couple Mexicans that was friends with me. They ran by themselves. But that was the strength. My best friend in prison was a criminal. Was a big time criminal. We became really good friends. And my other good friend in prison was of blood. So we became really good friends. So we, because I was in the middle of it, those two guys, the one, they were both interesting guys. The one guy's sister was just right in the Olympics, the 88 Olympics. No shit. She was the really popular. Yeah, she was the really popular black woman, African American. Is that Jackie Joyner? That ran in the Olympics. Is that her? One of those, there was two of those sisters. Yes, one of those, wow, brother, okay, at the crib. His name was Torre, and he was my fucking brother. Yeah. Like me and him were together 24/7. We were in the kitchen together, we ate together. He had 7 girlfriends. And he would schedule the visitations all one day, Tuesday, pick up from they would come. He was like, he was the head of cocaine from LA to Colorado. That was his primary job in the Crips. He was loaded with money. He had 7 women, and each of them hot cars, and all those. He had kids of all. He was my age. He was a millionaire. And he would make all his women bring him another buckets. So at night, him and I loved other brothers like a motherfucker. He loved other brothers. That brother loved other brothers. And he was beautiful. He could play Michael B. Jackson, the guy that played Rocky. Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan. He was just like Michael B. Jordan. He's all ripped up and gorgeous. Oh, and we used to laugh. We used to make him laugh. You know, he was just at night and watch TV. He got a TV in his room. We all had little black and white TVs. But his room, we had like speakers and rigged up and stuff. So I had my strength came from running the stock because I had my own independent stock shed about a half a mile away from the institution. So I could hide stuff from prisoners. So when the dogs would come, they would never bring them out to that shed. So once a month, dogs came into the shed, they would find syringes and stuff. But if you stuck by me, the dogs would. So what I did was I would hide up in the shed with the food and the freezer. I would hide stuff outside the property where the cameras wouldn't see. So I would heroin syringes, heroin, steroids, cash. If you wanted to hide cash, but you went $20 on it. So I had cash there also to hide because I ended up with a little chubby Italian guy. He was a gangster. One of the families, he was on the tail end out too. And what he did was he ran the pool thing. So he did it for college football, pro football, and Monday night football. You know those pools that you run, like 50 cents, which you like $20. So it was just such a great night. I became partners with him. I said to him, because he used to cook every night. He was a jailhouse cook. He made nachos every night. And he made hot dogs. He made hot dogs with the buns already around. What do you call those little buns? Pigs and blanket. Yeah, he would take iron, and you iron shirts, and you take the guts out of it, and you put it in a fucking bowl with a piece of cheese, and that's how you dump the cheese. You stir it. So he would start making green chilies like in the morning at 6 with cheese, and by 8 o'clock, 20 motherfuckers standing outside his army barracks waiting to buy nachos to watch TV. It was hilarious. Yeah, I mean, you're making friends sound all right. For real. So I told him, I said, listen, you're only gambling, and you're only getting through to a couple white guys. If you let me talk to me guys involved. I got the Spanish guys involved. And that's exactly what happened. So I doubled his action. I went from them doing 1 card per game to 3 cards per game. Forget about Sundays. I would have them on every game. So I was split the profits. I think we'd make like $8 per card each. So I was making like, 3 cards a night. 24 hours. I made $1.40 an hour in the prison. I was living like a doctor. You know what I'm saying? I was moving from town to, you know what I'm saying? Hey, shit. I was moving every 2 weeks like Tom Segura.
And then you're stashing this cash and steroids and all of this that's come funneling into you. You're hiding it all property out of camera. So and then they come to you to get it, like sort of the general store almost, to get their shit. Is that how it works?
So they would come to me to get like the hype stuff. So I knew what was really going on behind the scenes then, I knew, like John Clark, that dude. He would his girlfriend would come on Mondays, and he would make out with her, and she would just pass a balloon up there, and he would put it in his mouth, and that balloon was filled with speed back at the time. So we would go back to his barracks, we'd do a line of piece, and then we go to a battle Mondays. We're allowed to go to the basketball court in the high school close by and play basketball. Me and him would go in there on school and just go fucking off and down. One day I would see the wet thing. Every prize piss test, they couldn't catch certain things. They weren't going to run a spectrum on you. They were going to test you for what drug you came back and went to prison for. With me, it was cocaine, so they would always test me for cocaine, So I did, even like the holidays didn't bother me. Like I thought I was going to have a real hard holiday in there. The holidays were fucking great, man. Number one, I can't even believe what I'm hearing. The best Christmases I've had in my life. We gave each other presents and shit. Because there was this, we were allowed to go to the store every day. We had 20 minutes to walk to the store and come back.
All right, this is exactly like I had a laundry camp that was it was a laundry camp, a minimum security facility for guys just like you, right by me where I lived. It was on this mental institution property. It was part of their acreage. It was this back corner. And every now and then you hear a siren because one guy would get out of there or whatever. But I went and watched their softball team, the Dirty Sox. But we would see them every now and then. They'd be at the corner store because they'd be allowed off the property and they'd have to go back. So this is very much like when I grew up here. We'd see them over at the baseball field and shit, fucking around or whatever. So this is interesting to me. This is what's going on with these guys in there. Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Raycon. Now, I've been listening lately to podcasts. I've been listening to YMH. I'm listening to Rogan. I'm listening to Two Bears, One Cave. I'm listening to Josh Potter's new podcast. As a matter of fact, all of my Raycons and my Spotify music. And if you're using a pair of premium wireless earbuds, especially if you can get them at less than half the price of the other guys, I'm recommending the wireless earbuds from Raycon. Okay, I've used them to travel, work out, everything. They stay in, they're good, the base is solid, the recharging case is fantastic. There's no weird cords, knobs hanging off the end, and everybody's trying to borrow. They take my stepson, I told you, took the other pair I had. But their newest model, the 25 earbuds, are the ones yet. They have 6 hours of time, seamless Bluetooth, bring more bass, a more compact design, the noise isolating fit. Raycon earbuds were stocked discreet. The company was co-founded by Ray J and celebrities like Snoop, Mike Tyson, Brandy, and everyone is obsessed with their products right now. So give them a try. Raycon is a 45-day free return policy. That's awesome. For a limited time, you get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/honeydew. That's buy, B-U-Y, Raycon, RAYCON.com/honeydew for a special 15% discount on Raycon wireless earbuds. Make sure to check it out now while the deal is running. Buyraycon.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is Upstart. Now, during these economically turbulent times, everyone's looking for a way to feel more financially secure. So if you're still needlessly throwing money every month at high interest credit card debt, it's time you checked out Upstart. The revolutionary online lending platform that knows you're more than just a credit score. And now is the time to find out how low your Upstart rate can be to help pay off high interest credit card debt. Unlike other lenders, Upstart can reward you based on your education and job history in the form of a smarter rate. You don't need a degree or a diploma to apply. Upstart lets you skip going to the bank because it's completely online. They offer loans so you can consolidate your debt into one easy fixed rate. Upstart makes it fast and simple to check a rate since it's just a software. It does not affect your credit score. The hard part happens if you accept the rate and proceed with your application. And the best part is if the loan is approved and accepted, most people are getting their funds the very next business day. Over 400,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Free yourself from the burden of high interest credit card debt and get back to using your money your way with Upstart. See why Upstart has a 4.9 out of 5 rating on Trustpilot and hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is Manscaped. Now listen up, fellas. We have a new Manscaped product alert. Manscaped just released the Weed Whacker, which is a nose and ear hair trimmer. I want you to take a look at the mirror right now, and I guarantee you're going to see some hairs sticking out of those holes. It's time to keep your ear and your nose hair looking as nice as your clean-shaven pubes. I don't know how many of you ever had that hair sticking out. You wish you had something. I'm using nose hair trimmers that suck. Pop that thing out, and your eyes start watering, and you get that one weird, ear hair. Manscaped is forever changing the grooming game with their Weed Whacker. Their nose and ear hair trimmer provides proprietary skin-safe technology which helps prevent nicks, snags, and tugs in those delicate holes. The premium Manscaped Weed Whacker uses a 9,000 RPM motor-powered 360-degree rotary dual-blade system. Its intelligently contoured design enhances the trimming experience, and it is waterproof, which makes for easy operation and cleaning. The only nose hair trimmer on the market with a powerful and rechargeable lithium-ion battery that lasts for up to 90 minutes of use. You ever tried to pull that nose hair out with your fingers? Yeah, that's going to hurt worse than nicking your balls, okay? Manscaped is making whacking your weeds a time to look forward to, delivering maximum confidence while providing hygiene. Look, fellas, 79% of partners polled admitted that long nose hair is a major turnoff. It's time to upgrade your Manscaped routine with the Weed Whacker. Get 20% off plus free shipping with code Honeydew at manscaped.com. Thank you, Manscaped, for keeping our pubes trimmed, our hairs, and our holes looking nice. That's again 20% off and free shipping with the code Honeydew at manscaped.com. One more time, y'all, 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code Honeydew. What are you waiting for? Go. Back to the dude.
You had 20 minutes to go to the store and back. It was a 5-minute walk. So basically, you had 10 minutes to go into that store, buy ice cream, potato chips, milk, whatever you wanted. So I figured out something. There was a little Chinese joint next to the joint. I used to ask people, nobody ever gets Chinese food out comes. They're like, because you don't have enough time. No, you guys got to call it in. So I started calling in, fried rice, shrimp fouillon, egg fouillon or something. And I would get there, the food would be ready. I'd run into the bodega, get a Coca-Cola, and I'd run back. So I was eating Chinese food in jail. It wasn't the best Chinese food in the world. But at least it gave me a little bit more about it. Me and Tori Piles, we loved the pork fried rice in that place. And he loved the chicken wings, so I would get the fried chicken wings. So sometimes I would run over and get fried rice, and then Tori would go over and buy 300 fucking chicken wings. It was 6 wings for $3.85. You would get 50 wings. Chris didn't know that he had that. see the store from the guardhouse. So you could see somebody making drugs, so they didn't really watch. I put a friend up on back with Chinese food. The guard was like, how do you fucking 10 years? Nobody has ever brought back Chinese food. How did you do it? And I go, I planned ahead. I called it 10 minutes before I could get over there. So it actually sat 10 minutes before I could get there. But there was age was a big thing. Age, people didn't know how to handle age. So they built a special barracks for the guys who had HIV. And they only had 3 or 4 guys who had HIV. I could still see their faces. That's how much I hung out the HIV unit. Because the HIV unit had brand new TV, brand new refrigerators, brand new stoves. They could cook their own food in there. So we all figured out a way how to bring food in, cook for the HIV guys. They would let us hang in their thing. They weren't none of them, or they were all HIV because they were intravenous users. You know, I think one guy was gay, but nobody ever gave him a hard time. He was one of the guys. You know? And I remember Sunday nights going over there watching Married with Children and Cops. That was our shit. Cops on we had all week for Cops on Sunday night. For Cops. But something interesting happened to me in there. And this is where everything changed for me. Since the minute I got in there, people would always ask me, hey, did you get your paperwork from the first portion? I called it the first 2 weeks before you went to prison. Before I went to the camp, I went to that place. Do you remember what I called it? The first 2 weeks, whatever it was. I can't remember.
You get double time. You get double time out there.
No, that's Cal.
When you got into what did you call it?
It's called something because when you go determine how many points you're at, and where eligible to go to. You know, whether you have a driver's license, whether you had a job at the time of your arrest, whether you had a high school diploma, all these things counted towards where you were going to go. If you had over 3 points, you would go to a minimum security prison. You know how many points I had? Minus 1.5. So I was eligible. For a halfway house, right off the bat. I was eligible for a halfway house right off the bat. Remember, my sentence was 48 months, but there was a House bill. House bill 1200, 1200. And if you were a first-time offender, and your sentence, not what you were arrested for, what you got convicted of, was non-violence, your sentence would be cut in half. So what I did was, one of the guys got out, he was the law house clerk. So for 3 or 4 weeks, I studied really hard. I got a book, and I studied all the laws, and I took the test, and guess what? I became a law attorney. So I was the stock clerk. I was the guy who drove the sandwiches. And now I was also the attorney at the prison. So when somebody got a write-up, I would argue with the guards and get there.
Basically like the shop steward of the union for the prison.
Right. So I became
you're a representative?
So I became that guy. I fucking won every case.
Did you win them all?
Oh, I won them all. Dirty, clean, whether I got them on the side and talk to them. You know, I would talk to the guy who wrote the fucking report and nail him down a little bit, throw him off. You know, I had a good relationship with a lot of those guards. There was some guards that didn't do that. But a lot of them, they were human beings. And I knew how to tap into that side. You know what I'm saying? So they were okay with it. But the guy I never won over probably the beginning of September. By November, I had softened them up. By November, I had softened up the whole place. I'm not going to look you in the eye and tell you I was running the place. But off the record, I kind of was. Because I was running the gambling. I knew where all the dealers were. I knew where they were hiding their stash. I didn't mess with their stash. I was always respectful. I charged them a nice amount. That was fair. I also told them what to eat, what not to eat, which they really appreciated. You know, if I knew a guy was a bodybuilder, I got him extra milk, and I give him a nice cuts of meat, so he could cook them on his own. I learned how to, you know what I'm saying? I learned how to take care of people, so now people took care of me. And I did it on the Rogan podcast once. If the food that they would serve you, shit on shingles, what is that called? Did you ever hear that expression? It's called,
shit on shingles.
Yeah. Not called beef ass. It's called beef something. But what it's called in the Army is shit on shingles.
Yeah, my dad taught me that for the military.
Yeah, it's shit on shingles. So, shit on shingles, whatever they served that, I would sit behind the line of the food, and it would be like chicken hawk, you serve it, edgy. This is tall, skinny brother, 6'3". He was like a junior at one of the colleges, wide receiver, Michael Urban looking, all American. He went out to a bar. And punched a guy, and that guy in the hospital. That's why you gotta be careful with your hands.
Yeah.
But so you had Edgy, and then next to Edgy on the line was this other dude, and he was a bank robber. All right, he was a professional bank robber, and him and his brothers were all bank robbers. They were black. They were African American, but he was funny because his job in the kitchen was part-time. He only worked the night shift, but the day shift, he would be there for lunch, and it would be a smaller crowd because the other half was out working, picking up papers. So he would always come up to me and go, Cuba, let me holler at you for a minute. And I would go, what? I go, what's up? They go, it's Mr. Young brother to be in the kitchen at lunch time. I go, sometimes he's in there, sometimes he's in the stock room, double checking my work. They go, listen here, brother. He goes, listen, I gotta work on my freezes. I'm like, and I gotta work on my freezes and shit. Not my shit's weak. He goes, one time my brother had the flu. He went to rob a bank. He tried to yell freeze, and his shit cracked, so people didn't pay attention. You gotta keep it free.
You want to go in there to practice hollering freeze to a command? His brother had to yell freeze a second time.
The way you yell freeze is very important. It's got to be a word. It's got to come out of your throat. It's a word. And people react to it. So I got to practice my freezes and shit. All right. I'm going to get you something. Sure enough, he waits for me with them. He could wait until everything was online. Until I couldn't wait to man. He would jump down. He would jump in the back door with the back there shotgun. And go, freeze! I'm just, you know.
No, that didn't really get me do this again. He's coaching himself out there.
Oh my God. And they would go,
Oh, God.
I don't want to tell you what the black guys would say. The black people offend them the most. The black people were so offended by the African Americans who yell at them, saying, "What the hell's the matter with you, man? Get your shit together, brother. Come on, man. Grow up." And he'd be like, "What? I gotta keep my freeze game tight." He was dead serious. His freeze game had the meat tight. You know, movie of all time. Like black and white. Like shit like that. Like black and white shit that African Americans and convicts don't want to see that shit. They want to see the Terminator. They want to see Rambo. Black people love Rambo. Do not have to get confused.
Hate fire, love Rambo.
They only hate, listen, black people only hate fire if it's going to them. They love it, shot other people. They go crazy. They love it. They love it. So for me going off in the kitchen, because I would go off on the kitchen, when they would come in, there was bad food, I would go, don't do it. That's all I would do for minutes at a time. I would just go, don't do it. Don't do it. Mr. Young goes, oh, say I am. Why do you keep saying don't do it for? There's only one food. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying don't do it. Just for me thinking. It's a thing I use to stop being a criminal. So he's like, I know you're lying to me, boy. How come nobody's eating my chicken? How come nobody's eating the chicken today? Like, you know who's attacked me if I would say don't do it or whatever. And I would always go off on it. Mr. Yarbrough, relax, man. What's with it? It's a big problem. Look at that shit. What you eat the hell did you eat, Mr. Yarbrough? So all those kitchen guys saw that. So on Wednesday night or Thursday night, we would watch those PT 109 shit like that. Like a bunch of black and white movies. The projector would always break. So one day I just got up and I'm like, I'm sick and tired of this thing. The state's got so much money, we're gonna get a new fucking projector. And all the guys were like, give it to him, Cuba. That's a boy, give it to him. And that's how it started. And there was like an African American dude that run those red dudes that had freckles. And we would go fun him. He was a great guy. He would let us call him freckles and shit. And they would all get up and say, get up there whenever the projector would break. That's what happened. The projector would break. The tape, the film would break. And people would go, Cuba, get up there. Get up there and talk. Tell us about the week. And I would go and think about fucking that cheap fucking giving you back. They don't know what. There you go, fuck you, motherfucker. And I go on. So it started like they would say, go up there, 10 minutes. And I would go up and do comedy. I didn't know I was doing comedy.
So wait, I want to. Is this the first time you'd ever really got up and performed in front of a crowd at all? Was it in prison?
There wasn't a stage. There wasn't a microphone. There wasn't nothing.
You're just up there talking to these and entertaining
this guy. But you remember what I told you on the podcast in the church? No, about the guy I worked with at Super that didn't like me and him had gotten into an argument. And one day he came up to me and he goes, I don't know if you know what I did before I came to work here. He goes, I worked in Las Vegas in the entertainment business. And he goes, between you and me, I think you should get into stand-up comedy. His name was Grant Houston. And I remember looking at him going, you know what, you're a fucking asshole. But I remember going home and just thinking about that maybe I was a comic. So now, here I am 8 months later, and I'm actually doing comedy in a weird sort of way, but it's not registered. Yeah, it's not registered with me. One day, the counselor, my counselor saw me doing that one night. There was one night a month he stayed there late, and this was this particular night. And it was probably like November night. It was after Thanksgiving, going into Christmas. I remember like it was yesterday. Because I was walking out I was busting his balls about the report. The diagnostic, that's what it was.
Diagnostic. Thank you. I'm so focused on you said remember the guy that showed pictures of the girlfriend in the bikini, and I haven't wanted to forget that.
This is horrible.
Good morning, Rabbi.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
I can ask them.
Good, how are you?
Lovely, ma'am. Ready to take on the day?
Yep.
All right, hit it hard, darling.
Didn't that go?
And I kept busting his balls. And one of those nights that I went off, I caught him. And I was like just off adrenaline. I got in his face and looked like, what are you going to tell me? And he goes, you really want to know? And I go, yeah, I really want to know. There's a couple of things. And we went to his office and he fucking went in his desk and he pulled out a file and he put it on the table. And he goes, you want me to fucking tell you what it says? Because I'll tell you what it says. And he started reading psychological shit. And he goes, he took off his glasses. And goes, in other words, what this says to me is that you're a deadly individual.
Yo.
It says that if you want something that I have, you do anything that it takes to get that thing. So a person can just give you whatever you want. So from now on, when you want something, just ask them. Because if not, you just give it to them anyway. And I remember looking at him going, thank you for telling me I'm just a piece of shit nigga. I appreciate that. And he looked at me and goes, I told you you weren't going to be a man. I didn't talk to him for like 3 weeks after that. All that fun I had, all that fun I was having, came to an end because I realized that I was in prison. And I realized I was a piece of shit. That I was just going to end up a fucking team. So I would say, if you can go to this meeting, I'm getting out of there in February anyway. It didn't really matter. So one day I was walking in the paper, and I saw him. And he goes, what happened? You lost your balls ever since I told you the truth. And I go, no, I just don't want to hear that shit. And I'm just a fucking thief. He goes, come here for a second. Because you obviously didn't understand what I was saying to you. And I go, what were you saying? I'm a thief. He goes, no. I'm telling you that you're a deadly individual. Because whatever you want in this life, you can get it. Because you want to chuck and jive and make one mind shit. Because you don't think I know about it. Because you're a fucking genius compared to these guys. Because I don't think you understand how dangerous you are. That if you want something, it's yours. You can just take it, you know. And that resonated with me, like just destroyed me. Because he was right. He was right. You know. it's I know before you see you write your jokes. I go, I don't write jokes. He goes, well, wait a second. Whenever you go up there on Wednesday nights, that's just you talking. I go, yeah, I guess. I don't have time to write jokes. I've never written a joke in my life. He goes, so you don't sit down and do it. I go, you can see me, I'm in here. We just what? And I would go in there and meet me, him, and Chicken Hawk. Chicken Hawk was in there for the voluntary murder. And he was African American. And he was well spoken. How he was fun. So we'd go in there and just talk about whatever was in the newspaper. It was like 3 topics talking about the world's events and shit. And I learned a lot from those 2 guys. Those 2 guys were fucking a lot smarter than I was, you know. And he gave me another one. He goes, listen, I'm going to be out of this hole in 2 years. If when I get out, you know, stand up comic, I'm going to let you down and kill you. I would think that's a serious one. So, you know, I went back to the Mr. Blue and I apologized for my behavior. And on January 20th, 1989, my case went back up in front of there was a president who got inaugurated that day. January 20th, 1989. I forget what particular Bush. One of the Bush years.
It has to be, right?
Yeah, I went up in front of the.
No. Senior.
Yeah, I went up in front of the board, and they did community corrections. And I did my February 13th. I was in BCDC, the halfway house in Bowling. And that's a whole different story. That's when we pick up next time. That was my whole prison experience. So I had a really good time in prison. And I prepared myself to go in. I lifted weights, I swam, I rode bikes. I knew what things I was going to do and what I wasn't going to do. And the experience was completely different from what I thought it was going to be. Like when I came out of prison, it was completely different than what I thought I was going to be. I didn't see anybody get raped. And yes, there was one guy that didn't mess with me. He was a young guy that hung out with the biker crew. And whenever he was with his biker friends, he would make little comments at me. So I let my friends know what was going on. And they said, whatever it is, we got your back. So I had John Clark's crew, which they were Nazis, like neo-Nazis. That's the other thing. John Clark was pretty much a neo-Nazi. Like he had like a SWAT team.
I figured he will survive in prison for 20-some years.
He loved it for who I was. We would talk about you all the time. In fact, that's how we became tighter because the lady who raised him was Cuban. So his mother, his babysitter was Cuban. So he told me how much he liked the Cuban food. And that's how we became friends. And I remember snorting sweet and seeing the SWAT sticker. So I had his support, and I had the black guy's support if I went to war with this biker. They told me exactly how to do it. They said, just get them one-on-one. Don't allow the bikers. And one day we were listening to Guns N' Roses that just come out. And right that sentence, this sweet child of mine had taken over the world. So that was November of 88. And November of 88, rain. And Guns N' Roses is everywhere. That first hour is huge. And I remember getting into an argument with one of the bikers about Mr. Brownstone. It was about heroin. He goes, it's not about heroin. And they went about heroin. And that's when that kid started the argument with me. So I never black and all that. I'm like, oh, you know, motherfucker. So the first thing I did to him was, and he would torture me a little bit. I do like to fuck him up. But at this point, I really killed him. household knew that I had a secret weapon in that, which is the man Joey Diaz. I'm gonna fucking break down Bentley, motherfucker. So he had a job in the kitchen. So I didn't torture him in the kitchen. I left the kitchen alone because I could just fuck off in the kitchen. It would be easy. With the blacks around me, nothing would happen. The black dude would help. What I did was I took an American cheese box. You know, the cheese the government sends you. I took the box. I took the cheese out. And I took the shit in that box. I took the biggest shit you ever seen in your life. It had to be like a 19-inch shit that broke together. I took paper towels and I put it in the box. And then I took a little, they had like little American flags in the workshop. I took a little work and I put it in the piece of shit. And I covered the box and I put it in this drawer. And I put his clothes over it. And every day he would stop us on the way and go, does anybody else smell shit? I go, no, I don't smell nothing. Because I swear to God, I smell shit somewhere. This went on for like a month. I was just taking American shit boxes, take the shit out. And then I would put them in a ceiling, ceiling tile. You could pick up every other ceiling tile. Had a box with a piece of shit. And eventually one day, we found the one in the drawer. And it had gone from 19 inches to about 6.5. All the moisture got out of it. It was just down to peanuts, like up there, whatever the fuck. A couple of corn clusters and shit. Dog, he's out of there. He's like, somebody's messing with me. I'm gonna find out who it is and fuck him up and all this stuff. But it was a gym area. And the gym area was a room that was next to the laundry room. And they had a billboard up in that room about jobs, events, or situations, programs you can get in, whatever. And one Saturday, I'm working in the kitchen, and I see him by himself walking into that area to drop off his laundry. I go, this is when I get this motherfucker today. I remember it was cold out, so it had to be like January, February, December. But the sun was out. It was a really pretty day. It was cold. So I waited for him to go back and get his clothes. And I told the black guys, the only people who would hang out in the gym were the black dudes that would play dominoes. There was a bunch of guys playing balls. And they would listen to Bobby Brown, don't be rude, don't be. So they would fucking, Bobby Brown would go up to them, would light up, and they would throw the fucking balls. It was great. But in the daytime, they didn't play. It was just a couple of brothers that would lift weights. So I waited till the guy went in, and I went to the side door. And brother, I caught him because he was taking the clothes from the dryer, with the washer, and putting it in the dryer. I just stood behind him. And the wall next to us had the billboard on it with all the events that are going to happen. He fucking turned around, and I was right there on him. I know you still got that problem with me. And before he could even say anything, I grabbed my hand in between his hair. And that's why I never like long hair. And I grabbed his hair and locked him in like that. I didn't know anything about Muay Thai. It was really like holding somebody doing Muay Thai, holding their neck and kneeing them. I didn't even know that stuff. I just did it with his hair. I grabbed his hair and I dragged him over and I banged his head off that billboard. Possibly 20 times. Like that was the only bad thing I did then. I banged his fucking head like 20 fucking times. Boom, 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 boom. He went down, he woke up, never said nothing else. And he was 3 doors down. We were in the same bunk because we both worked in the kitchen. He never said a fucking word. He knew I told him I would bang his head. I know next time me and John would fucking kill you. So don't ever speak up around me again. You know, it's Joe remarks and shit. After that, when he would see me, he would say pretty fucking words. I still remember this kid what he looked like. He was a white kid with long hair, big retarded lips. He wasn't even normal. Fucking poor retard wasn't normal. They were probably getting fucking transgender pills or something at the time. Fast. That's it.
Wait, hold on. That's not it. Because I have two quick questions. You said about the dude showing you the bikini pictures of his girlfriend. You said, hold on to that. Remember that for later. Why? What does that come back?
Okay, so I get to the halfway house. I'm working at Bolt Toyota. No, I'm working at a retailer. And I get out of the halfway house. My child is born. And I hear Boulder, the city of Boulder's on alert. Because a guy escaped from prison in Canyon City. And he was headed to Boulder to get his girlfriend. It was that idiot.
Damn.
Throwing down that had broken out. So what he basically did was he broke out of jail because she let him know that she was sleeping with his roommate.
Yeah, who didn't see that coming?
He got so crazy.
I guess he didn't.
He broke out of a medium security prison. Like, I can't tell you the story how he did it because I don't remember. I don't keep you lying anyway. All I know is he broke out of that medium security prison, stole a car, and went to Boulder. He went to, I think it was somewhere off of Lee Hill Road. They said he saw 4 kids target practicing, shooting guns. So he went up to them with a fake wallet. So he goes, I'm a wildlife guy. Put your pistols down. I want to see identification. The kids put their weapons down. He picked up the weapon and shot the 4 kids. They took their gun and then went into Boulder. He went into Kmart, which I lived across the street from at the time. And he bought ammunition. They had proof of, so they locked the city of Boulder down. They knew they had a wild guy. I went home. It was on TV. Like I was in the county jail with this ex-security close to base on 28th Street. If you went to like 32nd Street, Boulder, on your way to Long Run, there used to be a jazz club there, like a blues club. I don't know what the name of it was. It's 30 fucking years ago. The story I'm telling you happened in 1990, or not even 91. Let's leave it 1990. So this idiot broke out, shot the 4 kids, set up a meeting with his girlfriend to meet her at that blues club, and got to a shootout with the cops. One of the cops shot him in the back. There was a problem. The guy lived, but he needed surgery. Guess what the problem was? The only surgeon available was the father of one of the kids he shot.
Fuck. Did those kids die, by the way? All those kids died?
Yeah, we can look it up. Yeah. I mean,
So what happens?
2 of them survived. I think he refused to take care of the dude. And the dude died, and something weird happened. They had to go to court, and something right now doesn't. I talked about on a podcast once how weird the story that was, that the guy refused to operate on the guy because he killed his son in that accident. So that's the world I saw, man. It's a fucking crazy.
Okay. First of all, thank you. You know, I love
Thank you.
Thank you for making time for this because I know as a parent, I what's going on in this world. I want to just wrap up. But when I listen again, I know it's February. February 88, we're going to pick up. March 88, we're going to pick up. You're out of prison.
No, we're going to pick up February of '89 when I get the halfway house. Right now, I'm just gonna run the first couple of weeks until all the parts come together for our studio, and then we move into the studio. But for now, I'm just gonna start a podcast right here where you stand with this face, and we're just gonna do our thing until the wheels fall off.
Well, I love you, brother, and thank you
I
so
love you
much.
too.
And
Thank you to all you
hit me
people.
up.
You got it. Do this once a month. You know me, dog. I don't fuck around. Patreon.com/JoeyBeats. Stay black, you bad motherfuckers. Don't forget Uncle Vince. Wednesday nights in October. 36 people. See, young white, you think it's fast. That's all I got. Say hello to everything, right?
That's
Say
cool. You know I will, brother. I love you too. As always, Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry,
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Helix, Upstart, Honey, and ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it. Studio Night Fans. I'm Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. Just a huge thank you for all your support. We just finished 100 episodes. We're about to kick off the first of the next 100. So I just want to thank you all for your support. Thank you for making this such a fun show. Thank you for all the messages, the emails, everybody. I sincerely appreciate your support. We're going to keep on doing the damn thing. So get over, subscribe to the YouTube channel. You'll get audio here on Mondays.
Mondays?
Don't just
Tuesday.
watch, subscribe, and you're going to get some more content there as well. If you're a fan of the time codes, if you look in the description underneath YouTube, you'll see stories you can jump like. The Patreon is growing. Thank you so much for your support there. The Honeydew with you all. Doing the Honeydew with y'all out there. I've heard some amazing, crazy, funny stories. If you or someone you know has a story that has to be heard, please submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. We'll do all of them. We will get to you. There are a lot. We'll keep on doing that show too. So if you're on board for it, you can subscribe for a year, save yourself some money. I know that $5 a month is a lot for some people. $60 a year. A lot of things going on out there, but you can subscribe for a year. You'll save over a month of episodes. You get it for free. It goes back to you. So subscribe to that as well. The Facebook fan page, make sure you're subscribed over there for updates, clips, all that stuff. Make sure you're following me on Instagram. Can't thank you guys enough for the iTunes reviews as well. All that stuff helps, man. You guys are the shit. The honeydewpodcast.com is the website for the show. All the merch is there. It's also on RyanSickler.com, but the night pants are there. The Night Pant Nation Champion sweats are there. The hoodies, the t-shirts for the Honeydew, the t-shirts for my Ryan Sickler, the fist pump. Not to say pump, fist bump shirt. He appreciates his really cool design. Upstate merchants, the shit. Zach designing some of that stuff for us over there. So thank you. And I record here at the Santa Monica Music Center. You know, I like to give back. So if you live in LA, if you need musical instruments, you need musical lessons, this is the spot for you or your kids. Take a lesson with your kids. Go to SantaMonicaMusic.com. You get online lessons. Use the code HONEYDEW, and they will waive the registration fee, and they'll give you listen when you sign up for a package. All right, that's the biz. If you're new here on the next 100 shows, what we do over here is we highlight the lowlights. These are the stories behind the storytellers. We shed a little light in that darkness and laughing in the face of a person. And this guy is no stranger to the do. Ladies and gentlemen, excited to have him back. The saga continues. Joey Diaz, welcome back to the Honeydew Joey. Great to have you back on there, Ronnie. I'm saying you look so good. Jersey looks good on you. You look like an old swamp gangster out of Vegas right now in his twilight years, coming into his own. You look good, you do.
It's tremendous. It's a different life. I got this thing in LA off me. My daughter's in school. She's happy. And for the show, yesterday was the 33rd of the kidnapping in Kent, November 18th, 1987.
Really?
So yesterday was the anniversary.
Yeah. How many years? 80, 70,
33. Yeah.
You called the guy you kidnapped on the anniversary of the kidnapping.
Oh, every year he's unemployed now, so he wants to hear from me.
You terrible, man.
I apologize to him. I did a bad thing. I apologized to him. He accepted it. And we became it together.
That's great.
Sorry. Thanks for all the Tuesday night. Left from Memphis. I go 33 years ago tonight. I was planning on what to do with you. So. So we were reaching the fire. Fucking put you in the trunk of a car. We didn't know yet.
All right, let me say this for those of you listening, because the last episode that I actually was honored to host, guest host the church, and that's the episode where we cover the kidnapping. So there's a lot of you like, hey, there seems to be a chapter missing. That's where you find that chapter. Okay, go to the church, what's happening now, check out the episode I guest hosted, and that's where Joey tells that whole story. This time, exactly where we left off was February of 1989. It was you were just leaving prison, and what you said is it was your first time in the halfway house, which made me laugh because that means it's not the only time you were in the fucking halfway house.
When I think of my stint at BCTC,
What does that stand for, Joey? BCTC?
Boulder Community Treatment Center.
Okay.
Boulder County, the same people who own BCTC own LETC, which is in Longmont, Colorado.
Come on.
About 20 minutes away. You didn't want to, they put you to where you were from, but they threatened to be a Longmont at first. And I didn't mind because there was a Mexican place out there called Delicioso. And they make the best fucking breakfast burritos you've ever had in your life. I put away like 8 of them. Damn. 8, 9 of them. They were that good, right? So I didn't care about going to Longmont, but I really wanted to go to Boulder. So I found out I went in. We got a 3-day orientation. You can't leave. You can call your loved ones. They can bring stuff they clothing need, whatever you need for your job. And then after 3 days, then you can go out just to find a job.
Okay, so let me ask you some questions. We had this halfway house right next to my middle school, and one of my wrestling coaches worked there later in the years. He'd take us home in the van. But we couldn't get in. You can't get out. He has to get out of the van and let you out. We're like, oh, yeah, this is correctional, man. You can't get out. But so you're out of prison, but you're at this place where how many people would you say are also living under this roof?
About 90.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's way bigger than I thought it was. Okay, so you got 90 all men?
No, the bottom floor was women. 7-man room, and then when you moved up the system, you got put into a 3-man room.
So you're allowed out. Go ahead.
After 3 days, you're allowed out for about a week to find a job, like 9 to 5. You have to call them and let them know where you're going. So I got to call them and go to Ryan Sickles to interview with Goodyear, and then from there you have to have a list. So I'm just thinking of a phony fucking list of where I would go. And then those 3 days were kind of shaky. And then once I got a job right away.
Doing what?
And then I think the first job I got was like a detailer at a car wash. But those first days, they hold you to 3. That first day when you didn't have to go to the job, I wouldn't pick up my house and blow. I gotta get back on. I gotta get back on the board here. You know what I'm saying? I'm down by 10. Something's gotta be done here. You know, we can get a job at $8. At $8 an hour, I'm not getting no job for $8 an hour. So I started slipping. I got an ounce of coke right off the fucking bat. The 4th day out. That's why all that shit you fucking prison is bullshit. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna read the Bible. The 4th day out. The first place I went to with my buddies to get an ounce on the yard to go to work.
Let me ask you, what did it feel like? What did it feel like, though, to be just out? You know, you're now. I'm including the half. You're on your own. I know you have a curfew, but what does it feel like? That first feeling of after all the shit you've been through, you're actually breathing the outdoors right now. There's not someone watching you when you're walking or driving or taking the bus to your friend's house.
I knew that at that moment I was never going back into prison. I didn't know that. I didn't know that I was a criminal. I came to that conclusion. And I figured out whatever I did from now on, I had to have a cover to it. And I had to keep it going. You know, it would be small. Selling coke was the alternative. And I could sell coke all day long. But just to get on the board, I started smoking coke. Like the 3rd to 4th day. Just to put some money in my pocket, generate some income. You know, around. I got like a job. I really don't know if I told you what my first job. I can't remember my job right away. And I still remember bringing the coke into the halfway house. I was just going to ask, like that day. Okay? And I still remember weighing it in the bedroom on the top bunk. And I still remember one day, like in my first 2 weeks, the chick that ran the place did a surprise attack on me while I was weighing the coke. And I had it like a big bindle when I put it in. The coke flew all out of the bindle. But it was in little chunks. So she walks into the room. I got the scale hit like fucking Richard Gere and obviously the gentleman that had up the ceiling. I had everything hits in the ceiling. But she comes in and there's still all these coke rocks on the carpet. And she goes, you guys need to do some carpeting and we gotta get the maintenance guy to come in here and vacuum the dust off this stuff. You know what this fucking dust from the ceiling. She didn't know that there was an ounce of coke, on the fucking floor. Chunks. This is what I walk. I mean, you create this thing for yourself. So that was it off the bat. Then I got a job, but I kept slinging the coke. And then eventually I started. And I walked into BCPC maybe in February. And by what it is. You get locked in 14 days. You're allowed to go to work. No shit. Figured out a different idea. Instead of getting a job, I went to my buddy's garage. He got a garage where he fixed cars. And I'm a house details there. I got a painter. So they didn't know where I was. I made it that. So don't come in here because I'm never going to be there. Right, it was just a different level. Yeah, they weren't even ready for me. Like, they weren't even ready for the game I was supposed to. They could shake you down at any time and you could have more than $40 on it.
Oh, really?
Okay, yeah. You had to pay, it was, at that time, it was $75 a week rent. And you also got a box of food, like frozen Swanson dinners, you know, cheese slices, shitty food, you know, for the week. I used to get food delivered. Get Chinese food delivered, and they lose their fucking mind. Like, I showed up just completely different. Like, I was running my own game in there. Then I gave the hot analysis, and then they were really honest.
And that was just
Once you give them a hot away, just go. I wasn't smoking dope or anything. Once I gave the first high, I came to the conclusion that I can't smoke coke, but I was fine with that. But I still needed to sell coke to make some money. The job was just to cover. The other thing I devised was you had to pay rent on Thursday. But everybody got paid on Friday. You pay rent on Thursday. I opened up another avenue for me. Loan sharking. Trouble with that now, $75 for 100 hours. Like, 75 on Thursday, you give me 102 on Friday. I was a one-man fucking record.
You got $27 profit on that shit.
Yeah, I had those motherfuckers every week. So I became a loan shark. I was splitting coke, and I was hustling whatever job I was doing.
Now wait, are you also selling coke to people in the halfway house, or are you just hiding it there?
I'm hiding it there, but I'm also selling it to people at the halfway house.
So they're all doing it. So any of them could test to give a hot test, then all coming from the coke.
Oh yeah, they were all. I had a couple of guys that were selling. Once I got the first hockey way, I had a garage I rented about 8 blocks away on 16th Street. I paid $35 a month, and I had a heavy bag in there, and a bar for me before I got arrested. I kept that legit. So I started stashing my coke in there. It was only a walk away. So I would stash it in there, have the scale in there. So I'm loan sharking in there, I'm slinging the coke. I'm walking around, and then guess what happens? I give them another hot way. Even though I wasn't doing coke, just touching it.
Oh, okay, I wondered, yeah. Handling it?
Just wait. Because the guy would give me like 6 ounces at a time, and it would be like 4 chunks and a half ounce of powder. This motherfucking Mexican was a nut. So I would have to pick up these chunks of coke. It was like fucking, this coke was real. It was fucking tremendous. So from weighing it, it went through my skin. And then I gave him another fucking half a pound. So now I'm going to put me back in prison. So I hired my attorney to go in there and fight for me. And, you know, they had me on lockdown. I couldn't leave the building. And they came to a conclusion that I go to rehab. And I just mentioned the name of this rehab here. That the name. It was from 6 to 9 at night. 5 nights a week. And you had to sit there and guess what? I went to this rehab for I think it was 6 weeks, 3 hours a night, 5 nights a week. And I started selling more coke at the rehab than I ever did. fucking, it's so fucking, that just makes so embarrassing. There had to be like 12 people in the group, and like 9 of them would still get high. So we're still getting high in there, but then something happened. I got a fucking call one day that I knocked up my girlfriend.
And this is what year are we at now? 90s to 89?
We're in 89. In 89, I'm already in the fucking rehab. And now this little girl tells me she's pregnant. That'd be about June. So now I had a fucking the belt down on the heart. And I stayed. I went and sold a hot car at the time. Was the Eclipse by Mitsubishi. So a friend of mine said that he needed help at his place selling Mitsubishi. So I went over there and I started making 8-9 grand a month selling Mitsubishi. I would just sell Eclipses. I would be looking for fucking, because Eclipse is hard to get. And you make like $800 a month because you sold them above sticker price. So now I'm fucking selling cars, selling boats, loan sharking. I'm a one-man record. I'm getting watches sent out from New Jersey, Rolex watches, really mentions. The guy would give me like 7 grand. I would sell them for 10. It was the prime joke. I was doing more hustling in those months than I ever did before. Like, it was the top of my hustle game. I was 27 years old, 28, and I was making probably 15 grand a month between the selling cars, the selling coke. I wasn't snorting, so it was all profit.
This is 15 grand a month in 89.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking slinging with both hands. And then they moved me until I started making progress in the system. I started becoming
Dude.
a father.
How you living, Pam?
What's up?
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, baby?
Yeah.
Excellent to hear. Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
How was the doctor?
Yeah.
What did they say?
No, they gave me a phone call for a specialist, but I don't care.
Okay, why didn't you call them yet?
Because I called the number and they didn't answer. So I called back.
Okay, could you leave a message?
No. They're on the phone with someone else.
Okay, so you're going to call them today?
Yeah. So then I fell asleep. And then I fell asleep. And then back about back. And they shot me.
All right, are they open right now?
No.
Are they open right now?
No.
Okay, what time do they open? How many hours?
7 hours?
Okay, so they open in 7 hours?
12 hours.
So they open in 12 hours? What up, baby?
Why do you think they're called Tourette's?
That's a question for that place. I know it's probably named after the doctor who discovered it. Are you ready to lose? All right.
Because I can tell you where I
Oh, I thought you said, why did they call it that? Where did you catch? So,
I can tell you that poor horses in the gangbang.
oh, of course. No, you may have gotten super autism then. Along with probably super AIDS.
Remember, I just had a deja vu.
What was that, big dog?
When I said that joke, I already knew the joke you want to say. I already heard it in my dream.
All right, baby. Are you ready to lose?
Good. Where am I?
Zoot, you're up, baby.
I'm gonna do this stupid move.
I don't know if that's a bad move.
You get an extra move. I consider moving you should make.
Zoot. Make the L. Move that green one to make the L. There you go. Max head points, +5, heal leaf. That's big time, Zoot.
Yeah, but that's not point of me healing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt. And you don't lose a turn. That was amazing. Are you going to go?
Yeah, I'm just thinking if that's the right move.
Okay. Oh, you just made a mistake.
I did.
But it got all messed up, so it's okay now.
No, I didn't make a mistake. I actually think I thought you just gotta heal.
Yeah, but I couldn't heal anymore.
Holy shit, you just took another extra move.
Oh, yeah, baby.
That should have been another extra move. Holy shit, it's still your turn?
Yeah.
That one. This might be the best game I've ever seen you play.
Well, it's not over yet, big dog.
Oh, I can see what you needed to do. Here. There is an obvious move. You actually fucked up.
All right. You're up, Biggie.
Maybe.
Zoo, how about you go?
Actually,
There you go, big man.
break that move out there.
It was okay.
What's a high IQ move?
We'll see about that, big man. I would give it a 5. You want some chicken? Oh, Zoot, you fucked up. You fucked up. You could have gotten the heel. Oh, but that was good. That was very good. Oh, and you got a bonus? Oh, Zoot. What do you got, Zoot? What do you have, Zoot?
This is not good.
Zoot, you have two excellent choices. Oh, dude, you just fucked me. You just took the lead.
Fuck. You can get 25 points here.
No, I can't. How? How? Did you know it's your turn? That was excellent, Zoot. Flair, baby. Zoot, I have evolved. It's your turn, big dog. What are you gonna do? That was big time, Zoot. Oh. Big time Zoo. Big time heel. There he is. What up, baby? What's going on, Zoot? Zoot, what's going on?
Good job.
You're just chilling. Okay, well, that's good to hear. Oh, Zoot, it's over for you. I know you disconnected, but it's over, so don't worry. Are you ready for some literati, son? That was good. What up, baby?
I think we should have a statute of limitations on all crimes but murder.
Well, usually there are. I'm the opposite. I don't think there should be a statute on limitations of any crime. A statute of limitations on any crime. I just think if you fucked up a long time ago, or maybe the victim didn't know that you shouldn't be able to get away with it.
Okay. But I feel like people would, if there was a time limit, more crime would get reported if there were time limits to report.
Yeah, I understand that, but too often is it like somebody's like, oh, they did something bad a long time ago, and then they're like, well, I don't have to worry about it anymore because the statute of limitation is, and it's like you should still have to worry about it. It basically creates a system where people don't necessarily have to worry about doing good and bad. They just have to worry about not getting caught doing bad for a long enough time, and then their crimes aren't punished. And I don't think that's right.
You can get away with any crime if you just go to another country with no extradition.
Yeah, and I don't really like that.
Well, you can't get back into the country that you committed the crime.
Right.
Some would say that's a punishment. But I think I'm going to go to bed.
Well, you're going to finish playing this game, aren't you?
I'm too tired.
Why are you too tired?
Just then.
Well, that's not very cool. You should at least play what
You
you...
want to play with the
All right, then resign.
last time I played with the already glitched out.
Okay, well, it's working perfectly fine now.
Yeah, take the Earth on.
All right, do it. Take care, big dog. Sweet dreams.
That term right there, a model.
Oh my God! I tell you, I turned it around. I fucking really turned it around. It was just amazing. They were blown away. Don't know how he weighs. I was doing everything else I was to do. I was on my best behavior. I had the best summer of my life. You there?
I'm here, brother.
Froze up for a second. I had the best summer of my life selling cars. I didn't do coke the whole summer, but I was just a fucking renegade. I was just a fucking renegade. And then I got them so high that they gave me a furlough. A 4-day furlough to get married and to go on honeymoon. But I had them at that time. And I did my program and they let me out. They said, "You're done. Really? We're going to put you on regular community corrections." Yeah, so once you get married and come back, get your stuff and get out. And then you still gotta go to meetings and circle jerks and all that shit. So by August of '89, I was pretty fucking dead.
Because you're married.
Because I'm married. I get married, I move into my place.
Wait, sorry, what month did you get married?
September of '89.
But you officially are, because you're getting married, you actually get out before the wedding?
I get out. They said, like a week before I got married, they go, by the way, your time is done. Your time is done. You can do your last 6 months from the house.
So that's what I want to ask.
Like 6 months left.
But you can do it from the comfort of your own home as long as you're married, because you have a family.
No. I was no being married. I was just my time.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I had done my time in there. I've been there from February. It was now September. And it was 7 months. And they were like, "You came in here with like the 16 months left." So the last month we doing house probation. So I was still on community corrections. I still had a peanut bottle. I still had to do all that stuff. I get married, I'm clean, everything's fine.
Happy New Year, you filthy animals. Shalom Tova. Come on, be a sweet fucking year. You need that fucking moldy ass. Sweet, sweet man.
Because I lived in San Francisco in 85. So I went looking for a friend of mine. He gave me an 8-ball. I stayed up all night in the garage doing it with a fucking 8-pack of beer, a 6-pack of beer. I walked up the stairs at 7. I got in bed and she woke up and said, we went on a honeymoon, like, we went to Oakland A's game, Kitsengo, and all those guys. And then Monday night, we went to Monday Night Football, opening game, the Giants at the Niners.
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
When I came back on Tuesday and I had to plug in my dog, I was back on the power. So I started doing power. I worked against the clock. I would start on Friday nights because I could possibly clean by Monday.
Were your tests random at this point, or did you know when they were coming?
They tested me Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Damn.
So you got to call the number at 1 o'clock, and the number would tell you what color was up. And there was some Mondays where they would test me, so I played against the clock. I would get high on Fridays because if you didn't test me on Monday, chances were you were going to test me on fucking Wednesday. But if they tested you on a Friday, that means you were going to get tested again on Monday. So you always had a playing clock, and I did it. Great. Then they started nailing me on Monday, and that's when I went to work. I would look at my call at 1, and my color was up. I would go to Albertson and buy a bottle of vinegar, a white vinegar, distilled vinegar, 32 ounces, and a bottle of Gatorade, and then I would get a package of Certo. Certo is what you use to make like a Jello.
Yeah.
And I would drink the whole bottle of white vinegar.
No, dude.
With Gatorade.
You would mix 32. That's fucking 4 cups of vinegar and Gatorade mixed. What does that taste like?
Drink. When you're a fucking junkie, this is what happens when you're a junkie.
Doesn't that burn your
soul? It just destroys your inside. I got away with it maybe twice.
So wait, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but this is supposedly a concoction that's going to neutralize this test or give you a negative test.
This is the word on the street. That you have to drink vinegar, but at the end of the day, nothing works. They always get you some type of metabolite or something. So I got away with the test like maybe 2 times, and then maybe like mid-October, they fucking nailed me. They nailed me again. And instead of rehab, they said you're going back into the halfway house. You're going to do an extra fucking group meeting. And I went from being the model guy to the fucking schlub. So I would wake up every morning and walk to my apartment. I lived about 2 miles from the halfway house. I would walk to the apartment, see my wife, get changed, and go to fucking work. And that really made me become a little bit like I did, just a realization that I had done the stuff. Like, God damn it, I can't get my fucking life together. And I started working. I still sold coke, I wasn't doing it. I said, let me just do this steady, and I stuck to the here that you stay out till midnight, and it gave you 2 furloughs a month. So you go home on Friday, come back on Sunday night.
Okay. Twice a
I was that, and I got my driving privileges.
Oh wait, you weren't allowed to drive before that?
No, but I was driving. I didn't give a friends and stuff. I remember being at the light one day. When the counselors pulled up next to me at the light. And I'm like, wow. But it was funny, those months when I was a junkie, I tormented their fucking world because I couldn't figure out how to beat the drug test. So I started fucking getting like chlorine for a pool. And I would grind it down into a powder. And I would pull the skin back on my dick and sprinkle the chlorine on my helmet. Jesus. And then pull the skin back and then put like a fucking rubber band on my dick. And I would pull the skin. So I started fucking around with dead cats. They couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on.
You're putting chlorine
So then
in the test? Oh man, what's that? That burn the fuck out of your dick? Dick skin's so sensitive. Yeah, I know. I was a lifeguard. I know what you're talking about. I feel like that would burn on your dick skin.
I was grinding down. It was tremendous. It was really tremendous. I was grinding it down into a fucking powder and putting it on my dick. And I was fucking with them. And then one week I used Drano. It was tremendous. It was tremendous. I was dragging these two. It was a team. It was a man and woman team that would test you. And then they also, when you're level 4, they also have the right to come to your house. If they want, knock on the door and check your house, your refrigerator, smell around to see if there's weed. They knocked on my door 10 times. You know, they come to open that door. 0. I would open the door. 0. Turn the TV off. They would come back with a sheriff's car and sit outside my door for 2-3 hours. I would outweigh the sheriff. I'm not going anywhere. 0. My attorney would call me and say, you got to open the door. No, I don't. They don't have a warrant. All they have to do is the court. Fuck that shit. I got to see a warrant. I know my rights. I'm like Jay-Z. I know my rights. You got to show me the fucking warrant.
Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Honey. Now imagine this. You make a list of the gifts you're going to buy for the holidays, right? And then someone randomly gives you the money to help buy one. Sound good? Well, that's what Honey is doing. They're helping pay for $1 million worth of gifts. All right, you're probably wondering, is this the same Honey that automatically searches for promo codes online? Yes, it is. With Honey, you can also make a list of the holiday gifts you want from certain stores, and Honey will email you when the price drops on anything on your list. You just add Honey to your computer, you create a free account, you throw some holiday gifts on your drop list for a chance to win. Honey will randomly select winners and give them the money to help buy something on their list. All right, I'm looking for some stuff for my daughter right now. I got her this Bill Nye virtual reality thing where you can do all these science experiments, virtual reality. Since you can't go to school now, you can still feel like you're really doing this stuff there. Any gifts you want, put them on the list, and Honey will give you a heads up. All right, there's no purchase necessary. You need a PayPal account to redeem the prize. Only valid in the U.S. and the giveaway ends 12/21/2020. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/honeydew. Once again, Honey is free, and you can get it at joinhoney.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is ExpressVPN. Now, when you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right? You don't want random passerbys looking in on you, so why would you let people look in on you when you go online using the internet without ExpressVPN?
For example, not closing the door.
Not closing the door. Did you know that your internet service provider like Comcast or Verizon, they know every single website you visit? And what's worse is they can sell this information to ad companies and tech giants who will use your data to target you. ExpressVPN puts a stop to this and creates a secure, encrypted 10 tunnel between your device and the internet so that your online activity can't be seen by anyone. I use ExpressVPN on all my devices. It works on everything. Phones, laptops, even routers, so everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can still be protected, even if they don't have ExpressVPN. And the best part is that using ExpressVPN is as easy as closing the bathroom door. You just fire up the app, you click one button, boom, you're protected. ExpressVPN is the world's #1 rated VPN by CNET Wired, The Verge, and countless others. So if you're like me and you believe your online activity is your business, secure yourself by visiting expressvpn.com/honeydew today. Use my exclusive link, expressvpn.com/honeydew. You can get an extra 3 months for free. That's a lot, 3 months. That's expressvpn.com/app. Let's get back to the news.
That motherfucker was banging on that door, and then something weird happened. I went to my co-dealer's house. I was to be a friend also. And he asked me if I had ever seen this meeting. And I go, what are you fucking talking about? And he goes, this comedian Andrew Dice Clay. And I saw that. It's got to be November of '89. And I saw that special. And my head blew up. Like, watching it. And then for New Year's Eve, the halfway house. So I talked them into renting the conference room and having a party for New Year's Eve. Non-alcoholic. Showing the Andrew Dice Clay special on VHS. And I got my fucking Pizza Brothers makeup. And they let me do it. And I watched Andrew Dice Clay. And 1919, they let me out of the halfway house. February 2nd of 1990 on a Friday. My then wife picked me up, pregnant as could be, ready to bust. She picked me up and went to a restaurant called Seals. It's still in Bolton, fucking tremendous, it's Cajun. I got the 3 eggs, the red fish, and the bayonets, these fucking potatoes. It had to be February 2nd. It had to be 62 degrees out, bro. We got back to the apartment about 4 o'clock. I think I watched the news, and I must have passed out about 7. And I woke up February 2nd. Just let me out of the halfway house. I wake up February 3rd. Woman yelling. Okay? And it was my ex-wife that I wore that robe. And she was like, we got to get out of here. I'm about to have a baby. I fucking jump in the shower. I'm getting ready. I go outside and I'm putting half the snow. I've been sleeping. I didn't see the snow. So I go, hold on 1 second. I got to unshovel the fucking car. So I get the car, I shovel it. I shovel the spot as best as I could. I had the car running. I back up the fucking car just to get her to come. And the fucking guy who was upstairs moved into my spot. After I had just shoveled it, I just got out the halfway house. I go, this isn't happening. So I go up to the guy and go, what are you doing? My wife is pregnant inside. I gotta pull her out. And he said some snide remarks. And I go, you're not fucking getting off this easy. You're fucking car. And he goes, I'm not moving my car. And he spit out my car. Whoa. So I just I punched him right in the fucking face. And here, my wife is inside. Yeah, there's fighting something. In the drive between you and me, Brian Sickles, this guy had me. He clocked me like 3 times straight. And he kind of had me. And I said, when he slipped on the ice. And I jumped on him and started beating the fuck out of him. Out him in the head. And next thing you know, I look up and there's 3 cop cars coming at me. I'm like, I'm never gonna make it. I'm never gonna make it out of this fucking system. Like I'm a dead man. So the cops pull up next to me. You know, I run up to the cops. I know one of them. And I'm telling the cops what happened. They go, we got a report of a woman yelling like, we got a report of fucking like a woman getting domestic violence. Well, what the fuck is going on here? Like, well, there's no, my wife is inside yelling that the water broke. I'm out here, I shovel the fucking thing, look at my car, and then this guy just sneaks his way in. So, I'm like, I'm dead. I'm gonna go to prison for the rest of my life. They have a talk. And the cops decide they're gonna listen to me and misunderstanding. Well, you guys apologize to each other today because you're gonna have to fucking live with each other. I'll never forget the cop goes, put your hands up and shake hands. The guy goes, shaking his hands. Cop looks at me and goes, you know what? You can just get back in the car. You weren't doing too good. We got it. You gotta shake his fucking hand in your face. The cop was all backed up. And he wouldn't shake my hand. And the cop told him, you weren't doing too good when we got here. You know what I'm saying? So you're gonna shake his fucking hand. So the cops actually give me they gave me an escort to the hospital.
That's nice.
So I got my wife into the car, drove to the hospital, had a baby. She's in the hospital. I go home, I get a name for me to celebrate. You know, because all happens. Never changed. Not even dark free. I still all that like 8 more months of this. My world began. I just started fucking blowing up their machine. Every time I go in their piss test, I would throw something else on my dick to fuck their machine up. Robo salsa, alpha salsa, I put alpha salsa.
You must have like a leather thing on you, man. I don't think I could handle any of that shit.
Walking alpha salsa. That's healthy. My whatever red. I had a little girl. You know, man, quite healthy. Nothing's gonna change you unless you change yourself.
Amen.
I've sat with men thousands of times. You know, fucking out to go telling me I love my kids. This is the last time I'm gonna get high. You'll never see me again after that. Kids can't stop you from getting high. Probation can't stop you from getting high. Nothing can stop you from getting high. And you're gonna get high. You're gonna get high. People don't realize that. I know the other side. I think back to my times, that time period of my life. It didn't matter. You know what made it worse, Ryan? That they gave me a rule I gotta get high. I don't do well by it. You know, we're comedians. That's why we became comedians. Because we cannot follow society's rules. I wake up every morning at 5 6, 7, 8. I'm early rising. I'm on social media at 7:30 in the morning. You know, if I had a job, I wouldn't wake up at 8. When I have to do something, what am I going to do? There's no way. You know, I've been on my own basically since I was 10. My mother gave when I got out of Catholic school, my mother made me an offer I couldn't refuse. I'm going to let you do it your way. The first time you fuck up, you go back to my way. So looking back at it now, I could handle it. When they dropped that whole program, I stopped getting high as much. I noticed that because I had a fucking rule. I can't follow rules. I live them. I do what I do. but I don't like you doing it. That's just the way I am, you know. That's my malfunction. That I could live on a society standard. That's my malfunction. But at that time, I was already thinking about the standard. I just didn't know how to start.
And how old?
I just have no idea.
1990. How old?
27 years old.
So this is just starting to take a stand up.
Just starting to think about it, still working, you know. At this time, I probably had 3 jobs. I was working at a car dealership. I was, you know, selling cars to pay for, like, if you had a car for sale, $5,000, I would offer you 42 cash, fix the car up a little bit, and sell it for $6,000. You know, I was fucking hustling my ass off at this point. At the age of 30, I was fucking. And then my family asked me if I wanted to go work for them. They were moving their roofing operation from New Jersey to Colorado. And they were looking for labor. So I said, yeah, I might as well go work for them. You know, I didn't want to sell cars anymore. And I caught on really quick to roofing. It was flat roofing, it was rubber, and it's called ballasted roofing. It's flat roofs with rocks on it. You put rubber down, insulation, and then you ballast it with rocks. And you frame the stuff with metal, whatever you call it. I don't know. So I got into that, and my whole thing was to get on stage. I was such a fucking pussy, bro. I mean, you know, because I knew that I roofed. I had sold stuff. I worked a restaurant as a bartender. I did fucking everything, and there was nothing I really liked. You know? And when I got to the roofing, and then I got promoted to an excavator. So I took like a good year seminar. I had to take a Carlisle seminar. Anybody who makes rubber, they would invite me to their seminar. My company would pay for me to go to their seminars. And then I actually took a class on how to estimate, you know, construction costs and all that stuff. So I would get an estimate. And I really enjoyed it. But something was missing. I bought a condo. I had a truck. I had a car. I was married. I had been in prison. I had been 5 years. I got out of that fucking car. You know how I got out of that program? I was working at a car wash as a host. And right before I got into roofing, I used to talk to a guy once a week. He would come in and just talk. How you doing? What's going on? I would talk to him. And one day, after like 6 months, I wrote, what do you do? And he was physical therapy. And I go, you know why? This is Alex Hunter. But underneath him was Bill Wise. He said, why mention his name? Involved in John A. Rambling story. Years later. Once his name was the man Wise, the DA, and he was absolutely fine to John A. But I got to tell you, he was a good man. I talked to him every day for a long, you know, I talked to him once a week. We would have conversations while I was out there. And when I told him what I had done, you know, I got in trouble with the whole Bella thing. He goes, that was you. And he goes, just have your attorney put the motion on my desk. I'll sign it behind the other DA's back. The DA that prosecuted me. I said, fuck him. Just fuck him. I'll sign it. He signed it. Though. He let off, I think, November of blank. I was done with my sentence. Everything was done. Everything. Now you're done. You can stop me. Do whatever the fuck I want. But something wasn't right. Something wasn't right with me. Something just didn't feel right. I was making money. Just fucking it. I work 5 days a week. On Saturday, I watch the kid, and you gotta work. And then on Sunday, they go to your parents' house to eat. And I start all over on Monday. And then one day when I'm 65, you give me a gold watch. And you tell me my years of service was great, and that was it. Something wasn't right. Just told it didn't seem right. So I searched. My answer was religion. So I started going back to church. I got confirmed. Remember when I got thrown out of Catholic? Right before my comment. And so I said, what I need is the Holy Spirit to be complete. So I went, I got confirmed, I took classes and that, I made my confirmation. I was still fucking miserable. So I went to the Rabbi Institute. My brother was at a restaurant at the Rabbi Institute. It's a college, older, for Buddhist. It's accredited. You know, you go there, you get a degree in philosophy, you're gonna end up a fucking waiter with dirty feet. But, you know, it's, I did a couple classes, and I really enjoyed Buddhism. I liked it. I liked the principles. I took a Monday night class on walking meditation. You know, the whole thing. I was looking for something. Something was fucking missing. Something wasn't right, you know. And that March of 91, it snowed. And I went to one of the job sites we were working at. And the guys were like, bro, our fucking labor didn't show up today. And we have nobody go get us food. Go get us food. And I was like, fuck it. You know, there was a diner around the corner that had green chili. I was hungry. I go, let me go over there and get the green chili. And when I was, they had like boots, and they had like a, you know, like a bar. It was an old diner. And when I sat at the bar, there was a Denver boat, the Rocky Mountains. There was paper. You know, sometimes you just take a newspaper and open it. Yeah. Well, I remember doing that back in the day, yeah. Like, just opening it and not the first page. Yeah. But like the middle, to go right to the sports kind of thing. I did that. I opened up the paper. And in the paper, the front page I opened was an ad. Roseanne had just blown up. So the Denver comedy scene was blowing up. And there was an ad about the Denver comedy. It wasn't an ad. It was a write-up about the Denver comedy scene. And what had happened since Roseanne blew up. How they more comedians were going. How the club became more popular. The Denver comedy works. And then it said, are you thinking of becoming a comedian? And it told you the options to do. And they had an ad for a stand-up comedy class at the University of Colorado in Boulder. It was right up the corner from my house. There was 3 Sundays. It was $38. It was taught by a guy named Jeff Barnes. I'll never forget that guy. He was a stand-up comic, but he was part of an improv troupe. Somebody got stabbed in Los Angeles. It's not a fire problem, and it's a fucking helicopter. So, he got, what the fuck was on? He was part of an improv troupe. It was 3 Sundays, 1 to 4. He just broke down stand-up comedy and blah, blah, blah. And then the last week, he had to go up in front of everybody. And the last week I went up, I don't know if I got any laughs or not. It didn't matter. I just wanted to go up. And when I got off, before class ended, as I was walking out, he came over to me, what's your name? And I go, Joe. And he goes, I usually don't tell this to the students, but you have a career to stand up if you want it. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, you can do this. I can see it. You can do this. And I was like, I'm a root. You know, I'm married. I'm dead. I just took the course just to see, you know. And he goes, if I was you, I'd look into it. And he goes, here's my phone number, stay in touch. And about 2 days later, he called me and he said that if the club was opening up and they were looking for doorman, they get me a job as a doorman. That club's name was Quicksand Comedy Club, Westminster, Colorado, which is no longer there. It was like a sea room, you know. And I started a job as a doorman there. And I remember that, like that April, you know, Palo, even though it's not winter, sometimes you get snow. Like it'll just snow a foot and a half in April. And I'll never forget that April it snowed. And I didn't have to work that day. So I went and rented the movie with Tom Hanks on stand-up comedy.
Yeah, Sally Field, Tom Hanks.
Yeah, Sally Field. I watched that and I just went over the fucking top. Like, I'm like, I gotta do this shit. I wasn't happy at all. Something, I had everything I wanted that you're supposed to have as an American that's 28 years old. I was a felon, but I wasn't letting that stop me. That wasn't going to get my way, you know. And I worked the door for a few months. I asked comics questions. You know, nobody was around today. I just asked questions. I kept asking questions and asking questions. And I kept calling the comedy groups to get on their own mic. And every 2 weeks they would call me back and go, Mr. Diaz, you got a 3-minute spot on Tuesday. And then on Tuesday I would call and cancel.
Why? You scared?
Every time they that's your fault. I went through a couple months of that shit. I'm just canceling, you know, canceling. I'm gonna write my fucking story. I was never writing, you know. I gotta get it down. And then one Tuesday or 1 week in July, my ex-wife heard me call up the comedy groups before she heard them call me and say, you have a spot next Tuesday. So without telling me, she got a babysitter. So she forced my hand. So on July 16, 1991, it took me 16 months to get the courage to go on fucking stage. And I remember just driving down the Comedy Works. I have no idea what I said, but I remember going up on stage. At that time, I had done everything. You know, I had done heroin, I had done coke. You know, when I walked off stage, I can't describe the high I had. Like I wasn't stoned, I wasn't on coke, I wasn't that old dad didn't do anything. This was my moment to see if I could do this. Like for me, July 16, 1991 was my turning point. When I got off stage, the owner of the Comedy Works at the time, it was Wendy. He was also a guy named Ed Nichols came up to me. Ed Nichols came up to me and he goes, you got a really good stage presence. You should really stick this out. And the guy PJ Moore came up to me and said, what are you doing tomorrow night? I got a gig. Can you do 5 minutes? And I was like, yeah, I can do 5 minutes. And I got the fucking gig.
And to take a quick break and tell you about our next sponsor, Helix. Now, I've been on the road a lot. I've slept in a lot of places. I've bounced around my whole life. And I'm telling you, there's nothing more important than a comfortable mattress. I had a friend of mine whose grandma said to me one time, spend good money on a bed because it's where you rest your soul. And I'm telling you, that's never been more true than now. All right, I got the Helix mattress. I got the Midnight Lux. It's the best mattress I've ever had. And I have it in my daughter's room. We go in there, got the queen size. I read to her. We both fall asleep. And I'm not even supposed to fall asleep. I have work to do. And I'm in there passing out. It's so comfortable. Helix Sleep has a quiz. Okay, you can take this quiz. It takes 2 minutes to complete. It matches your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress for you. Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, and firm mattresses. Mattresses great for pulling you down if you spot. Even a Helix Plus mattress for plus size folks. I took the Helix quiz. I was matched what I already said the Midnight Lux mattress because I felt like a medium firm, and I sleep on my side. Okay, I love it. Like I said, it's a huge upgrade over what I used to have. And I'm telling you, and here's the good thing: you don't have to spend a ton of money to rest your soul. Helix has you covered. The delivery and setting up was fast and easy. It's soft, but it's still really supportive. I'm falling asleep right away. I'm sleeping well. My daughter loves it. Everybody's into it. So if you're looking for a match, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door. Ship. I need to go to a mattress store again. Helix is awesome. But you don't take my word for it. Helix was awarded best overall mattress of 2020 by GQ and Wired Magazine. So just go to helixsleep.com/honeydew. Take their 2-minute sleep quiz, and they'll match you to a customized mattress that will give you the best sleep of your life. They have a 10-year warranty, and you get to try it out for 100 nights risk-free. That's a no-brainer. All right, they'll even pick it up for you if you don't love it, but you will. Helix is offering up to $200 off of all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for my listeners at helixsleep.com/honeydew. That's helixsleep.com/honeydew. Our next spot is Upstart. You know we love Upstart. I love Upstart. You guys love Upstart. So many of you have hit me and used their service, and I absolutely am grateful for you, and I'm glad you're loving it because there's a lot of economic chatter right now about the state of the market. Is it recovering? How long will it take? Have we seen the worst? But if you're struggling to pay off high-interest credit card debt, you can't wait for those answers. You need to take action now with Upstart. There's actually something you can do today to help fight off high-interest credit card debt. Upstart is the revolutionary online lending platform that knows you're more than just a credit score. Unlike other lenders, Upstart can reward you based on your job history in the form of a smarter rate. Upstart lets you skip going to the bank because it's completely online. They offer loans from $1,000 all the way up to $50,000, so you can consolidate your debt into one easy fixed rate payment. Upstart makes it fast and simple to check your rate since it's just a soft pull. It does not affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept your rate and proceed with your application. And the best part is if the loan is approved and accepted, most people get their funds the very next business day. Over 500,000 people use Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Like I said, you guys are using it. I know you are. It really does help you. Don't pay that insane high interest. These credit card companies got bailed out years and years ago, and they're still hitting us with high interest. No. Use Upstart. Free yourself from the burden of high interest credit debt and get back to using Upstart. See why Upstart has over 6,000 5-star reviews on Trustpilot. Hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Now, back to the deal.
I'm not really on the drive home. Like what was going through my mind. Like, this is it. This is what I want to do. But I'm dead. I can't do it. It's very hard to tell your wife that you want to get a stand-up comedy. Your life is free
When you just had a baby.
when you have a child. I was dead. So whatever dreams I had were dead. They were really dead. It was like that. Then I was really fucking broken down. He felt like, what do I do now? I'm stuck being a fucking rooter, and that's the man. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a decent job. It's better than being in jail. But I really wanted to do the stand-up, and I just, it was like, and I got on stage, I think maybe 3 times that July, maybe 3 times that August. And then something just wasn't right still. That feeling came back. So my wife at the time told me, you have money saved up. Maybe you need to find yourself, go home. I hadn't been in New York for 6 years at that point. I hadn't seen my friend for 6 years. So I came home for a week, started coke, was out of it. I remember they gave me a police car at the Hertz rental. They gave me like an old, they rented me a car, but it was a detective car. And I still remember going to the Bronx and people like, nah, me.
Yeah, right. That Crown Vic car.
Yeah, it was a Crown Vic. So I remember going back home just feeling empty, like street, you know. Yeah, I get on stage here and there, but all these guys talk about the road, and you hear Bob Seger talking about the road, and Bon Jovi talking about the road. Something just wasn't right. So I kept living my life. I kept masturbating. I kept selling cars, and then there was this Nissan truck that opened up. Somebody told me they had a Nissan truck for sale. But I already had like 2 cars tied up. I already had like $8,000 tied up in 2 cars. And I had like $4,000 laying around upstairs. But I was still $3,000 light. So I ran there when I was at the University of Colorado with Pell Grants and fucking scholarships and shit. I knew, I got every fucking Latino scholarship that was ever made. Bon Jovi, everybody sent me $500. So I said, how can I come up? It was like a fucking scam. So I went to the University of Colorado. I went downstairs, and they had like a loan office. And I went in there and I said, listen, I got some credits I owe you. I want to go back. And they go, well, it's too late to get a Pell Grant. It was right there, September, right there. Sign up for fall semester. So I said, let me just get a loan. And they said, fine. And they gave me a loan. I signed up for the classes. Once I got the loan, I bought the car. They gave me a loan for $26.25. The standard loan. I bought the car and I sold it the next day for a $2,000 profit. So I just went back and paid off the loan. Okay. They were like, what the fuck is this? And I did it again. And I never paid it back. And my wife now made me pay it back.
She did it for real?
Yeah, I took another loan out.
How much?
So let's work on $26.25.
Paid it all back?
I was just thinking. I had no choice. It was fucking.
They'll never stop.
Those motherfuckers come back at you. They just take a judgment on you. I didn't want a judgment, so I just paid it off. So I took this loan and I paid it off 3 days later. And I withdrew from the school. Okay. I paid my bills and I never thought nothing of it. This is the beginning of September. I never thought anything of it again. I'm struggling. I'm struggling as a human being, like with this comedy, and being a dad, and being a roofer, struggling with all this. And one day I get home at 5 o'clock, and my ex-wife is in the kitchen. And when I turn around, she goes, "You have it." It was October 15th of 1991, and she holds up the loan. He goes, "What is this?" She goes, "I just got this in the mail, but it's a receipt. You took the loan out without letting me know." I'm like, at that point in my life, I was doing $1,000 and that loan nigga. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know how to ask permission for my business. I didn't know. So she's like, I feel like that's lying, and I want to get separated.
Yo, how are you?
Just a rush came over. Somebody didn't give me the biggest favor of my fucking life.
How are you?
I get home with my daughter. I was 18 months old. She told me she was in the movie with her. Just to see how she felt, and we revisit the new ones. And Ryan, I almost fainted. Really? I almost fainted. Because it was like somebody had done something I talked about it on my podcast this week that like 2 months, 3 months before we broke up, we were at dinner one night, and she said to me, she goes, I don't understand if you understand what you did. She goes, you took a man, handcuffed, and put him in the back of the fucking trunk. You know what type of person does that? And she was right. Right. I was out of control. I was totally out of control. I didn't see it at that time. I was chucking and jiving, but I think it took her like 3 years for her to sink in what I had really done, and who she had married, she had made a mistake, I actually took a guy I had no problem with. That was just another day in a life, Joe. I got that in my life at 11-year-old. You just put somebody in the back of the trunk of the car was bad. You missed my ass. You missed my ass. But I think that, she thought about her kid. She looked at her kid and said, what kind of man am I? Who's going to raise my child? I was a different person then. That's why I take the different lives Joey Diaz, and she left. But it was so weird that night. I went in the paper and I saw that the brokers bar in Boulder, they were 4 bars. They had restaurants. The broker was a restaurant. But in Boulder was more of a pickup bar. On Wednesday night, they had like a professional night. And people went there on Tuesday nights. They actually had comedy night. It was a steak night. $15. You got a steak, a salad, and you got to see a fucking meat. And they were running that broker joke. Bex has a beer, Bex, yeah. In the 90s, a lot of people don't understand when there was no Netflix, there was nothing like that. The exposure you got was from doing contests. There were certain contests you did. Johnny Walker had a contest. There were more national contests. HBO had a contest. Everybody had contests. FBC had a contest. I was going on FBC contest, signing up, waiting. I had never been on stage before, and like 2 people before me, I just left. Just fucking left. Because some guys probably have a comedy club jacket. I'm like, these guys are pros. I'm not going on stage. I'm just going to go there and fine. I still remember going into a audition with Charlie Hill. Charlie Hill was at the University of Baltimore. And they were looking for local comics to come in. And I had to walk through a room with like 3 students there and do my fucking stupid jokes. I had 3 guys that looked at me like, what are you doing? You're the worst thing in the university. But it was so weird. I went down to the program that became part of this contest that started like September, but they were having like prelim rounds. October, November, with the finals being December 18, 1991. The winner got $500. And I just invited my friends from both. And I went to the contest, and I kept living every week the rounds. I kept coming in first. It was like every other week I had to go down there. And I could hang out and watch the comics. I was going to the comedy works at the time and doing 3 minutes down there. And I was doing there was no about comedy.
But that's where your comedy career was born in Denver.
Yes, started in Denver. And then December 18th, 1991, what I was doing was I was selling valiums at the time. Right, this rhythm. So all these coke guys would tell me, hey, we want to buy valiums. And I would go, oh, at the program. In those days, when I was normally stopping the audience with my friends, they didn't know that I had to pay to sit. They would get there and go, "We're here to see Joey." And the guy would go, "You got to sit down and pay." So I would have like 20 people there. But they weren't there to see it. They were to buy drums. I was just out for that. Meet me at the fucking grocery store selling drugs. So I was stopping every time I did a concert. Like, let's say you call me on Sunday and you want $1 for the week. I would hold you up till Tuesday. And then they come to my show. They come to my show. So I would have 30 people in there. The night of the contest, there was maybe 118 people in there, and I had 90 people in there. I couldn't lose. I couldn't lose even if I wanted, because they based it off of the applause. Okay. So I won the brokerage of the, I won the 500, but the house MC was a magician. He was always drunk. He was the worst magician in the world. So I caught the owner of the restaurant. He hosts on Tuesday night. Everybody magician. I go, "Look how many of my friends." Everybody magician. He was called a magician. Yeah. You know, he hosted all of the events that they did. Like they did like movie night on Sunday night. He just came with the old white. Yeah, he came with the old. Yeah, he was an old white guy. He was out of it. So I actually went to this guy and asked him, I said, "Because I host here, look at the amount of people I bring every week. Every time I perform, I got 90 cold feet in here. Fucking drinking. Sure, they calculated. I was telling tickets even before I was known. Tell people who I was. I was packing the club because I would tell them, "Come down, I'll have your drugs for you down there." So they paid me the fucking house MC. January, the first week of January of 1992, I already had a job as a comic. I was getting $50 a show. So that's 200 a month. And bitch, in my world, that's a fucking start. Yeah. 200 a month was all you could eat, all you could drink. And that's how I started fucking comedy right there. That's how I got into it. A lot of people don't know that. I didn't know that. I won the bridge over there. I don't know why I felt like that early days from Seattle. No, Seattle came in 95. So this is no 90. This is 91 going to 92. 92 was fantastic. I was an open micer. I had my own night on Tuesday nights at the program. I was single. Had every credit card imaginable. I had never used a credit card in my life. I didn't believe it. But now I was single. I could do whatever the fuck I wanted to. And I was just doing comedy using credit cards. That's it. Jan, you got a girlfriend in 92. Got a girlfriend who caused a lot of problems. And that's when the problem started with my ex, because me and my ex from November to like January, everything was great. And then she told me she moved in with a guy, my kid. So like, you know, we didn't have to date nobody because we're Catholics. There's divorces finalized, and here you want to move the guy in with you. So I started getting, yeah, what the fuck? This is all planned. This is all planned. So this is what happens when you're a loser and you can't provide as a man. You know, I wasn't a family guy at all. I was, you know, I wanted to do comedy, but that's the transition into my comedy career. That's how I transitioned. It took me 16 months. I was fucking petrified. I didn't think I was good enough to do it. And I knew that if I failed, that was it. There was nothing else. It wasn't going to be a puppeteer. What was I going to do with my life? There was something else. I had already been a salesman. I worked, I had done everything. This was it. When I got into comedy knowing that this was it. There was no other options. I was too old for the army. I was too young. I was a felon. All my possibilities were cut down. So at that point, I didn't know what I was really involved in. I was just getting on stage every week. I was reading the Jewish article. Those days, they used to be in the comedy newspaper that came out of San Francisco. They just hit different comics and told you what was going on. And I just remember reading that every week. I would go and get it. Like, I was doing the comedy works or something. I'd pick up a copy of it. You know, I had all those newspapers saved. And I would sit in the back. I had a club thing of all the clubs in the country. One night it was, and I would fucking circle all those things, describe, fucking say one night I'm gonna play the punchline and see San Francisco. Once I'm gonna be up in Seattle, at the Underground. I like their logo. It was kind of weird, but I like Seattle Comedy Underground logo. So I kept thinking to myself, I'm gonna be in fucking Seattle someday, but I had no idea what I was doing. I was just getting on stage in the road, and I kept doing that until I got fired. I got fired in December of '93. By that time, I had lost everything. I was just, when you become a comic, you don't want to fucking damn job. I was hustling. I was selling neon. I was selling Valiants. I was dabbing some coke. It was just basically to stay alive. Pay child support and do fucking comedy. But at that age, I read the book by Lenny Bruce, Ladies and Gentlemen. Lenny Bruce, and it was just about doing drugs and going out every night. And that's exactly what I did. That's what I wanted to do. It was about getting high, getting on stage. And in those days, there wasn't a lot of comedy. I was doing poetry readings. What? I was doing it at a sneak in as a poet. So I was putting like a little hat with an apple on top, and then walking into a coffee shop and saying, "Hi, man." I was doing the video of that shit. Oh my God. The famous coffee shop was called Penny Lane in Boulder. Penny Lane. And I would go to Penny Lane. It was open 24 hours. Coffee shop, couches, books, that type of stuff. A bunch of intellectuals, And I would go in there for the 8 o'clock poetry reading, and they would throw me out of it. Stop, you can't talk like that in here. I'd be talking about Godzilla, killing Chinese people and shit on stage. And I'm like, you can't do that. But there was one manager who worked the midnight shift at 8 in the morning. And her boy was in the halfway house with me. So she's me there one night. She's like, we do poetry reading at midnight. From midnight to about 3 every morning. I'm like, are you fucking serious? And she goes, come night. Come down. You're always welcome. Just wait till midnight and do the poetry readings. And again, they would I'd have to follow a guy like that was up there. I ran. And then I go up there. What the fuck did he talking about? Hitler and shit. Oh, God. That's the kind of, I tell you, the one thing I do miss as a comic right now about live shows is sitting in the back and watching, everybody else go up and do their thing. I miss it. It's one of my favorite things. Just sit back in the cut and watch people get up there and rip it up and die laugh and try and do shit, all of it, man. That's great. That's so funny. I was separated. I was heartbroken over my kid. I was kind of heartbroken over the divorce. But the fucking comedy just filled the gaps. I couldn't explain it to people. 20-something years later, it made me get over everything. Like just the fact that I was doing comedy, I was part of it, you know. And like I said, the first year, I pretty much stayed out of the comedy world because the Boulder show was the same night as the comedy world open mic. So I was off the radar. There was one kid that was named Jimmy and Baby, and there was a guy named, I always give this guy props because John Payton, something Payton, Andy Payton. Andy Payton was his name. He really, Andy Payton was a comic with a mind of games. He's a mayor of a town now in Colorado. But Andy got sick and tired and I got booked by clubs. There was 3 clubs at that time. And they were, you know, a lot of crazy people there. So Andy would book his own 7 nights a week. He had a room. And he created the comedy newspaper. And he put ads to those rooms that he would do the comedy at. It was a brilliant concept. Comedy hustlers at the time. These guys, Jimmy and Bain and Andy Bain, were just fucking hustlers. They would walk into any bar and go, what do you do here on Tuesday nights? Nothing. What kind of budget do you have to work with? 150 bucks to do a comedy show. I had money gets 100. Everybody else gets to go on stage. And he pays home 50 bucks and everybody's happy. You know, so I gave you that mentality. There was no comedy clubs. It was McElvey's, Wits End, and the Comedy Works. And they would give you, they weren't giving me no gas tax, nothing. I was just fighting for my fucking life. But I was doing a lot of drugs. I was fucking out every night. You know, I had a girlfriend after a while. And she moved away. And I was single again. And I just went off the deep end. And then, in December, because that broker, that comedy act, I just took it up. I had a hotel there. I would get 3 rooms. I would go in there and eat lunch for free. You know, I just took them at the best Rice Krispie treats you ever had in your life. They had it for lunch. That doesn't sound good. The fucking away. So I would go in there every day and eat. I was just causing pandemonium in that place. And finally, on a Tuesday night in December, the manager said something to me. And I looked straight in the face. I'm like, do me a favor. Go fuck yourself. And he was like, what you say? And it was like, before you got to the bar, there was a lounge that had a lot of books. But you sit there and get a brandy and just read a book if you want. And we'll fuck those to a bar and read a book. But yeah, we all read for fucking $10. So I looked at him and he fucking knocked up in the books. And I got fired. I did 14 big months. It was my first comedy job. So I was making money. Day 1 comedy. I pushed him. I was barely at that time. You know, I was living at my friend's house, room. I was paying child support, attorney fees, and just starting to go through. And then Christmas, I did New Year's. I told him my car, I fucked up the rib. It was one of those cars, the rib was $1,200. So I had to go to the lot. I'm not going to say the lot, because people know. I had to go to the lot, and it was with the dead of January. I had to go to the lot, jack up a car, steal tires, replace my rib. You know, just living like a nomad. I remember going home one Saturday. I bought that. I didn't buy a new car. A slightly used car. You know, after you get divorced, you buy a hot rod. no, I got to do a lot of code. And I found that, this added credit card. You get a credit card, they said, place. Yeah. I had like 3 Discover checks. And I just wrote a check for $1,000 in cash. And Discover card was closed. But Discover card was taken from me, right? I gave Lydia, I guess she cashed. They gave me $1,000 Monday morning, I know one day phone. And they said, if we don't put it by 5 o'clock, we're going to press charges on you. I didn't have fucking money. I had to spend my money in an hour. So I went down to the bank and cut a deal with them to add on to the car principal. And I didn't make the car payment 3 fucking months. And that was like, the tow truck was following. And you see the following, and they got a high-tech car, like grandpa with fucking trees. When you think of all this shit, you're like, fuck, I think it's why you stick out that there's no money. Like, there was no money back then. I was just doing comedy. I loved it. I was getting on stage every night. I finally had a call. My wife just recently, about 2 months ago, I got here. Called him. I told him what my tuition was. I told him I couldn't make rent. That I was losing the water pay with the kid. And he sent me a plane ticket back to Jersey. He was come back. So I came back whatever that date was. Back to Jersey. But before I left, I went to the Valley of God. And I brought them like 10,000 Valiums. I told them I'd be back on an hour. I brought the Valiums back here with me to start my comedy career up here as finance. So that's where we'll leave off. January of 93. I'll write it down. January 1993 is where we pick up. I love you, brother. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for having me, brother. Always a pleasure to see you. I miss you from my heart. I miss you. I'm not mad at English. I told my wife. And I'm not mad. A lot of great things happened to me in LA. And I got to meet a lot of great people. And you're one of them. So thank you. I'm happy we can continue the saga. We'll keep it going, whatever you're well. Really go wrong. Yeah, we'll wrap it. Next time we do this, I'll cover the fucking the story. It's more exact. The story. I got the FBI upstairs. I love you, brother. As always, yeah, say plug. November 25th, Ozzy's Boneyard. 12 o'clock Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. And then every day after that for the 30th, the Boneyard plays. Hopefully they'll keep me. They'll let me do one show a week. And I can do my heavy metal stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know it, brother. That's great. Good for you. Well, I love
That's what I'm trying to do. I love you, brother. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me on the Honeydew. Shout out to all you Patreon motherfuckers. I love you. And that's it.
All right, as always, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. We'll talk to you all next week. later. Let's get into the news.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in the Nightman Studios. I am Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all your social medias. I want to say thank you to you guys. Seriously, this community continues to grow. I absolutely love my job and the show and the stories that people are bringing here. The fact that you can laugh at your trauma, be that strong about it, be that open about it, be that vulnerable about it. I fucking love it. Thank you for the messages, all that stuff. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you're wanting more of it, man, hit up the Patreon. That community is growing as well. It's called The Honeydew with Y'all, where I highlight the lowlights with y'all. It's $5 a month. If you sign up for a year, you're getting over a month of free episodes. All right? If you or someone you know has that story needs to be heard, submit it to honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. Hopefully, we'll get to do a story with you. All right? Now, I want to talk to you about something real quick that I'm very proud of. You know, I record here at the Santa Monica Music Center, and working on with a nonprofit here with Lana called Outreach to the Arts, AUTA, which is at-risk youth, like myself and the guest you're about to see were when we were kids. If we had a program like this, we'd have been so much further ahead in life, I will tell you that. But we're teaching these kids how to podcast, how to live switch, how to work with cameras, graphics, editing, the whole thing. Ash is over there helping them. They're watching him, they're learning, and they're super stoked about it. We're going to start a podcast with these kids and get back. So very excited about it. Keep an eye out for that. I'll be feeding you some of that stuff. Probably meeting the kids I'm going to have on the Patreon. They're really good kids, 18 years old, with stories already that are insane. So that's the biz. We're highlighting the lowlights over here. These are the stories behind the storytellers, and there's only one storyteller like this guy. He is back, y'all. The saga continues. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. I'm just so stoked to talk to you. I miss you so much.
There were those programs when I was growing up, which is Rocky. So I dropped the science department. They had all these speed scales, and they knew it was us. They came up, and they're like, just give us like 8 bags.
Give us 8 of them. They negotiated with you.
We took all the frogs.
Yeah, we're not
like 300 frogs. Well, once they got dissect the frog.
I forgot who I was talking to for a second. What did you take from them?
Everything that was in that thing, from sneakers to jackets to hoodies.
Yo, what's up?
To school or what?
I'm up. Come to my Discord,
They
dog.
came to your house?
And they're like,
It's Discord me/Rabbi DBI. Discord.me. No, I can't. It's also in my profile. How about you figure this shit out?
I believe you. I believe you. True. You can't even sell those. Please, before we get into the continuing story here of your life, plug, promote everything you want.
I like Vinny's, the whole month of March down the shore. Vinny's, under Vinny's Comedy Club.
Discord.me/Rabbi.
8 o'clock, $20, working out with Uncle Joey. BYOB. BYOG news. It's legal to bring grass now.
Yeah, that's right. It is. So you can actually, they'll let you smoke at the venue, not inside, but outside. No.
Outside,
Very good. Your Patreon.
Doing well. I love it. Really got me out of the funk. If it wasn't for Patreon, I still would have been in the funk. Talking to those people every day, answering messages. You know, I had it July, August, September, and it really gave me a lot of confidence. Like to start at that level. Just shoot little videos.
Can you just type it up? Can't you just listen to what the fuck I'm saying?
Yeah, I do an hour. I do an hour once a week, and they're great, man. They're the diehards. So how much is yours a month, Joey?
3, 5, and 10.
3, 5, and 10, and it's
No more merchandise. Right. Shit gets lost. People don't get the t-shirts. It's just pain in the ass. It's just content. And like you and like Jimmy, I'm doing the same with my Patreon money. I'm helping out the comics, a couple retired cops. I use cops to give me rides. And they're retired. Shit like that. I know a restaurant thing before me. Now I'm donating the others for help out a few people. I pay Mike,
yeah. But you're doing it twice a week, and 20-minute episodes twice a week.
Yeah,
That's great.
it's more music based, shit like that.
Well, make sure you subscribe to that. What you're referring to. So, John Minadakis and Jimmy's Famous Seafood in Baltimore took a page out of Portnoy's book and did what Dave did in Baltimore, raised money for local restaurants and stuff. Because they shut the city down, but they didn't shut the county down. That bullshit. So he raised over $500,000. And today I get to make a call to a bar I used to go to back in the day called Hail Mary's to let them know that they're about to receive some money to help save their business. So I'm stoked on doing that. I love everybody out there helping. Who you gonna rely on? It you ain't relying on the government. You're relying on the people, man. The people.
I told them in the beginning, I go, listen, guys, I know they're gonna promise you unemployment. Who knows how many people are gonna call? Go get a job for now. Go stock shelves until this clears up. And sure enough, people in Jersey are hurting unemployment. I had to help a few of my buddies out last month and this month because it's just a nightmare what's going on.
My buddy James took a job at Costco. He's like, look, I'm out of work. I need to get a job. He took a job he's a dad down there, and I said, hey, good for you, man. Good for you.
You can't eat pride.
That's right, brother. Pride don't fill your belly. All right, so let's get back into it here. We're talking January 1993 is where we left off. I believe you're leaving Colorado.
I'm leaving Colorado. I'm beat up emotionally. I'm beat up mentally. Physically I wasn't beat up, but just emotionally and mentally for the first time. For the first time in 10 years, I was done again. I had just gone through a big chunk of life. A lot had happened that I was ready to move on.
And Joey, sorry, just as a reset, how old were you in January of 93?
Whatever, divide and take away 58 from 93. I'll have my calculator.
What year were you born?
I'm 30 years old.
You're very young. You're still young.
You're 21 and I got nothing going on. I got confidence in my belt. I'm not featuring yet.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
At that point, a year and a half.
I didn't start. I dabbled at 20, but I didn't do it again until I was 27 when I really got into it.
I was doing it. I was friends with stand-up already, that type of shit. And then I got fired from the program before I worked as a house MC. And I just really wanted to dump this girl I was dating to New York. And I was making money selling valleys. That's how I made a living. Selling and eating valleys. When you're a valley salesman, depression is definitely going to be in your life.
I was going to say,
So,
valley of salesman.
valley salesman.
Well, like you sold it with a fucking suit and tie on it.
Like September of 92, January 93, I made a living.
What kind of living are you? Is that the only thing you have to do to get by? That's it? Sell value?
500, 600 a week.
Okay.
That was one of my many hustles. So flipping Chinese food, like flipping coke, but flipping Chinese food as a cover.
Wait, all right, so wait, great. If I want to buy Coke from you when I order Chinese food, do I ask for a special something? Be like, is there a duck sauce on the side? Or
I got the job then. I told people, if you need Coke, call me. So they would call the Chinese restaurant. And one day the Chinese came up to me like, no, calling. You get more calls than we get. So I had to tell the people, listen, when you call the fucking Coke, you better order an egg roll. Yeah. So I had an excuse to go to your house.
Wait, they were just calling asking for you to come over without making any orders?
What the fuck? You get more than that. So I told people, you gotta order a pint of fried rice. And I'll put it in the bottom. I'll put it in a baggie in the bottom. So even if I get arrested, I can blame on the Chinese guy. Oh, I had a download fucking science. I had a download fucking science, right? I'll do whatever I can. If you want to fight Coke for balance, you know what I mean? And I was working, I would actually make you come down to the venue with the broker. I would just tell you, come to the broker. And you go, why am I meeting you at the broker? I go, because I got to meet my coffee right there. You don't want, you go, right? You go, yeah, you meet me at the broker. I'll give it to you at the broker. Oh, you were going to be for a ticket to come to the comedy show. So
Okay, all right. So you gotta buy. You gotta buy my new stick.
I'm on the stage doing it. Come on, wait. Just pay the $5 at the door. And the people are paying, and I take care of them afterwards. And they go, what about the $10 I paid at the door? And I make up some story, give them an extra bill. I think it was paying like a quarter of a bill. I was selling like $3.
Damn.
So it was like high profit. I was getting paid $300-$400 a week. You know, so I found myself just broken. I was broken about how my divorce was going. I was broken about the only thing that was good in my life was conflict. That was the only good thing in my life.
But you're taking those values, so you're bringing yourself down medically too. So
I'm partying.
yeah. But is Valium fun to party on? Doesn't that just want? Isn't it like a drink?
I'm smoking cold. I'm drinking beer. I'm getting my big stuff. Yeah. I'm not just sitting there with Bill watching TV like a fucking asshole. You know. I'm doing coke and then I'm eating the Valium and throw off the fucking coke taking the heart out. So I had a little Asian girlfriend at the time. We had a little bad. And I just wasn't going nowhere. It just was a dead light. So I fucking called a friend of mine, his wife answered, and I told her what was going on in my life. And she sent me a plane ticket to come home. I went, I got like $1,000 because I knew I could get rid of the beer. And I fucking just came here like Sunday, 1983. And I sold some jobs selling cars. And I started doing comedy around the city of New York Comedy Club and stuff like that.
So you left Colorado to go to New York or back to Jersey?
I went to Jersey.
And then you would do comedy at night.
In New York City, I was selling cars, you know, and then finally she had a baby. I was staying, she was pregnant, and they had a baby, so I had to find a place to stay. So my buddy had to go to rehab. So his mother let me stay at his house when he was in rehab with the deal that he got out of rehab. I was going to take care of him. up to them. Like I was at that level. So I was going into like Lucian's Club, stuff like that. Watch. And then at night, I would go to open mic and start at 11. And went from 11 to 4. Damn, 4 in the morning. Line up and went to 11. And you already know. Oh, yeah. It was like that spot. It was called the old AAA. So I would sign up and I'd drive a limo. And I would go to Kennedy, the last Asian, because Japanese fly in late about 1. I'd pick them up, drive, drop them off, and go to your AAA. And my spot would be ready. It'd be like 2:30 in the morning. I'd be like, oh, wait, my spot. I would being on stage, being a chick with a hand job. Like that's the type of place you know. So
I've always wanted to do stand up like at one of those old Blues Brothers places where they put the cage fence up and people can throw shit. I've always wanted to do that.
This was a place.
Without pain, it sounds like. Let me ask you this question real quick. You're going through what you're going through. You're in a dark place. What is that 6 minutes doing for you? When you're getting on stage and at least getting to fucking tell these jokes, does that 6 minutes help you more than any drug?
Yeah.
I want to keep going back, right?
I was really at an all-time low. The only thing that was keeping me alive was my day job. You know, I like my day job. I got a job working for a dear friend of mine who owned a sandwich place. They wanted to start a delivery business. So I would go to all the businesses in the area, take their phone number, and I would fax them the menu for the day. And I tripled his delivery business. So I would work from 10:30 to 1, 2 o'clock. I make about 800 a week then. And then I need to drive the afternoon, 4 o'clock, 12. And it's my thing. I was also going into the city drug with people that like going to New York City if I could. So I charge you a fee. So grams of coke for $35, I charge you $45. You know?
So you pick up and deliver?
Yeah, I pick up. I walk over the bridge in those days.
Really?
I used to walk over the joint. Yeah, because the joint
was on the bridge. You can walk over there back then. Can you still now? Walk that bridge?
Yeah.
Oh, you can.
I don't know if I'm in the shape to do it now because it'll be a long walk.
Yeah.
But back in 93, I used to do it back and forth, you know, an hour and a half. Cop, stop, people moving on the other side. So my roommate had gotten out of rehab. And he's my best friend. We're still best friends. We talk every day. His daughter works on Patreon.
Oh, nice. All right.
He went to rehab. So it was me, him, and his mother living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Vincent Park, New Jersey. So when he got out of rehab, he was hooked on heroin. So it was like a joint family. He has a great family. So his grandmother, his mother, his sister, and his aunt was like his support system and me, you know. But it was me and his grandmother who lived there with him, right? So he have a job, he's on disability. They got him a job in the city, like in daytime. He got paid like tips, like once a week. And he'd go buy heroin with him.
I love that heroin dealer. There's an asshole heroin dealer taking Bitcoin and shit today. You know that guy now.
So George would sit there at night, we'd be watching TV, and he couldn't wait for his grandmother to go to bed. That was our whole goal. You know, like if I walked in at 12 and grandma was awake, George's face would be red because he was dying to shoot, but he couldn't because his grandmother was awake. So like time it perfectly. You know, I let it burn it, let it put the fucking thing on, and then I shoot spitballs out. Do it. Wait, you know, your head the machine. She would sit there with the cat, you know, these spitballs would be in the back, and she'd be looking up at the ceiling, and she thought the stuff was going on. And she'd go, what the hell? And she'd get up, and she'd go looking for her grandson, Georgie Wyatt. And I'd be in the room laying there, like making believe I was dead. And she'd come in and she'd go, Georgie, and I go, Grandma, and she goes, where's Georgie? I go, I don't know. And she knew that she would have that. She was
Yo, what up, Lucas? Lucas, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Lucas, how old are you? How old are you? How old? Man.
He's all tied off. Trying to get a beat. He's over there looking like Marilyn Manson, all tied up. So the other one, you know, they're families and art collectors. They're art collectors. And they had this big guy in the hallway. And again, there was some nights that Grandma would go to bed. I would lay down with George first. He would get off, picking on Grandma. He would go to bed bullets. And he knew if he went to bed, Grandma would go to bed. He wouldn't have to worry about it. So again, I didn't go to bed. Grandma go to bed, and then I go to bed. And sure enough, George would get up. Put up time to put that on and tie up his arm, and then I'd walk out to the hallway with a hammer. And I didn't go. I know those gongs. I've hit one of those before. That fucking thing, it made my daughter cry. They're loud as shit. I hit the gong, and again, she'd come out. What, George? I don't know. And she'd run into the bathroom. George, she'd open up. She'd bang on the door, the whole fucking thing. I'll never forget. It was like I was physically a mess, but my house was fucking hilarious. He used to sit on the couch. Look at that. Behind the couch. And I remember one day Grandma caught him, and she moved the couch, and it was just a mountain of action. Like you know the action. It has to be. A mountain. Yeah. Like there was ashes on top of cigarettes. He was just throwing cigarettes back then, and ashes. It was just a fucking. It was a horror show. I had to be in the city. Some days I had free rides to New York because my friend's father was a bus driver, so I had to learn the schedule. And he would let you get on for free. Yeah, that's nice. His son is dead now, so like that. And it was just my education at the time. It was those 9 months in New York. Like, it was a lot of fun. I did a couple crimes. What kind I can't talk about? All right. Okay. All right. like ripping off drug dealers. Yeah, I had a friend that was still into it. Let me ask you this. All the crimes that you've committed in your life, from kidnapping to dealing to whatever, what was the one that was most nerve-wracking? Would it be the kidnapping, or would it be knocking off a dealer? Because I feel like knocking off a dealer is dangerous. Knocking off a dealer. Actually, I was doing with my buddy. I got EEA badges. like 2 or 3 times, and I was like, I'm out there.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't that just fucking, are you always looking over your shoulder then?
I'm a fucking comedian. I'm done.
Yeah.
And then, like, August 19th grade, I was like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I had to go on the back and forth there, you know, this comedy thing. I just came a little behind. I looked into the mouth of the tiger. This requires a lot of work. It's going to be a lot. I can stay here and work really hard. Or go to Colorado because my daughter has work and do better work. Like, I don't have to bring them shows. I can people book shows and bars like that. And it was crazy. I got I quit the job at the deli. I did the summer, and I got a job selling Nissan, Lincoln, or something like that. In Englewood. One day, this girl came in, guy, fucking beautiful, Puerto Rican, just well, and this kid just, you know, as I saw him, the car was a drug handler. He's like studying me like a half a bag.
Funny to me.
You know, and I called her 2 days later to see how the car was going. As a salesman, you always have to call and see how the car is going. Is there anything else I can do for you? Conversation. You know, when she goes, I want to come see you stand up. I saw. And she came by herself. And I go, where's your boyfriend? She didn't want me, and we broke up. After 3 years, we decided it was time. So I started dating him under the lie that I was committed so long.
Oh, yeah, she's a drug counselor.
Yeah, she was a drug counselor. But the car she wanted me, she was buying because she wanted to drive to Colorado.
No, all right.
She got off for Denver. So I said, listen, you still going to Denver? She goes, yeah. I go, I'll make it right. It was like perfect. You know, like she came in, bought the car, and a month later, we had to make a move. You know, she's like, I think I'm leaving like mid-October or something like that. And I'll never forget that. I had no money for it. Like, I had nothing. My money went to an attorney, child support, and my drug tax. I think I paid George's mom like $50 a week to live there in the bedroom, you know. That was it. Well, everything else went to my nose, an attorney bill, and child support. So I had to rob one more drug dealer
Before you split.
Yeah, and that one was really scary.
Why? Yeah. What can you say about it? Like when you're robbing them, are they there? You hitting their stash when they're not there? Or you like, how's it going down?
They're there.
They're there.
They're there.
And do they know who you are or are you covered?
No,
They don't know.
No, I don't know them. I don't know what their patterns are. I don't know, you know. So that's scary.
Yeah,
So I needed money. I needed quick cash. And I remember we busted in there. It was the weirdest thing because this is how weird life is. I would work, if I didn't work in the deli, if I worked in the deli, I would meet a certain kid and he would take his car. He would rent like a car that resembled the cop car and he would park 3 or 4 blocks from their stash house. And he would want to definitely see him. Because in their mind, we wanted them to think we were cops. So when you come in and you're cops, what are you just going to say? Just take everything. Go to records. So we would go into guys and being cops, you know, like, you know, this one time it wasn't good. The one guy was like, you're not a cop, blah, blah.
Really? You called it out?
And I was like, that's it. I'm not doing this again. We had to run a little bit. Run like a rocket, dude.
You ever get shot at or anything like that?
No. But then, like that money took like 30% well of what I owed. Like I still wasn't right. I still didn't have enough money to move. You know, I was fucking broke. I was living hand to mouth. And he called me up again. He goes, I got a new line of the guy. So this guy we followed. And we followed him for about 4 days. And do you know this was the easiest money I ever made? We're following him up the Henry Park Expressway, going by 100th Street, 110th Street. And there's like a pull-off section. He just pulled off and ran away from the car.
Obviously thought you guys were cops following him. That is easy to shit.
We drove around.
I'd take the car too. I'd take it all at that point.
We opened up the trunk. He was right there in the trunk. Walked out. We took it. And that's how I made the money. And then I put a bet in. Philadelphia was playing the Jets, I think, in Jersey. Randall Cunningham got hurt. And I covered the bet. Like the bet won. I won like another $8,000 or something. Like I already had money and I put this huge bet in. And the deal was, if I won, I would collect. If I lose, I was going to Colorado anyway.
Right.
And I ended up winning. So that gave me more money to take to Colorado. So I think I left Colorado maybe like a week before Halloween.
Now, I've done that drive from Maryland, so if you're on a cross-country trip with a drug case.
Well, with her, I had weed, joints rolled, you know, with Banaka, you know, the whole fucking vitamin and stuff. I would smoke in the morning while she was taking a shower, hotel room, and go for a walk and air out and shit like that. And we got to Denver. You know, I got to see my daughter. We got an apartment, like in Aurora, a suburb of Denver. She started a job. I think I laughed that day. And she called me.
She did.
Yeah. And she goes, I had a feeling you smell like marijuana 10 days ago. Why didn't you just tell me the truth? All this shit. I don't know. It was just so fucking hot, you know. She didn't know where she said she could have a job. She could lose a job, you know. So I ended up with my cousin of mine. Which is fucking nuts, you know. He wasn't a cousin, but we had grown up together. And I had taken him out. He got me a job. I worked with him like a month selling cars. And then the weirdest thing, a girl came in. Now I'm looking at my daughter. I'm seeing my daughter now. The whole thing, but this girl came into my life. Really pretty. I knew her for years. For husband. I knew everybody. All of a sudden, I get that time her and I broke up. And she had just got off the rails. She was fucking doing Florida, the whole fucking thing. So me and her got a hotel room. We got together for about a month. And we were just like cocaine partners. We slept together a few times, stuff like that. But no friends and anything. And one day, I was a great guy. He put his hand out. He goes, he's like, the old stuff. And he goes, listen, man, I really didn't try to get with my wife. Would you mind? Would you just give us if you left her alone? He didn't threaten me or anything. This guy could probably beat me up because he was a man, you know. He goes, you can do what you want. You can help me. I have a child with her. And if I can I'm fucking, I'm selling cars, I'm selling neon. At the time, I was doing whatever I could to make
like those lights and shit that used to be on out here.
open signs and all that shit.
Oh, okay.
Like that. And I was just doing comedy. Comedy was my life. Comedy was my fucking life, you know. So, goes out here.
Can we keep this in?
Yeah, you can.
It's a whole different kind of sit down right here, brother. It's a whole different kind of sit down.
When you have, you know, paper off the paper. So I got 8 weeks other pills. That's nice to your stomach. I drink probiotic drinks a day. You know, but I take this pill. That's a pharmaceutical really bring things up in your asshole. If you got a shit, Jack. There ain't no time out. There ain't no love in the comments about it. We started doing a podcast, and I had this shit. And I had to come in here with the camera and everything, just like nothing happened. There was audio on the Patreon. You can bring everything. The people put comments, we made too much.
Dude, I've been there where I go to fart and I feel, I'm like, no, I'm talking to myself, like, no, I don't have the outfit for this.
It's horrible. It's horrible to have to fucking take a shit in the middle of this whole surgery. I had to pick up a lot of people podcasts. Sometimes while I was doing a podcast, I picked my little thing up and pee in the bottom and have a stocking taking all the fluids out of my leg. So I got to pee every 15 fucking minutes.
Oh, man. Tremendous is right.
This is a real podcast.
Hard.
All these bags, studio, the lighting is right. It's a fucking yourself. Bunch of those guys, they complain about the lighting. Like, with the sound, you know, it's not good. How's the sound? Something big on the street. How's that sound? You fucking sack of shit. Anyway, sorry about that. This is tremendous shit. It's nice and smooth. Good. As you can see, there's no pressure. There's no faces. No red face. You look at that. God, nice and smooth. That's his medication. It's not even a stool sore. It's a mystery.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I know those fucking those pills are clog you all up. So this cleans you out. There's no. It's right. What it's now, right now.
It's now. I hear no holds on. I gotta wait. I gotta do 2 things. Then I got some Manscaped cologne right here. On my ass right up there. Okay. Go right there. The muscle. You know what I mean? I don't like my toilet paper on the thing. I gotta do it fucking right here. And that's it. That's how we do it. Call a timeout.
Oh my God. I'm ready. So what are we? January '94, pretty much now.
January 94.
Here's the beautiful thing: you're not even remotely close to the first person I've ever talked taking a shit, but definitely the first time I ever talked to my podcast. Unless I didn't know. Unless they had a bucket on your.
Oh my God. surgery, I went to plug your tank in that salty water. That fucking salt got that heck gross.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Oh my
I didn't
God.
even think about that.
I had to run out that fucking thing. I had to bend over from the shower and spread my cheeks like a gay guy.
Oh my God. All right, so January 94.
Oh my God, people, the camera was right.
Wait, you're gonna stand up to pee now?
Yeah, I would pee down like a fucking.
Hold on a minute. You're already sitting there. Why would you stand up to pee when you're already sitting?
Because I like look like in the toilet. I don't know what.
Wait, you just took a shit and you're standing up to pee. I want to know if anybody out there does that. You already did all the work. You sit there, man. You just piss it out.
Yeah. So one way I just put my dick in the toilet and dirty. Other piss, other dicks in it. Now, you do a little manscaping where you do that thing.
Yeah, clean up a little bit. Unbelievable.
Those are pubic hairs on there.
Oh man.
This is Manscaped's new cologne. Goodbye. I spray some for the shit, man. Take care. Take care.
Oh my God. Alright, get comfy.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
When you gotta go, you gotta go.
Especially if you're on that medication.
Oh, that was a tremendous shit. That was like 19 inches. Oh, yeah. 19 inches. It was like 3 snakes looking out the fucking door.
I've never heard that. But our first sponsor, Upstart. Now, you know that credit card that you're afraid to look at and see what the balance is? Well, if you've been avoiding your debt, it's time to confront it. Upstart can help you face it and finally pay it all. Listen to me.
Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up?
Yo, dog, how are you? How are you? How old are you?
13.
You gotta be 18 to be in here, big dog. Take care.
Oh, okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Civil rights claim $50 million. 79-year-old Rabbi said he's violently body slammed and pinned by federal agents during the raid at his business a couple weeks ago. He was also detained. He told ABC4 he went outside to speak with agents and Walker proves that some of his employees were legally authorized to work. Like his first cat, which and body slammed over the bed. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the attack on an ICE facility in Dallas that killed a detainee will not slow the state's participation in deporting illegal immigrants.
Upstart is the fast and easy way to get a personal loan to pay off your debt. It's all online, and whether you're paying off credit cards, consolidating high interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 500,000 people have used Upstart to get a simple, fixed monthly payment. Upstart finds smarter rates from trusted partners because they assess more than just your credit score. A 5-minute online rate check, you can see your rate up front for loans from $1,000 to $50,000. You can get approved the same day and receive funds as fast as one business day. If debt is taking over your life, it's time to get a fresh start with Upstart. So many of you have hit me up and told me that you've used Upstart and how easy it is and how glad you are that you did it. I'm telling you, it's the best thing to do. Consolidate. Get yourself one monthly payment. This is all you have to do. If you want to find out how Upstart your monthly payments today, that's upstart.com/honeydew. Don't forget to use our URL to let them know we sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, your income, and certain information provided in your application. Go to upstart.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is my book. Now, March is here. I'm Pisces, big fan of March. Matter of fact, it's my birthday today if you're listening to this. And March Madness has officially begun. It's time to share your shot and score. Equal to nonstop action with my book. Select the winners from 63 tournament games in the My Bookie bracket contest for a chance at $10,000 in cash prizes. And it's only $1 to enter. That's right, $1. It doesn't matter whether you're filling out multiple brackets, if you're betting the national championship winner, or if you're simply looking for player and game pros. MyBookie has you covered. Sign up today at mybookie.ag and use promo code Honeydew to secure a deposit bonus up to $1,000. That's promo code Honeydew to claim your first deposit bonus. College ball, NBA, NHL, no matter the sport, no matter the minute from tip-off to buzzer, MyBookie puts the action in your hands with in-game live betting. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Our next sponsor is Policy Genius. Now, if you're like me during the pandemic, I'm going back and through all my bills, figuring out what I can pay cheaper on almost every single thing I'm paying. So why not get a head start by revisiting your home and auto insurance with Policy Genius? First, head to PolicyGenius.com and answer a few quick questions about yourself and your property. Then, Policy Genius is going to take it from there. They're going to compare rates from over America's top insurance, from Progressive to Allstate, to find your lowest quotes. The Policy Genius team will look at all the ways to maximize your savings, including bundling your home and auto policy. If Policy Genius finds a better rate than what you're paying right now, they'll switch you over. That kind of services are Policy Genius, a 5-star rating with thousands of reviews, Trustpilot, and Google. All right, so while you're gearing up for spring cleaning, don't forget to dust off your home and auto insurance policies with Policy Genius. Free shots, you can save up to $1,050. Head to PolicyGenius.com to get started right now. Policy Genius. When it comes to insurance, it's nice to get it right. Now, back to the news.
January
94, Colorado.
I'm in Boulder, and
You're doing
I'm doing
where back then?
Back then, there was a guy named Ed had 14 or 15 rooms. He was brilliant. I thank him for my comedy career. There's a lot of guys I got to thank him. Rogan, Stanley. But he's one of the earliest guys. We banged heads. We liked him. And he did it right. He put together a comic newspaper. All these comics, I'm taking claims, don't give me a chance. I'm going to be a writer. Okay. Give me a chance. You're a fucking writer. follow my comedy every week. You write a comedy out of comic. You write a comedy. Article about a comedy club. You write an article. You know, he did this really smart. And then he would make the places that did comedy by advertising in his newspaper. And he would put the newspaper out once a week. It was great. It was really great. I mean, I did comedy after the fucking line dancing parties. You know, Monday nights was an Australian bar that only sat 9 people. You know, Tuesday nights was a fucking Italian restaurant that the waiter was also an Elvis impersonator. So he would cook, bring out the food as a waiter, and then while you read, he'd come out as Elvis. And he was just 400 pounds, fucking, you know, in the beginning of the comedy, you know. And here you are in these States watching Joe Torre and everybody on, you know, HBO, and you're like, I'm fucking doing comedy in an Italian restaurant for an Elvis impersonator. You know that part of comedy is just frustrating. And even though you're doing it and you're writing, you're doing all the things you're supposed to be doing, it's not moving as fast as you like. You know, I was all in. I was out.
There was that kind of scene where you could actually do 7 nights a week.
Yeah. Wednesdays, 12:56, they gave you a free stage. That's why I hit the kid in the head with the microphone and busted his fucking head. He kept looking bottle caps at the comics. Now, what I'm telling you, next time you look a bottle cap, I'm going to fucking hit you in the head. And walked up to the stage with the microphone. And I forget the headline of his name. Years later, I saw the headline. And he goes, you're not going to hit somebody with a microphone for that area. So, Mondays was the Australian bar. Tuesdays was Comedy Works open mic. Oh, they had this Mexican bar that was open mic. Wednesday was Club 56. Thursday was El Burrito. They gave you $25. They gave you $25 gift certificate. And Thursday, there was something else on Thursdays. And I didn't have a, you know, microphone. You know, Chinese.
All right, stepped on you. Sorry. You said January 94, you just got done something. You were starting to say. You just got done doing something.
I just moved back from New Jersey. And I was getting my feet up the ground. It took me about 3 months to get going, and now we're going. Right. I think we're starting to happen. I was starting to get little calls from kids, you know, $40, $30. I had to commit to material, you know. What happened in New York that sparked me was one of the last times I got old Triple M. I walked in the office, got material made. But his line, he was a Madison Square Garden. So for years, I was planning, but every time I got on stage, there was 8 people. He made it look like Madison Square Garden. So that's what made me say, fuck New York. I can get better in Colorado just as much as in New York. Save half the money and be close to my daughter.
Right. Yeah. How old is your daughter at this point? Four.
I came back. I celebrated a 4th birthday. That started from me and the ex-wife. And that's what was going on. I had an apartment, had a good job, working for a sports betting service. In the wintertime, and then on the off-season, I was delivering Chinese food for COVID. And I was also selling neon for my buddy. You know, I wasn't selling volume anymore because remember when I did the 10,000 volume to New York?
Yeah.
I never paid that guy back. So, he had
10,000. You were selling them for $3 a pop too.
Something like that. He gave me like 1,000 on the arm or something. I told him I was coming back in a week. You know, I'll see you in a week. Okay. I didn't come back. when I came back, he had moved to a different part of Colorado. It was still close to me. So I always had the money if he needed it, but I never bumped into him. So fuck him. Welcome to the drug game.
Yeah, right.
So I wasn't selling Valium anymore. I still had a line on cocaine. But what I really wanted to do was comedy. I had it down. I could do comedy from February to August 15th. Then August 15th to February 23rd. Where I could make $400,000 in 6 months. And then the rest of the year, just do comedy.
And live off that 100. That's, yeah, okay.
That was the plan. That was the original plan that nobody knows about. I was very satisfied with that. I was a piece of shit.
Especially back then, $100,000. I mean, now it's a lot of money, but back then it's a lot of money.
I wasn't even about the money. It was about, being close to my daughter. It was, and just being a human being. That's it. What I was doing for a living was not decent. Selling sports things. It's not a great job. It's a lot of fucking grinding. It's 7 days a week. Football season is Saturday and Sunday. College football on Saturday and pro football on Sunday. So, but I had a balance. I had this great balance. I would make $100,000, take money away from you. Whatever you put away, they match. And they send you a check on once you didn't work. And on top of that, I was in Chinese food and self-coach stand. I couldn't lose. And when I say self-coach, I'm talking about I get a call from Santa Cruz when you need $1 gram, and I get a call from you that you need $1 gram. I buy an eighth, I give you $2 grams. I end up getting $1.5 grams for $50. You know what I'm saying? That's what I wasn't a coke sales. I mean,
Yeah, you were a sales, but not a coke.
no. I wasn't the Valium sales. I sold whatever was.
Yeah, you were a salesman, period. A sale.
You got refrigerators? Let's do it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever fell off the truck. Whatever fell off the truck. That's what I sold. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want people to think I was at home now. When I say coke sales, I'm talking about to me, snorting the coke I was snorting, I couldn't afford it. So I would have to wait for you, Segura to call me one night, and say, yeah, we're going to get us to wait for fine. I'm going to take $1 gram out of your table, shit like that. That's what I was coke sales. But everything was going great. There was a great plan going on, but there was an undercurrent going on. And there was the undercurrent of the war between me and my wife, my ex-wife, and her boyfriend. Oh, she's not by this. Right, by this time, when I left, she had a boyfriend. She had already moved in with him. She had already sent 2 guys and beat me up, and I beat up one of the guys.
Really? She sent people to fuck you up?
Yeah, 2 guys. 3 guys. A driver, 2 guys. The guy took off when he saw me in the car, and the guy I hit, and the other guy really threw a beat down on him, and the other guy got away.
Where'd they get you?
In front of my house, they broke my rib. They hit a fucking 2x4. With a 2x4, they hit my dog with a 2x4.
They fucked your dog up?
They hit my dog 1 time. No, that dude still don't need rights. And it wasn't because he hit me. The disrespect he showed the dog.
That's right.
He still don't need rights.
That's right.
I get 1,000 blessings every day from St. Lazarus. Because I made sure when I kicked him in the mouth, he's not going to eat rights for the rest of his life. He's going to have to eat sideways. You know how I was doing this shit, doing that shit sideways? That's it. When I heard my dog love that way, my dog 12, you hear a dog love like that every time. He had what I have to hope to kill him. So when he went down, I left to kick him in the jaw 50 fucking times. And then I called the cop myself.
You did?
But I knew, yeah.
Oh, you knew, okay.
But I was a convicted felon. I knew that this didn't look good, but this is awesome.
Yeah, dog, if you're wondering about the fast of Gadara, hey there, Gadara, what's up, man? Come on up, sit down. My health requires that I eat ramen and drink coffee. Why? Because I'll fucking be hungry all night and it pisses me off. But also, there's Mashiach. There's no fast. Is Mashiach here? I don't see. Worst stream ever.
Yeah, it's an assault. Yeah, of course.
It's an assault on me. But somehow, because I'm a felon, they're going to turn this around. So I called the cop I knew. I thought he was going to fucking call other cops. And fucking, he's like, let's put fucking cellophane in my trunk. We'll drop him off in the hospital. We put him in the trunk. We drove to the hospital. The trunk opened up. Yes, we did. He was hot. Yup.
You threw a guy in the back of a trunk with the cop. This ain't the first dude you put in the trunk.
He wasn't on duty.
You drove a fucking guy to the hospital with the cop.
But he knew my life. That was my right. And I told him what's going on in my life, and he knew what was happening. So when I fucking called him, he came and he was fucking. He deserved what he got. You know, when I told him, bro, when the cop called him, the cop in Colorado, tell somebody that somebody hit your dog, guns were gonna come out. Yeah. My dog was walking weird. I remember him looking at my dog, looking at the guy taking him again. He's got a fucking prison. We took the fucking guy, even with a hospital at campus, because he was a cop. So we dropped him off on a corner where he could be seen. We spit on him. We left him. So the next day, they attacked me on a Saturday night. And I was supposed to get my daughter on Sunday morning. They thought I was going to call her and cancel. I never called and canceled. They showed up, and they were like, damn, they showed up. I didn't say nothing.
But did you know before that, or is that when you put two and two together?
Oh, I knew who that did. I knew exactly who it was. He told me that fucking no. He told me that stupid. He was that stupid. She didn't know the proper animal that I was. She was excited. That's what really got me mad about the divorce. That she was there with me in the early 80s when I carried guns, did things that were not supposed to be done that were very illegal. So for her to act this way, it really surprised me. I'm like, you know where I'm coming from. You know what could happen to you. And you're still throwing fire on this. You're still throwing alcohol on the fire. So that before I went to New York, that was why I was so down, because they wanted me out of the kids' life. I hadn't done anything. But I'll never forget when they came to pick her up that Sunday. I put the kid in the car and I looked at them and I told them that somebody had attacked them. And they both turned pale. I pulled up my shirt and I showed them it was purple. It was just purple. I couldn't even really move my arm. And they were like, oh my God, we hope you're okay. And I'm like, I'm fine. I got the guy's license. He's from Idaho. And the guy, John, unfortunately, he's from Idaho. I go, aren't you from Idaho, John? And that was the last word I said, because the person speaks after that. I just left it at that and I went away from the car. And now they knew. Now it's fine. Now we're taking it to a different level. It's not. I wasn't wise about it. I wasn't 58. I would have handled it differently today.
How did you handle it?
By leaving. Okay. I left by leaving because it kept escalating. And I knew it was my world. Because that was January of 94. Okay? By December of 94, we were at such a war back and forth that she just called me out of the blue one day and said, I made up my mind, you're not getting them at this point. Now I was heartbroken. You know, I'm paying all my money to attorneys. I suck at comedy. I want it so bad, you know. I would go home at night, snort coke and cry. Most people go home at night, snort coke and big stuff. I would go home, snort coke and fucking cry like a pussy. You know, it was just, I was just in a bad place, you know. I wanted to be a dad. I wanted to do comedy. And I wanted to build my application. But I could tell that they weren't happy. So, Christmas of 94, I get a call like 20, let's just call it the 26th over. And it was her attorney saying that she decided not to give me the baby. I called her like a man and said, you know, why are you doing this? And she gave me like a remark, like, because I can, and hung up on me. Ryan Sigmar, I thought that was total disrespect. First of all,
It was.
She moved the guy, she moved the baby in the man's house without my consent or knowledge. If that was to happen anywhere from walking on the Brooklyn, I could have shot her in the head and called the cops. cops would have arrested me. They would have said, we understand you can't move your child into another man's house without permission. That's just general human decency. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I can't see your wife bring your child into my house without us meeting. No. That should never happen.
And they've already sent fucking henchmen over to fuck you up on top of it.
Yeah. So I had to go to war. I had to go to war. So they called like on the 22nd. That night I went out. I did my comedy and I was heartbroken. And I fucking the 23rd or the 24th. One of those days, maybe like a Friday or a Thursday. I have to look it up. I was so broken that I didn't even cook in this house. All I had in this house was backfire beer. That's all I had. Backfire beer. I always ate out. I didn't even have a knife. I had a fork and a spoon. Maybe one knife, not a steak knife, just a regular butter knife. I went to a friend of mine. They cute. And Christmas, they cut the shit. So I did a big favor. I got some in the house. I borrow your knife. And she goes, whatever one you want. I took the biggest one. They have like those racks, you know? I took the biggest one. I put it in like a bag. And I put it in my car. My job was, I was going to drive down to where he worked. And I was just going to cut him. I was just going to end his life. Damn. That's it. That's it. The day before Christmas, I'm going to jail for murder. I got in my car. I drove all the way down there. I got in my car. I hit the knife, the jacket, and I my arm was real close. There was kind of a security guard up there. I went to the receptionist. I said, where can I find John? Blah, blah, blah. From this company. She told me upstairs. Didn't ask me to sign nothing. There was a couple elevators I walked up. When I got to whatever floor, I went to his office. When I walked in, the receptionist was there. And she's like, can I help you? I go, I need to speak to John. Such. And she goes, oh my God. If you look in the hallway, you probably just missed him. He took an early lunch today. And I remember that I just didn't even reply to her. I just turned around and I got on the elevator and I went outside. I looked around to see if I saw him. And when I didn't see him, I walked to my car and I just broke down and started crying. Because God just saved my life.
He said,
You know, I was already bad to go to prison, and at that time, the big thing, and if you go to jail, you got $25. That was so what Joe's with your letter.
If he's there, do you do it? Would you have done it? And the office and everything, the setting, the whole thing, you would have done it. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
How I felt that day, I was sick and tired of feeling that way. It had been, 3 years I was feeling that way. You can't take that for so long. That runs on you. That really wears on you. When I was in New York, I would send a present. She never got the boxes. She never got the letters. She never got anything I sent. If I sent child support to the house, it was stickers. She never got it. It was just a string of fuck you. I had a fight to have her third birthday party at the house, or the fourth one, whatever. So and then it was weird because I got in the car, I cried, I went home. As soon as I got home, I got a text message from my attorney that she was going to give me the kid after Christmas. And, again, I made such a big deal about getting the kid for Christmas. I was in no position to even throw Christmas. I didn't even know what to serve for Christmas. I didn't even have a Christmas tree fucking, everybody had a scotch tape to put the decorations on the wall. I had to use duct tape to put the decorations on the wall. It was such a sad Christmas, you know? I'm like, what kind of dad am I? Every single gift she had was shopping. There was one gift that I gave her that year. She had a room full of gifts. I had shoplifted every one from Jeffrey. What's that? Toys R Us. Toys R Us. Yeah, how long do you remember this one? Those Jeffrey dollars? Jeffrey, Jeffrey. Fucking, you know, if you look back, I'm looking back, you know, I only look Chinese food. I had it from like 2 to 5. You know, like, just what a heartbreak when she left. And I'm driving a car that goes my car, I put a bungee on the door. You know, on the door. And she pulls up in the Land Rover, you know, like one of those fucking cars, you know, with her soon-to-be husband. It was just a shitty way to be, you know. When people end up and like, I'm having a bad day, I know exactly what like. That's what I went through for 3 fucking years. That, you know, 95 was when I started rocking and rolling. Now I'm 15, and the guy that was doing the show took a girl outside and got her dick sucked. So he never gave me a light. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I ended up staying on stage like 43 minutes or something, 34 minutes. And when he got off, he's like, you did 34 minutes, so 43 minutes was up. And I'm like, that's it. I'm going APA tomorrow. I'm ready for the big time. You know, like, I just love comedy. I was in a group. I was out every night, and I got her on Sunday and Wednesday. And those are my toughest days when I had to drop her off. So I would put a joint in the ashtray. I would drop her off, and then on the walk to the car, I'd cry. And I'd sit in the car and I'd cry, and I'd smoke a joint, and I'd force myself to go to comedy, no matter how bad I felt. I think that part of how I got good at comedy was because of those Wednesdays and Sundays. I forced myself to go to the worst 2 comedy spots in the world. Sunday was line dancing. I had to follow a line dancing class. And Wednesday, I had a fucking, you know, it was just a bad time in my life, you know, like everything was shit except my comedy, you know. And then, like in March, her and I really started going at it. Like every time March 95, is that what it is? Yeah. So now she says, fuck you, let's start sending them to drop the kid off. She was doing stuff to get up with my shirt. I'm trying my best. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking be a gentleman. I'm gonna take the high road. He said, if I was you, I would think twice before you take it to see Jurassic Park or something like that. And I just spit right in his fucking face. Like, he was sitting in the car, and he like used like that, you know, what they call that white privilege. Yeah. Like I don't mind how you talk to me, just don't white privilege me. Yeah. It's not gonna work out for you. You white privilege me. And I mean, I didn't say a word. I just had like a snot on the back of my throat. I could feel it. And I had to spit. And it was like automatic. I just spit right in his face. Because that's the point of my life. Like, we're going at it. We're done talking. There's no reason for you to make small talk. You don't like me. You try to cut my legs out. Now you're telling me about a movie. Don't talk to me. I just spit in his fucking face. And I still remember him looking at me for like 3 minutes. And the spit rolling down his face. He didn't even have the heart to wipe it off. Fucking up that he was, you know. I'm not mad scared. He claimed that he was scared to come.
After they send people out to fuck you up, he's scared.
So I had to hire a girl to meet her to get the kid. It was a fucking nightmare. Then one day she decided, don't worry about it. Because it wasn't working for her. She wasn't investigating overall. It was perfect. Now it wasn't seeing her at all. She didn't want that. She wanted to get me going. She wanted to round me up. So it's about April. Now I fucking go to the comedy works one night. And I'm not a regular, but she's giving me starts during the week. And there was a manager there that I'm thankful he liked me. Deep down inside, he didn't like me. Because at one time we were neck and neck. And then I just got way more money than he was. So he got into the management business instead. And he told Wendy that I had smacked the girl's ass. I was supposed to open up the Chili Lopez that week. And Wendy called me and said, yeah. And Wendy, you know, I love Wendy. That she called me and said, Joey, you bad? You got a bad, you know? And I'm like, listen, if you called me and told me I robbed you or fucking, you know, smacked somebody or I said something wrong on stage, I would accept it. But I didn't grab no woman's ass. First of all, I'm gonna grab the money. I'm gonna grab that money. If I do grab something, I'm not gonna grab the skinny chick's ass. Get out of that. So, you know, it was like everything. Like nobody, everything, nothing wanted me there except for like now I did the comedy now. Like I was doing so good comedy, but I couldn't even do comedy anymore. And then one time I'm picking up daycare now. We got it this good now. Mondays, I can pick her up at Montessori and then take her to the 7. And this one day I pick her up at Montessori. And as we go up the stairs, she goes, you know, she would always ask me questions, Daddy, what does this mean? What does this word mean? We walk up the stairs, and she asked what the district meant. And I go, where you at? And she goes, whenever the house. God says that district is on. Oh, shit.
And what was your ex-wife's nationality, by the way?
She's a white chick.
She's white girl, okay.
Good people, good family.
I love how people have to clarify white people. Like, oh, they're good people. White people cause so much trouble. Okay, so he says that your daughter's asking you what that means.
So, now, let me tell you something. About a month before this day, I had a good friend named Fred. He was a Vietnam vet. We had met in 1985, summer of 85. Now it's 95. They're friends. For some reason, for years, I thought Ed was a medic in Vietnam. Ed was alert. Ed was one of those guys that took years off and collected shit in Vietnam. So I would see Ed at night and come to watch me do comedy in Boulder places, you know, like I think there was a poetry shop that we did comedy at. And I would be there and pick a couple bugs and smoke a drink. So Ed, I was going to like, so Ed's like, let's just fucking kill him. You know, Ed's like, I don't know why you're going to this. We bury him in the ground. You know, we take him to the Chicago Park, to the top, and we rub him down with the maple syrup. Then we let the bears eat. They eat everything. They'll eat his elbows, they'll eat everything.
You gotta cover him in syrup and just tie him up so he can't run, and then the bears are gonna eat him.
Put a gag in his mouth, break his jaw so he can't talk, and let the bears eat. I mean, that's how crazy I was.
Oh my God.
This is why when they tell people 58, you have no idea that you are.
I've known you for a long time. I've never heard any syrup on a motherfucker.
I'm telling you, we'll put syrup on this motherfucker so let the bears, the tigers eat it.
Tigers.
That was the plan. And like that, there'd be no fingerprints, there'd be no DNA, there'd be no bullets, there'd be no hole in the ground, there'd be nothing. It would be, so what we were going to do is, there was a drop. We were going to close that fucking street. Like, Ed was not going to get homes and detour him. And then we were going to jump him and talk about it. That was the plan all along. We're going to fucking kill this motherfucker. And if she was with him, she was going down too. Like, this is how bad my mind taken this, you know. I was talking about my podcast the other day, how your mind hates something sometimes. It just takes it. That's why there's mental health issues. I was having really bad mental health issues, you know, stemming from anger, frustration,
I mean, your whole background.
so I'm getting ready to kill this motherfucker. And now I pick up my daughter, and she's telling me he's going to stick. He's got to die today. Like, I'm like, he's going to die today. I don't even have time to call him. I didn't even have a cell phone. I had a pager. You know, there was no cell phone in 1994. If there were, I didn't have that type of money. So me and her did what we usually did. We went to a bar. You know, we went to North Hollywood Park. I'll never forget that. And the reason why I remember North Park because there's a little, not a grave site, like a memorial. I remember that day, Joe Welsh was a couple of days lived in Boulder, and then daughter died in Boulder. They made a special little thing for her. I'll never forget the day for some reason. How it went down. And I remember thinking like, wow, this is crazy. You know, somebody's gonna end up in a fucking grave. Oh, thinking about a kid, you know, about a child, that somebody's gonna die. Either I'm gonna go to jail for life, or he's gonna die and I'm ill. This is not good. And I ended up getting in the car at like 6:30, and I had to meet her at Safeway. On this particular day, they switched the meeting from Boulder to Safeway. It was outward a little bit. And I'll never forget that when I was out on bail for kidnapping, they made me do community service, and I did it at the AIDS place. And in '85, AIDS was not a popular thing.
Yeah.
There was always a cop on duty there. Protecting the AIDS guys, they would get bomb threats and shit. So I became friends with the cop at the AIDS place. I would always talk to him. I would take walls, and I was telling them what I was going through also. So all this way, I'm driving this thing, and I'm jacking. Are you sure? They said the word spit, and you didn't hear this somewhere else. And she's like, no, Daddy, I heard it from him. I thought it was like a funny word or something. I'll never forget pulling up and saying, I go talk to John out of the car. And I walked up to John, I go, John, listen, I got a 5-year-old girl in the car, and she's says that you use the word spring. Is it true? They say, I don't know what you're talking about. Even Thurston Howell and Thurston. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, listen, spring is an East Coast word. This is Boulder, Colorado. Nobody uses this fucking word. Just man up and tell me and we'll move on. And he goes, I feel threatened. I'm going to call the police. I go, why would you feel threatened? You didn't say it. Did you say it? He goes, I'm going to call the police. I go, before you call the police, I got some for you. And I just smacked him over his head with everything I had. Fucking 5 years in the car. No, I'm standing. He's outside. He went shopping. So I called him because he was bringing the groceries back. So he put him in the car. And he's like, where's Jack? Where's Jack? I'm like, where's that? I gotta call. And he goes, I'm going to go inside and call the police. I feel uncomfortable. It was 5 years of aggravation. I smacked him with an open hand. To make it even worse, that's the biggest insult in my world. Not a punch to the face. Just a man smacking me. I just slapped him open-handed. I slapped him so hard that he lost his footing. He's like, what? That's it. I'm calling the police. I go, before you call the cops, I got one more for you. And I got him. So I got him with a double whammy, right? I'll never forget some lady. He's up the corner and she yells, I'm calling the police. I'm like, go fuck yourself, fucking cunt. This was like 5 years, 4 years of torture. These two idiots. That's put on 3.5 years. So sure enough, the cops come. But because there's a God up in the sky, guess who was the pastor's guy? The God that was safe was the alien flag. So he came to me, the cop came to me. I told him my story first. He knew the story with John. He they put us together. Then they separated us. Then they decided to give me a ticket. But both of us was there at the sub and they charged me. Okay? We both go to court. And at court, I walk into court and go in. It's the judge that sentenced me. Now he's a civil judge. So they turned this into like a house thing, like a domestic situation thing, I think. So I had always written the judge letters. I'm a letter writer. I wrote the judge a letter when he sentenced me, thanking him, put me in jail. And I wrote him letters every month. Thank you. I'm the #1 convict in this facility. I eat all my corn, but I ate all my corn. I got into stand-up comedy. I got my GED. I was writing letters every month. So he knew what was going on. He was prepared for me. So when he walked in my office, had a legit backstory. Your backstory. That's something a judge never does. You're just a stranger to a judge. What the fuck you think you're doing? Yeah. So fucking the judge, they're in court yelling. They even bring, who's yelling? My ex-wife, that's they bring the arresting officer on the kidnapping case to talk on that, on bad giving and shit. I didn't know I was talking to this judge. Me and this judge has been tight. Plus, I go to his brother. He's my cousin. What the fuck I think he's doing? You don't need to go. I'm a professional. I go. I work with everyone. That's all there is fun. The mafia is working with every angle. So, we're in court, and the judge looks up for the summons. And he goes, there's only one problem here. There's this Boulder County law. You can't use a racial slur in city limits. Is that right? I smacked him 1 block into the city limits. So the court got brought out of court. And then her and the cop judge to reprimand me and all this shit because I'm like, I'm not having it. The judge looked at my wife and he goes, weren't you in here a couple of years ago singing his praises? Now you want to come here and tell me he's a bad guy? I tell you what I'm going to do. The next time you miss a visitation, I'm going to find you $1,000 and throw you in jail for contempt of court. So she starts crying. My boyfriend starts crying. He's crying to Joey. And now Joey Beans goes to work. There was a long walk on that fucking court. It was like a 100-yard walk to the car. I didn't stop saying shit to the car. I kept walking saying, tell your husband I used to put up your ass with carrots. Tell him how I used to I call the cat the carrots and all this shit. I never put a carrot in her ass. But I had a fucking, it got so bad. He walked away. Like I was like a pussy smells like me. He was so bad. I got in my car. I didn't feel good about what happened. And what here's the thing that after I smacked John and the cops came, I remember looking at the car and seeing my daughter, and she was crying. She was upset. I saw my dad, my stepdad, beat up a guy when I was 6. And I was jumping up and down. You know what I'm saying? That was my world. Yeah, right. That was my world. This little girl is her world now. So all these factors contributed. I go, they're trying to put a family together. I'm just here wasting time. Even if I get cold, whatever that's called, mixed, whatever. That's co-parenting, right? Split custody. Split custody. Let's be honest. That's what I asked. What type of father would I be? At the end. But it's not. It's 95. I'm 32 years old. Sad to get split custody. What's going to change? I'm still going to do it. There's no woman in this house. The only women that come here to suck my dick, they're terrible women. They just do my glove. There's no food. I don't cook. I have no foundation. I don't go to church. I have nothing that requires me. I don't even have a comment. I met a girl in Seattle. I met a girl in Michigan. She moved to Seattle. I prayed on it for about a month and thought about it. This was going to end. There was 3 ways this was going to end. Me being dead, me going to jail, him dying, or both of them dying. And then my daughter has to be raised without a parent. I put it in the Lord's hand, and I said, you know what? I'm going to do an extended triple run. I took a 2-month triple run. I paid my rent off for September. Yeah, you did what, all the Pacific Northwest and shit? Yeah, potato run 2, potato run 2, couple of things. And I said I'm going to put it in God's hands. And I'm going to be a comedian. And I'm going to make her proud of me. I'm going to prove whatever they told her wrong of me. And then I'll be her father. Well, 30 years later, I proved it wrong. But I still don't have it. But God drew me the 18. God drew me another little girl that still was a boy. Now I have a real family. I act like a real man, not a savage anymore. And that's it for today. So now we're in June of 95. Write it down. June 95. All right, Joey. Yeah, I fucking love you. What an episode. Again, what an episode. One more time, promote everything. The Patreon, all that stuff again, please. Patreon and Uncle Benny's and Point Pleasant for the month of March on Wednesday nights. All right, bro. 37 tickets. You're in no danger of getting COVID. These spaces are out there right over me. It's a great club. I love Dino. And that's the only place I'm performing at right now in Jersey.
That's awesome, brother. Well, thank you. And just thank you for having me, brother. I love you. I miss you.
Oh, I miss you. I miss you right now.
Pick up whatever we do next time, June of 1995. As always, Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to you all next week. Nashville, Tennessee, Lexington, Kentucky. Thank you so much for all the love. It was great to see you all out there. I really appreciate all the support. I am bringing the Night Pants Nation tour to Boston, March 31st to April 2nd, and Minneapolis, April 28th through the 30th. Get your tickets for those shows and all shows at RyanSickler.com. Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in the Night Pants Studios. I'm Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all your social media. I can't thank you enough for your support. It's been a hell of a year so far. We're going to continue that run. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's a huge help to everything we do over here and do with y'all. I'm highlighting the lowlights with y'all. The stories are unlike anything you've ever heard. I promise you that. It's $5 a month. If you sign up for a year, you get over a month free. You get the Honeydew a day early, ad free, and no additional cost. All right, that's the biz right there. You guys know what we do over here. We're highlighting the lowlights. I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have the legend back. The one and only Joey Diaz. Welcome back to the Hunt, Joey Diaz.
What's going on, Ryan Sickler? The Russians are coming.
Goddamn it, they are. How about that ghost of Kia? Dan Van Kirk told me about this guy last night. He called him, I think he's the ghost of Kia. They call him. He's a fighter jet that shot down 6 Russian jets yesterday alone. And they can't get this guy. They can't see him. But he's like the Red Baron up there right now in our times. This dude's like a badass, and he's knocking them all out of the sky, and they can't fuck with him. He's like the Tony Hawk of fucking fighter pilots.
What a fucking nightmare, my friend. We just get over now. We got a fucking
World War III, yeah. After COVID. It's coming over. COVID's over, though, isn't it? Seems like it's out.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Seriously, they're bombing people. We gotta worry about it, man.
That's it. We're not talking about vaccines. No.
No.
I and they're letting people into New York without the car, and, it's over. It's
course they are. Listen, there's no way the United States of America is going to tell people that you can't fucking come here and save your fucking self. There's going to be a lot of looking left and right when it comes to that shit. Blind eyes, compassionate souls. What the fuck are you going to do? Their capitals get right. They bombed the airport. They bombed the air. Imagine being in LA right now. You're like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. They're like, they bombed LAX. You're like, what? How am I getting the fuck out now?
I gotta drive to Vegas.
Burbank. All right, brother. We have not done one of these since July of 2021 when we last ended. It's actually very touching to me now because it was March of '97 for you. I had just moved here on Valentine's Day in '97. And you just got passed at the store. And for me, I'm sitting here right now, I'm newly passed at the store. So it's nice. By the way, it's nice to be able to go on that wall.
It was 25 years. The anniversary was 25 last Saturday on my birthday. I became a written on my birthday.
Okay.
Together,
Yeah, you went in, you didn't want to touch it with your hands, so you fucking sat the lid down and you sat there and you cried, and it just all came out. Everything from back in Denver, back in Jersey, New York, all of it, the prison, all of it coming back to you. But it just hit. Now you're a fucking regular at the world famous comedy store. So let's pick up March of '97 and go from there.
The next day I woke up, and I can tell you how I felt. I felt invincible. I felt that I belong. And I'm happy that I got to do this now because it's given me, I've been doing stand-up. It's going to be a year now. It was a year yesterday. Since I've been on stage, so it gives me a lot of time to think, The best times I had yet, it felt great to sell out theaters. It felt great to sell out comedy clubs. That was great. It felt great to shoot a special. But there's nothing better than getting accepted into the circle that you're going for. That's a great feeling. I started that, and then I went to New York for 9 and 10 months. Start up in the city and get the party started. Then I went back to Denver and got the party started there for a year. And then I went to Seattle and got the party started there. So by the time you get to that one destination, you know how to get the party started. By that time I joined an acting club on Monday night. Changed the side. But I had a guy who worked there who used to give me a 20-minute spot every Monday, Valentino night. And it was packed. And it's so weird. People think you make it at the store and that's it. No, that's when your work starts.
As I just did the Comedy Store podcast last night with Eleanor, and she said the same thing. I said, look, it's great, and you're right. There's nothing there. I'm so surprised the camaraderie and how kind everyone has been coming up to me and congratulating me and stuff. I didn't expect. First of all, I don't expect anything from anybody, but I really didn't expect that. I have been in that building for so long, doing so many shows, just never a regular, that it really, I see how much they appreciate it. So it is something to be accepted by this band of fucking misfits. And, you're one of us now. I really feel good about that. But you're right. A 15-minute set at the Comedy Store that's all it is. It does not make you a comedian. An hour makes you a comedian. If you can go on the road and sell tickets, makes you a comedian. Like, just being a Comedy Store comic is awesome, but there's so much more. And you're right, that's where your work begins. Now you got to go to that next level. And you've seen guys over the years do it. Pryor, Murphy, Robin Williams, just name all of them,
It's so physical. It's so weird. I mean, you go to jiu-jitsu or karate, when you start, you're in the back of the class. And then after 3 months, you move up 6 spots. And then after 3 years, you're in the front line, And it's the same thing at the Comedy Store. Like, I remember getting paid and getting asked not to get away from this. treat them like the guys in Goodfellas. You know, hug up there. Put some homes on backs. And we did that to him. We got made. Oh, shit. I'm the cherry and we hugged it. Not for me, nobody said dick to me, but I remember the next day. I got up and I went and brought Scott there out with tequila. He was the talent coordinator at the store. And I had a weekend.
Get out of there, dog.
And that following weekend, I had a weekend in San Francisco. And somebody told me, don't cancel that motherfucker. Because you don't want to get paid and it disappear on it. And then she forgets about it.
Are you fucking stupid?
So I canceled it. And my goal at that time was to become a good comedian. But to be honest with you, the way you have to think when you walk into the comedy store or the improv, regardless of what you think or what's happening in your life, you have to go, I'm gonna give myself 5 years. I'm gonna be the best comic of me. You know, you gotta sink in, get involved in the store, all the belly room shows, for people to more exposure. So the world become the comedy store. I was, you know, the felonies got expunged. That expunged that. That was
in 97 also.
No, I'm saying that becoming a rip job, it took away a lot of the pain, you know, it took away a lot of things. Now my fucking goal is to become the best in the sport, you know, to move up the ladder from the 1 o'clock spot to 10:15. You know, but I'll never forget. Monday I got a spot. That Monday, my first Monday, they gave me a spot. Like at 11 o'clock. Boy, was I fucking happy. I got Josh Wolf, I got my other buddies, I got Brody. Everybody came down to see my spot. Monday night, comedy store debut, ready to fucking go. And all of a sudden, Eddie Griffin taps me and he goes, hey, later. Do you mind if I do 10 minutes of audience? Well, he stayed out till 1:45.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if Eddie Griffin's ever done 10 minutes.
Went from the biggest high in my life to the biggest low in my life.
Did you still get to go?
If you would have come by and fucked me in the ass, it would have been the best thing you could have done. I was just sitting back there, ready to cry, and my friends kept saying goodbye.
Yeah,
Let it go, man. We'll see you next time. I was like, wow. And then finally, Eddie Griffin goes, hey, you coming up here, Cuba? And I remember walking up there like ready to shoot myself. I wanted to kill him. I think I went home and cried again. Go from the biggest high to this gigantic fucking low in 24 hours. And that was okay. It teaches you that I was used to it already. You don't get involved. People tell me to 10 minutes, they're up there for 2 hours. Sometimes, you know, I had a girlfriend. We were kind of at war. You know, we found a place in Hollywood, and it was getting myself familiarized. I got an acting class on Monday nights over on the other side of the Sunset behind the Guitar Center. Yeah, but the guy's name was after like 3 weeks on Mondays. It was 7 to 10. After about 3 or 4 weeks, the guy said to me, by the way, he's comedian here. He goes, I hate fucking comedians. You guys come in here, you think you're the cream of the crop. I can't stand it. The last comic I dealt with was fucking Andrew Dice Clay. He put a bad taste in my mouth. It's how it's fun.
Now you're going Woody Allen.
So Monday nights was the busiest night in Hollywood. They were fucking, yeah. It was the Laugh Factory with Team on back. Crazy Monday, whatever it was at the improv, back. And the comedy store had an open mic. But after 10, you go down there and sign up on Monday. So your goal was to get a triple crown on Monday nights. To get a spot at the improv, to get a spot at the Laugh Factory. So for months, I would get spots every fucking Monday at the Laugh Factory with Gilbert, Felipe, Willie Marcel, Carlos Garcia, Pablo Francisco, Carlos Oscar. That was that group. And then I would go to the comedy store and hang out, you know. I was hanging out in the daytime with Doug Stanhope. I would go to Doug's house and write with him and try to learn what the fuck he was doing because he was on a different level. In 97, he had turned the face of comedy. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to switch it up a little bit from the fucking, hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? All that shit. So I was hanging out with Doug in the daytime, and then that circle became Doug and Mitch. So it was me, Doug, and Mitch Hedberg would meet at like 2 at Doug Stanhope's on Curacao. And then we walked to Gorky Park, Rocky Park.
I want to say this. It's three very different voices of comedy getting together, unlike anything, especially at that time. Even still now, it's still, yeah. Especially Mitch Hedberg, too. He's still one of a kind. He is still one of a kind.
He was already in Montreal. People know Mitch was. Doug was tearing up the country. And I was like a feature act in the both of them. To the north, like tennis. That's when he that joke. I'll never be as good as the wall. He was a motherfucker. He was. And then after that, he lived on Sierra Bonita, next to motherfucking Nick DiPaolo in the neighbors. And Nick wasn't crazy about Rich Hedberg. Because I can see that. Yeah. And the guitar players. So Nick would bang on the wall and Mitch would tell us, you know, that fucking Nick's in a bad mood today, you know, whatever. But it was something that, like I said, you could hang out with Fry and all this shit. That camaraderie will never happen again. Josh was in the circle. I was a lot with Josh those days. Doug Stanhope lived on Curacao, Mitch Hedberg, and Nick lived on Sierra Bonita. And then there was Gardner. And there was a fragment of Doug Stanhope who lived on Gardner. And then Vista was Josh Moore. So 4 blocks in a row, I was just waking up in the morning, going from door to door. You know, I wasn't tight friends with the guy who lived on Gardner. But one day there was an emergency and he had to leave. And there was a fat guy staying over with Joey Medina. That was a funny guy. He was friends with Doug Stanhope, so Doug Stanhope was in that building now. And that was Ralphie May.
No way.
No, it was Josh, Ralphie, Nick, Mitch, and Doug Stanhope, 5 blocks in a row.
I know when I first moved here in '94, we used to get mail that was off of Sweets. Sweets are in Fountain, right there, you know. And we would get mail that would say Andrew Silverstein. And it ended up that was one of Dice's old apartments. And that was, I didn't know until I was a fan, it was Andrew, I believe it was Andrew Clay Silverstein. I think it's his real name, I think it is. And we used to get his fucking mail. And it hit me, I was like, am I really coming here to be a comedian? And I'm in one of Dice's old places like that. It just was one of those things like, wow. You knew they all lived in that area if they could. There's stores there, the Improv's here, the lab, that triangle. It's that little fucking triangle right there. All within what, like a mile and a half of each other tops.
Well, Josh lived in the apartment where Sandwich Park. When he first moved to LA.
No shit, yeah.
He was getting residual checks from that guy for $3 grand, $2 grand.
Oh, coming to his place?
Guy wasn't missing. Whatever. I was broke. At that time, I had little money left for the deal. I got from CBS and I basically moved to LA to fulfill this deal. It was a show on CBS called Bronx County. And after about a month of being in LA, becoming a regular, I mean, you gotta remember, I became a regular in LA and left in London.
Yo.
That's amazing. Amazing. That's a
Yo, how are you, Brian? Yo, what's up?
got to be up there. You got to be up there.
Yeah. I mean, some like Rudy Moreno was doing a spot with Mitzi in the main room for Latino night, and Mitzi made him a regular, shit like that, you know. But there's usually like a point that you go up there and you gotta, hang out before you become a regular. I was there maybe 5 nights before I became a regular. At that point in my life, I didn't have the mental capacity to hang out. If I'm not working, I'm not there. I always said there's no reason to go to a club and hang out. Because if you do meet somebody, they're going to ask you, when are you going up? And you're going to go, not tonight. I'm going up at Andy Chang's not 1 pound. So what the fuck are you doing here? So that's why I never really hung out. Everybody always says you got to hang out and talk to people. Fuck you. You want to talk to somebody, join a Lonely Hearts Club. I'm going out at night different spots. And I remember that every day I would fucking call people to give me spots. Like, a couple people had rooms in Orange County. Most noticeable guy was in Moreno. He moved at the Brave Bull, like the college. It was basically 3 fucking rooms. And he would book 3 rooms on a Saturday and Friday. I must have called him for a fucking month. I was blue in the fucking face. And he wouldn't return my calls. So I borrowed a car one day, and I actually went to the Brave Bull. And I go, who's Rudy fucking Moreno? And I go, how fucking dare you not call me back? I can see if I was some white animal or something. I'm Spanish, like you. And he's like, okay, I'll do a job.
Well, he's great too. I did a lot of his shows at the Ice House early on coming up. He really did hustle. Booked a lot of shows, gave a lot of comedians spots. If you're waiting for the right time to buy your first home, I've got news for you. Things are only getting crazy. Rents and house prices are skyrocketing. Interest rates are going up, and no matter what stage you're in, you should start planning out. I look every night out here. I check Zillow, I check Westside Rentals, I check Apartments.com, I check Craigslist, I check all of them. Rents are insane. The cost of living is insane. Okay, I recommend that everyone listen to
Listen to podcast.
the How to Buy a Home podcast. This is an incredible free resource with everything you need to know to navigate this process. Host David Sidoni is an industry expert with years of experience who actually cares about first-time home buyers like you. He answers questions like, when is the best time to start? How do I even start? Will the mortgage be more than monthly rent? Why not? The good news is he just purchased the episode, How to Buy a Home, all about insider tips and tricks to win. David has helped make buying a home a reality for so many people. He even connects first-time home buyers with great local realtors in their area so they know they have someone in their corner. I'm telling you, he can help you too. He's already helped a couple of you guys out there. So listen to the How to Buy a Home podcast today. David can help. Find How to Buy a Home wherever you listen to podcasts. For many people, getting financially healthy means dropping the weight of credit card debt. But where do you start when it feels like a never-ending cycle, right? Upstart can help you pay off your existing debt quickly and easily with a personal loan so you can start living your life. Whether it's paying off your credit cards, consolidating that high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 1 million people have used Upstart to get one fixed monthly payment with a clear payoff date. Upstart knows you're more than just your credit score, so rather than looking at your credit score alone, Upstart's model considers other factors like your income, your employment, and other information provided in your loan application to find you a smarter rate for your loan. You can check your rate without impacting your credit score in just 5 minutes for loans between $1,000 all the way up to $50,000. You can even receive your funds as fast as 1 business day after accepting your loan. Find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today when you go to upstart.com/honeydew. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Don't forget to use my URL to let them know I sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, your income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. Go to upstart.com/honeydew. Now, let's get back to the news.
Well, he used to give me 3 spots a week. I used to torture him, work him. While he was on stage, I sit behind the stage and go, Rudy. I was just But that particular night, about a year and a half, maybe like 3 years earlier, I was at the Comedy Works. I did the open mic. And the guy that was in charge of the Comedy Works was a fucking sweetheart who actually changed my life around. I did a spot. I killed 3 minutes, and he chased me outside, this guy. And he goes, "Back off here for a second." He goes, "Listen, we both know you're the funniest guy here without even blinking a fucking eye. But you don't take it seriously." He goes, "Look at the t-shirt you got on. You don't come to the writing classes. You're not involved with us at all. You just come in, blow the room up, and fucking leave. That's great. That'll work. It ain't gonna work for a while. Not for a while. You gotta write jokes before a while." And he told me, he goes, "You're a good comic, but this isn't what you want to do. You're not putting the right work in. You should just quit if you don't want to do this." And I had my hands clenched. I was ready to knock this motherfucker out. Like, look at this guy telling me. And I walked over to the bus, and I go, "You know what? I am going to fuck him up." And I walked back to the Comedy Works with that girl. And I went downstairs, and he wasn't there. And I went to the bus home. And I'm glad I got put on the Comedy Works. It doesn't matter. That dude, I bumped into him that night at Rudy's. He's the guy that worked with the comics and helped. At this time, he was working with Brian Duncan. And he was bringing Brian down before American Idol. I don't know what it was. So I was on stage and I had a follow like a top headliner. He's gone now. Drake or something. Tommy something. He used to be like a detective. Kids, all that shit, He was a funny dude. I had seen him at the Improv a bunch of times. He would wear a detective jacket, like a hat. Yeah, all that type of. I was talking to this day. He blew up the fucking room. I was my knees were fucking him out of it. But then I said to myself, fuck this. I'm at the comedy store fucking day, following savages. At the time, there weren't the savages there were when I was there. But there was savages. Be at the store after 10:30, you gotta be a fucking savage. And brother, I went up there and took that room apart at the break. My fucking lip. And I got off the break. You come down whenever the fuck you want. Just clean it up a little bit. And as I passed by Rudy, I saw that guy, Matt. That's his name, Matt. And he goes, "What the fuck was that?" And at that point, I accepted what he said to me, and I pulled him aside. And I go, "You don't know how lucky you were that night of losing a fucking I'm a fucking nut, and you destroyed me that night as a human being. But when I got home, I thought about what you were, and you were right. And you're the reason why I made it tonight, so thank you." And he gave me a big hug, and I never saw him again. That was great comic. He came up with Matt Berry, Roseanne, Todd Jordan, Rick Kearns. They were fucking, when one of the country guys, Larry the Cable Guy, did material, he brought all of them comics material. Oh, that right? Yeah, they were great writers. All those guys. Now, they got the ones each fucking really writing that motherfucker. So it was great. It's great to see it. But after I saw that guy, I knew I could do it. And before you come to LA, you hear all these negative things from comics on the road. Don't go to LA, your bags, something, nobody will judge. Here I am, 3 fucking months. Get love everywhere. I got love at the Improv. I got love in the store. I was already getting spotted. There was a guy there named Cooper, who was the talent coordinator, who was a drunk, great guy. And he saw me doing Latino night, and he made me a regular. And then I was in the Laugh Factory, so I was rocking it.
This is phenomenal.
Now it was time to shoot the pilot. The director of this pilot, CBS, they gave 3 $3 million. So I thought the show was definitely going to work. You know who the director was? The guy who played the doctor in jail when the guy from The Sopranos was in prison. Wait, remember Johnny Sack? Johnny Sack, yeah. But Johnny Sack was in prison. There was a guy with glasses that was fucking making his bed and all that shit. That's the guy. That guy is a badass, but he's also an Eyes Wide Shut, that dude. He's been in 1,000 things. He directed. So when I got there, I was playing a bartender that had, he gave information to the cops. He was the eyes and ears of the neighborhood. He was a Spanish guy in the Bronx, you know. And I remember going to the rehearsals, and every time I would say a word or I'd act, people would shake their head. I was bad, Ryan Sickler. It was like 2 weeks of rehearsals. Every time I kicked them, my lines got shorter. Wait, hold on. You would see them shake their heads when you would do your lines? That's brutal. See it about that. It was terrible. You know, I had never acted before. I think they did 3 or 4 acting classes by then. And I was a lot better than a lot of other people because I watched a lot of TV. But so every time I went in, like one day when I got there, it was 9 pages of signs. When I got there, Tuesday was down to 8. Wednesday it was 8 again, but it was because they erased words and they made me just act like a fucking deaf mute. Like, you know, oh, it changes your whole character now. I mean, I went nuts for like fucking 2 weeks. By the last week, I was down to like 2 lines. Like, what are you drinking? What are you drinking? This motherfucker. Oh my God, I was so fucking bad. The guys at home said, no, man, you gotta work out, you know? And I remember by the time we shot the pilot, the fucking, they were down to 1 line. Like, what do you guys have? That was it. And there was rumors that the show got picked up. They weren't going to pick me up. They were going to rehire somebody else. That's when I started stealing more drugs and shit. But when I know I'm not coming back, I started stealing shirts and tops. At the time, I was living on cocaine, so I either bought underwear, I bought cocaine, I did everything fucking commando. I had holes in my socks. I didn't give a fuck. I'm Storm Coke and I'm being a comic. By the time I shot that pilot, I was down to 1 fucking line. And I remember at the end when I was leaving, everybody was talking to me. They're like, yeah, see ya. And everybody else is saying, see you soon. Not me. Good luck. I left there fucking crap. So I said, fuck it. I had this crazy girlfriend, this stripper, and used to let me choke her and light her pussy on fire. So I was up in their house, up in the valley. At that time, Joshua gave me a car that belonged to a casting director, and she lent it to him while she was out of town. And I started getting tickets on this motherfucker, right? I was getting tickets all over Hollywood. That little black chick was chasing me all over Hollywood. You know what I'm talking about? In the white car, that bitch is angry. She had things, this the fucking Nixon administration. Yo, I'm driving this chick's car, and I'm getting tickets everywhere. I got camouflage on the car. I'm putting leaves on in fucking Hollywood. I come out of somewhere, I still a fucking thing. I probably have 50 fucking tickets. And I go up to this girl's house, and the pilot, they just give me like 10 grand a week. Go see my girlfriend up there. She wasn't my girlfriend at the time. We had dated for 4 years now. We were just walking. She was a dirty whore, but I loved her. What are you gonna do? And I went down to the shower. I gave the stab in the shower. And when I came out, my car was stolen. And I told that lady's car, and they just said my house. Oh, without a title. So they took everything. My house got towed.
Segura told me this story, and I'm jumping way forward. You're talking about how bad you were at acting, but you did the Sopranos movie, and I just want to hear this story real quick. I think it was Segura that told me this about your scene with De Niro. You had a scene with De Niro. Yeah, and did he just? You were pretty like, holy shit, I'm sitting here with fucking Bobby De Niro.
That was Grudge Match.
Oh, it was on Grudge Match he did that? Tell me that stuff. Because we're talking, real quick, let's give you some love. It's good from watching people shake their heads at you delivering your lines to having a scene with De Niro. I said Sopranos, Grudge Match. Tell me, what did he say to you when you sat with him? When you sitting across from him?
Yeah, well, there was a couple of things, De Niro don't say much. You gotta beat him to get something out of him. So, like, I don't know what story he told you, and I don't know
About this. I know. You touch your hand like I know. That one.
Oh, yeah. But that is, when I got to New Orleans, I got there, and I always read that Gene Hackman would always go straight to the set. He would never go to his dressing room. And I thought that was interesting. And I read something by Gene Hackman that said he wanted to always be close to the action. So when I got to New Orleans, I packed my shit in the room, and I ran out, and I went to wardrobe, and then from there I go, where's the set? And they go down the block, give me a ride. They go, you're not shooting there, I just want to go see it. And when I got there, it was LL Cool J. And he was in the thing, they were getting ready, and De Niro came in. Cool J, De Niro are looking at each other and fucking telling each other stories, and I'm 30 feet away. I'm just watching, I'm trying to learn something. And they're like, all right, let's do this, guys. And they're talking 20 minutes, They say action, and everyone walks up to fucking LL Cool J. And LL Cool J starts stuttering like fucking, like Spider. Cut. Action, let's do it again. Action. Second take, again. Fuck, I can't remember my lines. Cut. And it was, and I noticed, I'm like, what the fuck was that? I mean, LL Cool J was rehearsing when I got in. They rehearsed the scene like 5 times. What is going on? I didn't think about it. The next day I get there, and sure enough, I sit down in the chair, and they come over, they go, you meet that? You meet Bobby, yeah. And then I'm going to analyze that. I shake his hand, how you doing? Good to see you. You want to rehearse one time? Yeah, we rehearsed one time, it's just one fucking line. And it went smoother than fuck. And the next time, sure enough, action, camera's on. He comes up, he brought him, look at his face. You just don't see Bob Niro. You see Jimmy Conway, guy, taxi driver. You see the guy from Friday Raging Bull. You see the guy with the hunting movie when he wants to get Christopher Walken. You see this guy, and all of a sudden, you just fucking like, it's like you fizz out, but you just hear the book and boom. You don't know who the fuck it is. And I was very self-conscious. Like, Robin, I'm sorry. And he like grabbed my hand. He's like, I know, it's gonna be all right. He knows. Everybody knows. He knows that you're sitting here with Robert fucking De Niro, and it's gonna take you a minute, but don't. Because it's in the head with 1,000 people. Amazing. So it's like, break it down. Don't worry. Like, I've done it with names for fucking cracking up. Because once you see his face, you don't even know what line to go. Go and get your shine box. You don't know what the fuck. Really fucking interesting. And then after that movie, I got into a high acting class. I got into a manager because she had just won a Academy Award for Halle Berry, and then she won one the next year with Charlize Theron. So everybody said she was really good, and she was very good for character actors. It was weird because when you first moved up in Hollywood, you Mitchell, when I first got to town, great guy.
I want to take a business after your house was stolen. You're still having trouble getting representation and all this stuff. Then
Yeah, I was having a hard time. I had this guy, Ken Phillips, for a while. Ken was a good guy. In fact, when I first got to the store, like 3 weeks into the store, I don't know what's going on. I'm fucking flat, bro. I'm looking at the mouth. And there's 2 fucking wannabe weirdos in the store talking about their bookmaking. Right? Their name was Rabbi, you know. I think they were one of the Italian guys. And they're like, if you want to put in the action, let us know. Here's our number. And I go, sure, I never thought about it. One day I need money to do coke that weekend. And I'm like, I like this fucking gig. And if I could just get a book, and I go, oh shit. I know those guys. They live down La Cienega right before you hit Santa Monica Boulevard. So I called them up. I go, look, your number. Yeah. The Cuban kid, how you doing? Yeah, good. Listen, I'm going to put in like a $250. If I won, I collect. If I lose, then you go fuck yourself. This was, and I didn't want to do this in LA. I didn't want to put that part of my world into LA, but I needed money, and I did. And I fucking put the bet in on a Monday that it was Houston.
I love this. You always remember this. Go ahead. Tell me.
Well, at 25, couldn't even write English. So the next day I called the guy. I want to collect. We'll come by. I'm like, okay, you're down there. And the guy says, what we're going to do is just give you $50. Like, what are you talking about? It's $250. It was, I forget what it was. And he goes, well, I'll charge you $100 fee to join us, and then $100 deposit. And then you're good for the season. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And they go, this is the way we do it. Get the fuck out of here. I go, really? And I went right next door. Ken Phillips lived right next door, right by the 7 across the 7 This it's a school, and then they used there's still like options. I'll never forget. When I went to Ken Phillips' house, they had like a 9mm. I go, Ken, I need to borrow your gun. He goes, for what? I go, I want to shoot a scene for a movie. They want me to shoot it. He goes, what movie? I haven't heard from nobody. I go, I'll pay you tomorrow. Just shoot the scene. I got to walk out of a car and point a gun in the bush. That wasn't why I needed the gun. I was going next door. I didn't know bullets were done. So I'm like, he's going to get fucked up. I walked next door. I knocked on the door. The guy's like, what do you want? I fucking rip out the gun. I go, listen, man, I've been putting bets in for 30 fucking years. Nobody has ever asked me for a fucking deposit or a fucking fee, a membership. I want my $100 to shoot it out. And this motherfucker. So I was more scared than ever. I thought these guys were going to shoot me. The one kid basically started crying. I basically started crying. I was like, Jesus Christ. This fucking California is filled with guy had tattoos, gold chains. He was the mafia. And then he started crying. Please put it away. I'll give you the money. I gave you money. You should never love the breakfast again. I better not see you at the store either. You fucking thieves. That's how crazy I was when I got to the store. And then, so, I didn't want to fuck up in California. But in my heart, I thought that my plan for California was simple. This is it. I'm going to stay here until I fail so bad that I got to leave. I got to run.
You believed you were going to fail? Did you really believe that here, though?
Yes,
you did.
Even though I was a regular at the store and had all those things going, big trust. I've had a ton of things. I've been known to blow shit. I didn't want to blow this. I was in fucking streets. I get anything. I can sell you anything off the street. So if I pull up to get a check, I see 5 cases of Jack Daniels. I just fucking see a Colombian. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would just see a Colombian with a big jacket on. I never saw that from the store. I never wanted to cause, and I got the up there. I bombed a lot up there. I still remember the beginning, getting in my car, just driving on Sunset, and going, that's the last time I'll be doing the spot there. Once Mitzi hears about that bombing, she's gonna fucking, I'm not good now. But sure enough, next week, I'm home.
Whether it's saving more and spending less, getting organized, or losing weight, there's a lot of worthwhile goals to set for yourself this year. And at the top of my list is learning a new language with Babbel. The language learning app has sold more than 10 million subscriptions. I'm working on my Espanol right now. It's going muy bueno, yo. Not only is learning a new language a fun and engaging new hobby, you can use it while you're traveling. The whole Babbel process is addictively fun, fast, and easy. Babbel teaches bite-sized language lessons for real-world use, right? Look, for me, learning is repetition. And the thing I love about Babbel is that you'll give you a lesson, and then you'll redo it. You'll write it. You'll speak it. You'll go over it. You'll learn your accent, all of it, okay? Babbel's 15-minute lessons make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. Other language learning apps use AI for their lesson plans, but Babbel lessons were created by over 100 language experts. Their teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective. And with Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you to improve your pronunciation and your accent. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel. In addition to lessons, you can access podcasts, games, video stories, and even live classes. Plus, it comes with a 20-day money-back guarantee. Start your new language learning journey today with Babbel. Right now, when you purchase a 3-month Babbel subscription, you'll get an additional 3 months for free. That's 6 months for the price of 3. So just go to Babbel.com, use my promo code Honeydew. All right, that's Babbel.com, code Honeydew. Babbel, language for life. Today's program is brought to you by Athletic Greens, the health and wellness company that makes comprehensive daily nutrition really, really simple. With so many stressors in life, it's difficult to maintain effective nutritional habits and give our bodies the nutrients it needs to thrive. We've got busy schedules, we're getting poor sleep, exercise, the environment, work stress, or simply not eating enough of the right foods can leave us deficient in key nutritional areas. I use a scoop of AG1 every day. I take a little packet, actually. I throw it in my water. Boom, I'm good for the day. I love it. One tasty scoop of AG1 contains 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients, including a multivitamin, multi-mineral, probiotic, green superfood blend, and more in one convenient daily serving. A special blend of high quality, bioavailable, and work together to fill the nutritional gaps, energy, and focus aid with gut health and digestion, and support a healthy immune system. Effectively replace products or pills in one healthy, delicious drink. Join the movement of athletes, moms, dads, rookies, first-timers, and everyone in between taking ownership of their daily health, focusing on the nutritional products they really need in the simplest manner possible. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you an immune-supporting free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. If you visit athleticgreens.com/honeydew today, again, simply visit athleticgreens.com/honeydew and take control of your health and give AG1 a try. Now, let's get back to the video.
When I moved to LA, immediately I got a manager. That was a low-rank guy, sweetheart of a guy. He was new, and that's the biggest problem we had. And I also had a great commercial agent, the best ones. I had such a webinar. And this was all taken care of, like in the first 6 months that I was here. I had Sun Bart Naganari, I had a manager, and I was a regular all 3 club. And I didn't really fucking know where I was going. You just try.
Look at this. Listen, folks.
city is expected to pay about $100 million in debt each year for the next 30 years. The project will be completed in 2 phases with a pause in 2028 for 50 minutes that are slated to be just a year. Governor Newsom's decided against reinstating the state's tax credits for electric vehicles. He's opting instead to expand
Trying to figure out. I'm talking to agents every night. I'm watching them at clubs. Talking to other people, watching these other fucking stiff comics. So one day I got a call from Sunny Markham in Ari, and they want to start sending me out commercial auditions. They made me do like an hour workshop at the agency. And they started sending me out. My first audition was with Church's Chicken out on Sunset Boulevard. Yeah. Again, you're so naive. You think you're gonna fucking get something, I kept going to audition. In those days, Ryan, you were going to 3 commercial auditions a day. That's how big the budget was back then by the time. You were going on 3 commercial auditions a day. You were probably hitting 13 auditions a week. And you 2 theatrical auditions. That is what it was. I would get a call Friday that I had a commercial audition Monday at 11. By the time I was leaving that audition on Monday, he would call me another audition. 1:15. Go to whatever. Go show him this. Oh, you got a 5:15. LA. It was fucking amazing. And we didn't know. We had no idea that was as good as it was going to get. Never going to get. Yeah. Never going to get. Yeah. We were complaining that I booked nothing. And I kept going auditions. I had already a TV show under my belt. But I couldn't get an audition for a movie. And Judy Brown called me in for an audition for the Jenny McCarthy show to be Jazz Mom and Terry's driver. She just thanked me for coming in. Thank you. That means your son. Yeah. I'm not mad at Judy Brown. She thought of me. And I had auditioned for a Robin De Niro with Marky Wahlberg. It was the Vinnie Curto story. And I'll never forget that. Back then, I wanted to go for an audition. And every Sunday night, I would write her a letter by hand with a picture and a resume and tickets to the Comedy Store in and I would tell her I would have spots there during the week, call up. And I'll never forget when I finally went in to see her after I died in the fucking movie. I didn't know what I was doing. She goes, oh, by the way, Ryan, can I tell you that she asked me? She gave me a box of letters. I had sent her a box of letters. It was just fucking full. I would send her the 8x10s. She gave me a box back. How many I gave her? There must have been 40 envelopes. She opened up the first one, didn't open up the rest. She told me that was very aggressive. That's good that you're doing that. She goes, I'm not mad at you, but some people will get mad at you. But keep doing that. And I made a mental note, So finally I get a fucking call from Sunny Markham and Ari. And they wanted me for this fucking tremendous. He was like the director of the year for SAG commercials. And he was shooting a Taco Bell commercial. Miami. So I'm like, what? I get to shoot a commercial, get paid, get my dicks up, and start cocaine. I'm fucking in. So I go down that movie. I went down there on Thursday, and they fucking loved me. They called me back on Friday. I went down there on Friday and rocked them. They called me right after that. They been working Monday. 4th of July. You get double raise, whatever. Kitchen was his name or something. He goes, she booked the role as a taxi driver. All right. So Saturday, I had to go to wardrobe. They paid me for that. I stole a t-shirt. I used to love wardrobe because I would steal everything. Right? made it done right. And we're there by the park. They built something like that. It used to be a park, and down the corner was the fucking pizza, the bagel bread and shit. It's still there. Good pizza down there. Anyway, I get down there Monday morning, and they're waiting for me. And they pull me aside, and they go, Joey, we're really sorry about this. You did great, but out of the 3 commercials, your commercial got canned. But they go, listen, that was for you. Sit here for 3 days. I'm going to give you $2,000 for 3 days, you know. $680 a day, whatever they pay you. Plus overtime. You don't have to go home on Wednesday. Right? And then, you know, you can read whatever you want. Take a walk. Do whatever the fuck you want.
You get the paid vacation.
So, not 10 minutes after that, a guy comes up to me, sweetheart of a guy. His name is Buzz Mapleton. Old comic school. In fact, he had moved on. He was there with Mitzi at the fucking beginning. He knew everybody. You know, his wife was an agent. He was a writer, and he had taken to writing. So, you know, he was just doing commercials and stuff like that. He becomes my friend on the set of commercials. I'm talking about that shit real. And now we're down to 2. It's the first one ever with the dog.
Yeah. Yo quiero Taco Bell. That one.
First one ever. So one day I go down there working there, we're going back home going to the comedy store, just being happy that I'm shooting something. You know. Tuesday I go there, I'm bullshitting with everybody at lunchtime. I'm fucking telling stories at the lunch table, cracking jokes. The director grabs me after lunch. He goes, hey man, stay close to me. All day. Want you to change? Stay close to me. Because I left the wardrobe in your room. Because I got a spot in this commercial. I want to see if we can get you in there. So there was also another comedian. I forget his great guy. He was a SAG extra on the job, which is not a bad job. It's $300 a day. SAG extra. So we're talking with bullshit and director. So we enjoy getting the scene. I get in the scene. I'm there playing down the scene. Pauses the scene, and the guy is shining my shoes. It was supposed to be my end. The guys, I got white shoes on the whole day. I shoot. And we have a great time. Walks by. We go home.
Isn't it Carlos? That does right. I always fuck his last name up. Also Rob.
So I go home. I'm very excited. I'm getting $2,000 a month. Behind the front some coke. You know what I'm saying? I got some fucking wiggle room and shit. And one day, out of nowhere, I open up my mailbox and there's a letter from the advertising firm that booked us. And in there's a fucking check for scale. They go, Joey, thank you very much. You know, we're going to start carrying your commercial week. And I'm like, what? What fucking commercial? They're like, we kept you in the commercial. You look great. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, shit. But when I get a call, no, I didn't get a check. Why? I just got a letter. Then my buddy Buzz called me up. The sweetheart of a man. And he goes, Joey, did you get the letter? And I go, yeah. And he goes, fuck. I guess we didn't get into the commercial. What are you going to do with your check? And I go, oh, nothing. And he goes, yeah, then he put me in the commercial. I got cut from it. I was in the commercial, and he got cut. It was his original commercial.
So they sent him a separate check and left you in.
Get my check. He said, again, we fucked in the ass. Say la vie, I'm something. And they gave me the commercial. You know, I made $80,000 from August 5th to December 31st.
Did you just say 80? 80?
$80,000. I think I made I paid $140,000 off that commercial dog. I couldn't check the cash. I couldn't cash the checks fast.
$140, man, that's a great. No, those were everywhere too. Everywhere.
Well, look, that was the first set. So they were how popular it would be, right? So they kept fucking. They didn't know when to shoot again. So my commercial ran was a World Series.
Yeah.
Never forget being in Tennessee and an Army base and watching my World Series and shit. You know, I'm excited about that. But yeah, I ended up making 140. And then it was a commercial of the year. And all the TV stations would vote it in and made a commercial. So I would get a check from that.
Residuals.
Wow. But then I was getting residuals on the residuals. Damn. No, you're a bad motherfucker.
That is a hell of a fucking deal. Because these days you don't even get that. You get like a buyout. I don't even think they give you points or anything anymore. You just get like a motherfucking buyout. Thank you very much. See you later. Man, Carlos must have made a motherfucking killing on that thing.
Bro, that dude bought 2 houses.
I believe it.
And then, I was getting to know my way around LA. Everyone was broke. We were all struggling. You know, Ralphie, me, Josh. You know, the people that you see today were rocking and rolling. If they were around in 97 and 98, they were fucking struggling. There was no Whitney. There was no it was broken. Ralph young. Ralph's gone. Roby's gone. I was there. You know, a lot of fucking. It was an interesting time in comedy in LA. And I was just, I don't know, you know, you gotta remember when I tell you I made $140,000, I didn't have no money. It's like I was buying cars, buying clothes. It was a party for me. My life was the comedy store, getting a grab into a Coke, and ending up at a hotel, sucking and fucking with a dirty waitress or some chick from a show. It was just fun. I still remember living with Danny Kelly for a while on Sunset, which is like 3 blocks before Vista, and leaving his house with no money and fucking walking into the gas station and just putting my hand behind the counter and taking a pack of cigarettes. There was no fucking paying. I would just take a pack of cigarettes. You know, I would take the fucking soda. And it was just a scam every day. And if I didn't have money, Josh would feed me. If Josh didn't feed me, Ralph May would feed me. Doug Stanhope would feed you. You know, looking back at the day, I don't know how he made it. I don't know how he ended. Once me and my girlfriend broke up the strip, I really didn't have nowhere to stay. So I lived in that car for a while. I stayed at Josh's couch, and when I went on the road, tell him that's where I could cut my toes. My father did under my nutsack. You know, until then you're roughing it with a dog. I still remember getting coached out of coaching horses and walking to this as a great rock and roll bar, and just getting in my car and putting the seat back and opening up the sunroof and putting a blanket on. And that was it. That was my world. And I was happy as fuck. I was happy as fuck because I was in it to win it. You know, I was fucking in it to win it. But you know, after she left, I had more action at the store. Me and my girlfriend broke up like at the end of '99. And, you know, I was living in a hotel on Shrade Street where that place is where people do comedy down. You know that place where people come from all over the world and stay there? And you travel abroad. Oh, the hostel. The hostel used to be a practice. That's where I was staying there when I got the movie Basketball. Really? Yeah, so what happened was, I'm still with Ken Phillips. I shoot the commercial for Law Bob. And then Ken Phillips called me one day and they goes, there's an agency that's interested. I go, APA, UTA, CAA. And he goes, no, the coloring book. after a kid thing. That was the name of the company. So you know what? I'm gonna add insult to injury. They were a fucking kids agency, but she was growing her diamonds, and I was the first adult. Your resume was all different papers. Like you had to make your resume on like pink, yellow, or orange paper, and you had to be different colors. It was a nightmare getting your. I used to go to Dr. Fu, the Chinese guy next to the Mexican restaurant. They used to make copies for you then, and I used to go in there and make 100 copies. She was a green lady, black. I had a partner with black. It was a black agency. I mean, how bad things were. I couldn't even find it. There was a black agent that signed me. They were a kids agent. It's just keep going, guys. I don't want you to think that anybody gave me anything. So here I am with the coloring book. I still put me behind the comedy store. And people are coming dirty. I was like, I'm with the coloring book. All these people playing this shit. I'm playing it all out here right now. So I get a call one day.
There he is. How you living, baby? Absolutely. We got Thursday night football tonight. Are you ready? What'd you say, big dog?
Sorry, I haven't been talking to you. I've been busy around the house.
You do you, man. That's why I'm here. Whenever you have time, you talk. When you have other things, you do them.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. We'll watch.
What am I playing tonight?
We've got the Cardinals versus the Seahawks.
Did you push your day on?
What'd you say?
Did you push your day on?
I didn't bet. I don't bet, but I really need the Cardinals running back to do well. They lost their main running back, and so I need their backup to do really well.
This is what happened with the Ravens and the Lions. Did you see that game?
Oh yeah, I did.
I was just putting my head to the wall when we lost.
Yeah, Lions are a good team.
They're a good team, but I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan.
I know you are, big dog.
I've been with the Ravens ever since Lamar Jackson been on that team.
He's my man. He's my quarterback. He's who I chose in my fantasy league.
Right?
I need him to have a big year. He's doing well thus far. He's the number one player in the league.
Yeah. I'm watching my friendship and his thing, Go Bills.
Very cool. Well, you enjoy that, my man.
I'm his Discord server streaming.
Very cool, dude.
I'm talking to his Discord server streaming. Fortnite.
Very cool, dude.
Yeah. That Thursday night football.
Thursday night football. Yep. It's in like 8 hours.
8 hours. Is it gonna be on Prime?
Yeah, but you can get it on Stream Eats for free.
Streamers?
You got it, big man.
Let me get myself where I have it. Is the game going on right now, Streamers?
It's a little early. Maybe some baseball. Um, that'll be Saturday, Friday, and Saturday.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What's the deadline? Because there's no games going on yet, but it will be.
Excellent. That's cool, man.
I like solving murder mysteries.
Same here, big dog.
Stream is.
Yeah.
It's not coming out for me.
Streamies.sk.
Stream is that's how you type in.
Yeah, you type in streamies.sk. And it's,
Stream is S guys. Guy. NCAA basketball.
okay, so they have baseball on.
It's doing some borderline.
What'd you say, big dog?
It's doing some borderline low. Now I'll come back in. It's doing some borderline.
Okay.
Hey, it's doing this.
Okay, just one moment.
Look at my screen.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm looking.
See this?
Yeah, scroll down. There are all the games. That one's fine. I mean, there's no real good sports right now. The only thing playing is the Pittsburgh Pirates versus the Cincinnati Reds. If you want to watch that, just click the link. Okay, cool.
I need sign in for it though.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, I don't.
No. You're at streamies.sk.
Yep, I am. Okay, so I go to.
Scroll down.
This is what I said for the Pittsburgh Pirates is 699.
Yeah, scroll down.
Okay.
Okay, just a moment. Read me what's in your browser right now.
Stream these guys to MLB Pittsburgh Pirates 698 25.
Okay. Scroll down.
And this is the animal.
All right. Scroll up. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have your device in like mobile mode or something?
I haven't been at this time.
No. Is this a computer?
That's a combo.
Oh, that's probably why. Okay. All right. Just a moment, big dog.
Let me see if I can do
Hold on. You
a
should.
fire toss.
Yeah. Remember, like when we did it before, I said, whenever you open up a link, do it from Firefox.
Streamers. .sk.
Correct.
Log. Bucks odds. Can you play there?
I see it, so it should work. Okay, let me see your screen.
Honey, I get the king to give us some money name.
What'd you say?
I won't give the king devices like you do.
You do. Okay, so let me see your screen.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, see at the very top where it says stream 2?
Stream 2.
Yeah, that one. Hit the play button. Hit the refresh. The like that. Yeah, hit that. Okay, go to stream 1. And hit the play button. A little refresh. Yeah. Okay. You're pressing on the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds one.
Look at the Pittsburgh Pirates against the Cincinnati Reds.
Okay. I mean,
Network's been open. I've been here since 14. From an offensive profile,
And I need to.
Judge is done with his career. He's at
But don't worry.
okay, no, you don't log in. Don't ever log in anything on here. Okay, go to Stream East. Go there. Yeah. Press the top one. That one. Yeah. Okay, hit.
You're not plugged in.
Okay, hit the refresh. Nope, not that, not that. Oh, that's fine. But the little refresh button below, yeah, there. Okay, no big deal. I mean, I don't know why it's shown on mine and not on yours, but just we'll watch football tonight. Who cares about baseball right now? If you really want to watch it, go to back to Firefox. Back to Firefox. Yeah. And then we had something, it was like garden.tv or something. You made a bookmark of it. Yeah, that one. And then go to MLB. Yeah, and then just go to the top one. Let me see if that's what it's showing. No, that's okay. So let me see what channel this is. Just for a moment.
You're the Hall of Fame every year. You do it fantastic. There's different levels of the Hall of Fame. He's hanging up there with his numbers like Mickey Mantle. Exactly. Judge me, it's like he's the most important guy we're here. So, oh God, I still don't judge. It's not that. What level disaster is this for the Mets?
Okay. Go back to that gardens.tv or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, go to the MLB one. That's what they're showing. That's what they're showing. Whatever this is, that's what they're showing. So the game either isn't on yet or no, not this, the other one. Yeah, that's what they're showing right now.
This one?
Yeah, that's what they're showing. But I don't know. Let me see when this game starts or what's going on in it. Okay, so it's just starting. Oh, they're in a rain delay. That's why it's not showing, Brandon. They're in a rain delay. Rain delay. So watch whatever you want. No big deal. No big deal. We'll watch Thursday Night Football tonight. Do whatever you want to do. Watch whatever you want to watch. We'll watch Thursday Night Football tonight. Excellent, Big Dog. Good catching up.
Sun and rain delay.
Yep, rain delay. Excellent. It's a rain delay, though.
Great lady. And I read for NYPD Blue. And I got a call back, but I was too nervous. My hand was shaking at the call back. I didn't get it. And then I got an audition a few weeks later for some fucking TV show on Fox. As some Mexican fucking gambler or something. And I ate a bag of dicks. And I had to go all the way up to Fox building. At Fox, it's fucking out there. It's like an 8-mile fucking walk. So I went to read that this one morning. So I'm fucking furious. I'm walking back to the Costco building. And as I'm walking past the door, a little lady with glasses pops out. And it's like, and she looks at me, she goes, Joey, are you here for the audition? I guess. I was there for a different audition. I was walking past the door. She just happened to open it. I was standing there. I wasn't there for her audition. I didn't even know what the fuck she was talking about. I told her, yeah. She told me to sign in, and she gave me a sheet. And I'm reading this sheet over and over and over. It's just 2 or 3 lines. It's the movie Basketball.
Yeah, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, South Park guy.
Dog, I read for it. Nobody said nothing. I walked out of there furious because I had to walk back to my car. I didn't do nothing. Look there, I had fucking hostile. And I hear Joey. We Diaz. Joey Diaz. You got a phone call. And I'm like watching daytime television. Like, Joey Diaz, that's me. I go, what? He goes, you got a phone call. I run downstairs. And it's Captain. So he goes, hey, man, congratulations. That movie, Basketball. Like, what are you talking about? They go, you got the role as a rep. You're going to work $5,500 a week for a couple of weeks. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? And he goes, here's the address. Got to be there tomorrow at 7. And I went down there, and it was a dream come true, Jack.
Dude, you're living in a hostel and driving to a movie set. That's amazing. On an audition that just was happenstance. Literally, you're not even there for that.
No, and I got the job. I had to join SAG. I didn't have a dime. I didn't have a fucking dime. So I called Danny Roberts at 8 p.m. I go, Danny, I'm a friend of Doug Stanhope. I know Danny. I go, we got a house. I got this movie. And I don't have to, at that time, it was $1,200 to get SAG.
And they can't hardly call you. You put your right in, but they take that 12.
The first time they tapped part. The second time, you got to play the play.
Oh, really? I thought once you were in, you were in. And, oh, you ain't, no, okay.
The first one is free. We'll let you get a free one. The next one, the commercial,
now you gotta pay.
TV show, you gotta pay. I didn't have no call fee. I called Danny Robinson. He called me back. He goes, I do care of it. The production company's gonna pay. I was like, this ain't happening. So I fucking go down there. And the first day, I don't know what's going on. They give me scripts and shit. And wardrobe. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? And finally, I get to put it together. You know, I was taking an acting class. Like, okay, I see what I gotta do. And every day, I'm a cop. I want to work. I want to get the fuck out of here, whatever we want to do. So I would go down there and ask them, am I working today? They go, no, come back tomorrow. But stay here, because we might need you today. But the most thing I remember is the roller skates. They gave us roller skates, roller blades. And one day I said, let me take a box of these. They were like size 14. Nobody's going to know. And I said, I'm known by Sports Chalet. They're like, we'll give you a 20. Yeah, I gave them there like I had back to so every day I would steal a fucking pair of roller skates, all right, every day. The 14s, the 13s, I kept the 12s for me, but I spoke 11s. And I just went backwards. No, I didn't notice it. I walked into the truck, taking a box, and just putting it in my car and going home. Stopped at ski chalet. One morning I'm out with Jimmy Two Shoes. We could hook up like on a fucking Saturday night, and we're still going on Sunday. We're still going into Monday morning. He drives me home at 5, and I gotta be on the set at 7:30. This is after 4 or 5 weeks on the set. Nobody's even talking. I'm just going in there to steal a pair of roller skates every day. Not pretty much. I fucking get to the set. You're first up. I'm drinking rum, vodka. I got my sugar pills in me. I got more cocaine than come up. And I gotta go fucking shoot. And I remember that by that time I hadn't even sold my skates. They're like, what are your skates? I haven't had skates in weeks. They stole my skates. And then they're out there. All the skates are missing. People put a sign on and whiskers. Because they had to put a sign 7 on and shit. I fucked that setup, and I thought they knew it was me that up all their roller skates. So when they called me 6 months later, they're like, hey, you made it to the movie. What name do you want? I'm like, really? I made it to the movie? And then I had to pay roller skates for the premiere just to bust their balls. They didn't even invite me to the fucking movie. I didn't get any I had no roller skates. I'm lying to you guys. But I must have stole 40 cents a fucking God. There was no fucking roller skates left. That movie, but my daughter's walking the book and we're doing it together in 2 weeks.
Of course, that's where we're at. Well, hold on, let me just timestamp this. So we're in 1999. You just wrapped on the basketball, or you've just made it into the basketball. That's where we're gonna pick up next time. I love you. Thank you so much. Is there anything you want to promote, plug, anything at all?
I read from Cocksuckers. Laughing Gas at the ice cream shop in Ventura. They got a great called Rainbow Ruts. 37%. It'll fuck you. Get the best bag of the business. This is your ice. Yeah. Cocoa, there's 5 different flavors. Cocoa, Rainbow Ruts, sashimi, menus, and there's another one. I don't know. Rainbow Ruts. Snowing, cotton mouth.
So these all indicas, sativas, what are they?
Indicas and Iris.
All right, great. I love it. I'm going to go get some. We're going to make a field trip out there.
I love you, brother.
I love you too, and thank you for doing this. We'll pick it up again. Go ahead.
Very proud of you.
I love you, brother. As always, Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week.
Take the next step in your financial journey at Thrive.com, where money means more.
Let's go. It's okay. I just pop in. Let's go, man. This is really the fight of the kid. We're talking about killing. We're talking about longevity, assassination. We're talking about all kinds of stuff. Bob and Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months. I know, but we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like we ain't making money. We're not doing business or learning. It's hard to just hang out when I'm too old to hang out. I got kids. I'll have kids. Right. Yeah. Well, we did talk on the phone that one time. Okay. Talking about it, and we text, which for men, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. A phone call? That's exactly it. By the way, are you a personal guy? No, hey. Yeah. That's not. But sometimes they're necessary. Yeah. But then I offer reasons. Yeah, I just no, you should read transcripts that listen to it. Yeah. And he did this. I always go back to talking about supplements and all that. Harvard did this exhaustive study. I don't know if you saw it. They looked at all the metadata. They looked at everything. They took in all the factors. Diet and exercise. Yes, well, that's great for longevity. But apparently the number one factor in longevity and living a long time is your relationships. Not just loneliness. It's loneliness. They'll kill you. You need your friends. You need a friend. And men get older and they tend to get lazy about that. Yeah. But you got to have those times when you hang. The thing that saves me is I play so many sports. Yeah. So like you still like ball. You look like playing basketball, playing pickleball, playing tennis. Yeah, I was. I played probably 5 seasons. I played a lot of tennis. I'm still hooping. Still ball. You know, Auburn's his team was super good athlete. Yeah, but his team at high school was like top 25 ranked team. Yeah, we had Chris Mim. And your mom is a catch pro, so you play in the finals once. What? Your mom is that good? Yeah. What? Lost to Billie Jean in 68. Yeah, I know Billie Jean. That's way harder. Yeah. Oh, so you come from real athletic stuff. For sure. I spread it around too thin, so I was never like that great. Yeah, I was a good baller. Like I got a lot of, but never tennis. Not tennis. I played enough tennis to be okay, but basketball was wrong. No, she didn't mind at all. She just would go play, and I wanted to go play with my mom. She beat me until I was like 28. Oh yeah. Like until finally she was old enough and I was strong enough that I could beat her. It wasn't even like a great success. It was like, well, this was just a whole age.
What high school did you go to?
Westlake High.
So there's Westlake and like Travis. Those are the two big sports boys.
Drew Brees was our quarterback, my sophomore. Chris Mims, we played like 8 seasons in the NBA. He was a center. And then,
Big horse moves. Because Al was out here.
But you always athletic. You're a big guy. Yeah, I mix it up. Yeah, you look good. You look like I feel good. You look like you do. Okay. Now, you had this company. You killed it with On It. Yep. Started this thing called Correct. Yep. When
Got the band back together. Got the band one show for you back together.
when do we get to start taking some of that stuff? Now. Yeah, it's ready. Okay, go to correctlife.com. You can get them on Amazon too. I always say tell the story about you. Yes, this is what I always say about you. And I never forgot it, and I can say it all the time. I've known you now for 15 years, almost, maybe, I don't know, might be almost that much. And when you sponsored Fire and Kid when we were really becoming something, and you said, I said, what do you want me to say about the product? And you said, do you remember what you said? You said, just be honest. Be honest with what you think. And that's it. And I went, that's amazing.
That's how every company should be.
Every company.
Give us a script.
Yeah. But you took your own product all the time. So did Joe. Yeah. I saw that with my own eyes. It was legit. I'm still taking Alpha Brain now, along with the new Correct supplements. Yeah. There's an interesting study I just saw that was Zach Bush was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage and they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that was happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like talking about a sentimental moment with their grandmother or something with their wife or their kids, the time their kids were born, and they brought them into that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was on the heart field or not mental field, but there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences and places where they were super vulnerable or bad things happened, they saw the same equal amount of energy expelled. And the theory being actually that it's authenticity that actually spikes the field, because our souls are in truth. Like our spirit body knows truth. We know the frequency of it. We know the resonance of it. And so when you tap into truth, actually your whole body lights up. And so truth is even more important than positive emotions, just being real.
I think especially now with AI, like Rogan and Cynthia were talking about AI is going to take over, it's going to rule the entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's going to be a thing where being authentic propels and destroys all that. We're going to be able to tell what's AI, but then the people that are authentic actually have talent are going to be bigger than that.
That's what's happening in any marketing field. Like you can use AI to market a product. Good luck. People go, you're trying to sell me something, and you're not really connecting. And they get turned off. And I think that as I get older, I think that sickness, depression, all that comes from being authentic. I think that if you can try to align yourself with the truth and never lie and be as honest as you can, it is the most important part. You resonate with truth. And the minute you're great against that, good luck.
So back to the public shows that we've had things that I've done. We'll hire a team, this professional, this videographer, this editing, and things to get back. Has all the sizzle, it looks great. Or I just take my phone and myself.
Yeah, but it cares that.
So you know in Hollywood, people go, this is manufactured.
That's right.
Like, you just took down this one right now.
That's right. Like so Hollywood's always made this huge mistake. That somebody will get an idea, somebody will write a script, and it'll be a hit, it'll be a big one. And it'll come from somebody when they're alone in their room for 2 years, whether it is when they're writing it, it's everything, it's all of it. They put it out there, then a director gets passionate about it, a producer, they have fights over it, but something beautiful happens, right? It's like all these movie parts. You get Star Wars, you get Raiders of the Lost Ark, you get Raging Bull, you get all these movies, wherever it might be. And then Hollywood does this. They go, aha, let's get an unoriginal idea. I'm an executive, here's an idea. And then let's get the guy who directed it from that movie, and then we'll get this writer over here, and we'll just attach a bunch of people to this idea. And it always fails. They did it on TV too. TV, like Seinfeld, it's an accident. It always happens by accident. It's like, what's this show about? It's something based.
Well, the reason for that, there's some big executive, he has to justify his salary,
And they get scared.
let me attach my name to this. I have the ideas. Let the creative do the thing.
So many,
You're just a vehicle. Yeah.
so many TV shows I haven't seen. And the shoot is bad. Producer on Seinfeld. Cool. Well, one thing I is cool for is I just popped open my Instagram last night before I was going to bed, and I saw Jake at this kind of weigh-in on. Okay? Yeah. And then immediately, like, romantic music plays, and they start making out.
Someone said to me, goes, this ain't get Brian with you're like, this ain't get Brian with 100%.
And I was like, that sounds like funny. That's real. I mean, it's funny. It's like having a real fight. You say it was an
Exhibition. How do you feel? This is my thing on we both, like, you're closer to Jake than I am. We both love Jake.
Yep.
I'm with Dana when he was on Pulse, and he's like, dude, you and your brother, fight guys your size.
Right.
He's like, what are we doing? Like, fight people your fucking size, man. It is, I'm a little bit like that, like, with the Javante Davis Jake, it's like, I can't Javante deal with the size, you know, but I just know for Jake, and he has this, it appears, you know better than most, he has like this yearning for whatever reason, he wants this validation from the boxing community.
Just, well, that's 100% in his sights. But in the meantime,
it's like this is pushing that further and further because I think he was kind of here, and then the Javante Davis, the Mike Tyson's one.
well, so he just did. So he has this kind of strategy where he'll fight a legit, fighter like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it's still got him ranked actually because that was a legit sanctioned fight. This guy ended up number 14 on the cruiserweight list. I think that's what happened, but he got ranked for that. But then he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a big guy, and everybody's asking that question: how will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's mind as a fight.
He's making tons of
and that. So he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention. He's getting Netflix is going to co-sign, and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. But there's no doubt that his goal above anything is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get. If I'm Jake, fuck being legit in boxing, fuck being a cruiserweight champion. Yeah, I think that's one of the things. Just keep doing the circuit.
All right, so let me tell you, I know Jake's one of my best friends. Like, I know him. I've been in ceremony with him. I know
all his fights.
I go to.
Just so we go clear, this can sound like some fucking black magic. Usually me and Ob talk for the fights, and Ob predicts the win. And he's been right.
Like, no, 6 for 6. But boy, 3 of the times we saw we actually, so we'll go on meditations together in breathwork, and we'll have visions, and they've happened to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like, we're going to have a picture of the fighter you just knocked out on all fours, and they're going to be on all fours, and that was in the Mike Perry fight, and there's that picture that comes right out. He gets knocked down and goes, you can get knocked down in a lot of different ways. We just saw that moment, and it's happened. So I don't know what the fuck that is.
I mean, I'm talking to tell me that I'll watch it.
It's just, that's not what I'm doing. It's just a blessing that kind of comes to us. But what I can say is he treats these like world championship fights. Like, he's going in and training, and his team is dialed, and they're training him. I really like how he does it because it's so serious but also so relaxed. Like, right before the Tyson fight, we're front row, I'm there, we do the breath work, the meditation, things are serious. I go back in right before his walkout, and they're all dancing. Like, he has a way of dealing with pressure that I think actually is one of his biggest advantages.
And I think that's since he was since he was like 6, there's been a camera in his face, and he deals with the naysayers, the attention, anybody has anything to say. He's got the game. It's like he knows the game, but he also knows, like, good or bad, they're talking about him. Yeah, because I'm attention. Because when I worked at Logan Paul, Floyd Mayweather, I was the Logan Paul expert for Showtime. I'm in his dresser, and they're having a good time. What's going on here? They're like playing music, and Logan's giving talking about all these superstars.
That's my role. That's my role. I talk to Pam, and I talk to Greg, and the parents and everything.
I think Jake, Logan and Jake are like
I think when people are realize, yeah, I'm like, whoa, hey, no. He goes, not right one. He goes, dude, I'm a fucking YouTuber fighting Floyd Mayweather. He goes, we've already won. I was like, you're awesome. That's why I think he performed at the best of his ability. You know, in that fight, like he was never going to beat him. But he did the best that Logan could do, and I think that's because their mindset is in the right place, and I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question: why is Jake doing this? Jake's doing this because he's got plenty of money, and so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him on the path where he's not off the rails, because he has everything available to him. He just bought like this crazy ranch in Georgia that has all of the coolest things in the fucking world. And he's got a beautiful place in Puerto Rico, an incredible, wife to be. He's got all the money, but he needs something dangerous so that he stops drinking. He starts getting dialed in and gets super focused. He's very smart about that because I don't think people realize what it takes to go to show up at a gym and spar and get hit in the head all the time. That's very uncomfortable, painful, dangerous, causes all kinds of issues. It's really hard to train well as a boxer. It's really fucking hard. I think you never know what's going to happen every day. And he's I think he's sparring real dudes, right? Yeah. I mean, that's I don't get as good as he's got. Correct. That's why I have so much respect, because it's really hard to do that every day, especially if you're that wealthy and you have everything. And that's why he needs to do it. Yeah, he's smart enough to know he's got to keep himself, sort of like uncomfortable. I'm curious how I think he's gonna. When we had Logan on the show, he was like, "Me and my brother, what we're doing, it ends with me and him fighting each other." He's like, "That's how this ends." Well, Logan better be training with his brothers. I love Logan. I was just at his wedding, and he's one of my homies too. He's great. But Jake's just on a different level. Yeah, I mean, it's not obvious. He's an incredible athlete. Obviously, he's doing crazy shit. He's just lost. He's just been. And Jake has that power gift that Rogan talks about all the time, where he hits somebody. I mean, that first body shot to Mike Perry cracked the rib. Yeah. So like he just has that thing where everything lines up. I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if we'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to like somebody in the cruiserweight pass belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like, what people don't realize is this is also, for anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV Plus. At the end, they have this isn't a spoiler. At the end, they have a battle, and in the battle, it's like let the spiritual warfare begin. And their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything good to get the mind and the spirit aligned. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got, Lucas Mack is one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Bob singing the sound bowls. Like, we're bringing the best spiritual energy, the best training. Because he's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. Because when he's in there with the cruiserweight contender, some dude who's been throwing his right hand since he was 7, I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. That's a big problem. I say that Alex Pereira does the same fucking thing. I'm sure he does, but Alex Pereira will see training for a long time. So what I'm saying is the mix. It's like Alex Pereira, when he does that thing where he walks out, it's for real. Yeah. It's for real. He's bringing some deep jump. He's got that work ethic, so I think that getting his mind right, which is what you're talking about, and also just having these skill set patterns. But I think what people need to realize, this was trying to explain what we're talking about it. Change in all aspects. But if you just break down his skill set, he's still a blue belt boxer, but he's performing at a black belt level. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like as far as the circuit where he's at in his career, how many fights he has, if you're giving out belts, boxing, give you a blue. Like just get to New York, Cali, run the regional circuit with 30 fights, and their blue belts. Jake's at that level, but with his fame, who he is,
discipline of opponents. Yes, you know, pressure too. That's it. Yes, like it's rises to pressure makes him better and it makes other people worse. And the pressure he brings to an opponent is overwhelming. It's like they're looking at everything. They've never seen anything close to that. Like I bet, maybe Brendan could, but most of us listening couldn't name the cruiserweight belt. I couldn't. Right? Like even you would probably struggle with. Let's take a little break. I want to talk to you about Beam Creatine. Dude, before I talk about creatine, join the Patreon. Patreon.com/TFATK. That thing is popping. If you want this episode ad-free, we do extended episodes, we do bonus content. I just released a whole part one of all the cars in this garage. We got fun stuff on there. Join the movement. It's patreon.com/TFATK. Let's take a little break here, dude, because as an athlete, you're always looking for an edge, not just for a fight, but every freaking day. You train seriously, whether it's lifting, running, competing, just staying dialed in. You probably already know what creatine can do. I'm a huge advocate for creatine. I take 20 milligrams every single freaking day. That's good for your brain, good for your muscle, more power, battery recovery, the ability to push through when most people are gassed. Creatine is the most studied supplement ever. And I've never talked to a scientist or anybody who doesn't believe in creatine. Well, meat, you can either meat, unless you get the same amount of red meat, you're probably not getting all the creatine. Well, creatine is the highest quality. Dude, and creatine is not created equal. That's exactly why we switched to Bean Creatine. No fillers, no sugar, nothing synthetic. Just creates a game changer, something clean, effective, and easy to trust. Bean makes it that freaking easy. Mine came with one of those little stirrers you put in it. I love that. I think that's something, but I love them. Yep. But like everything else, the quality matters. Bean Creatine is just that high quality. They don't use fillers. They don't use sugar. Nothing synthetic. Tastes just clean, pure creatine backed by science, used by people who care about staying mentally sharp and strong. All right. So right now, Beam is giving you guys 30% off for a limited time. Just head to Shop Beam. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. Use the code fighter at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. Use the code fighter. Get 30% off your first order. The best creatine ever. Like the cruiserweight champions, nobody knows, and so you know why? Because they're not dealing with that much. No. So he's targeted that specific spot in the pressure sphere. So he's like, you take it 180, 200. No, it's 2. Yeah, it's 2. There used to be outside. You don't want to put that up. What else? Jayo Patia, Bobby Jack. So I think Jake's gonna fight. I mean, how much Gilberto Ramirez fight? And he's great. He's a pro. He's a champion. But like, I think and I think Jake's timing it. So 3 more years of fights. Half of them will be on the spectacle side. Half of them will be legit. And then when he comes, he's gonna bring his skill, which may not be as great as theirs, but he's gonna bring his mental fortitude, what I'm calling spiritual energy, which is just belief. Yeah. I mean, I think Connor had that too. Connor was somebody at his best for the fucking Yayo and fucking 1942 train that he went on. But he brought this belief that I'm going to knock you out. And it was just so short. And Jake comes with that saying, I think that's a big thing. I got it, Potter Jack. Yeah, I think for Jake too, like even if, let's say, he knocked off 2 legit cruiserweights, like that's so, people understand that's so fucking impressive. Yeah. And then even if he did get a fight with one of these gentlemen, Potter Jack or this other guy we're talking about, and whatever went to a draw or went to a decision he lost, that's fucking wild. He still wins. That's incredible. It's never going to be done ever again. Yep. Him and Logan, especially what Jake's doing, it will never be done. And that's never seen it. That's why guys are going to try, but they're not going to realize it. Yeah, totally. But he's obviously he's brothers. They also come this crazy. They really have never not working. Like I've talked to people, spent time with people, and he was doing fine and shit. Like Logan, like that guy was always. It's unbelievable. Like it's unbelievable how much they work and like how they don't get so exhausted and burned out. And of course they do sometimes. And sometimes it's like, yo, bro, I'm a fucking mess. Like, I'll come in and be like, all right, like, what do we got to do? Like, what are the ways to actually release some of this energy? I'm always curious how Logan and Jake is, right? We get hate. The three of us get hate. We don't care. Man, Jake, man, that's different.
so unobjective. Yeah, he's such a Kim, Volkanovski, Max Holloway. Yeah, he's such good, but also yeah. But he's such a good person, generally. You meet him, he's so. If he gets hate, well, then none of this shit is real. Get the fuck out of here. Brent said it best. It's one of the specials. He was talking about hate and stuff like that. Because if you go to Mozart on YouTube, his most famous song, there's some guy like, this sucks. And you're like, okay, well, fuck, dude. Yeah, and I'm curious how, because we can talk, like, everyone gets hate. I get all that. But for Jake and Logan, it's definitely deal with it. It's not, it's not that if it's still navigating that darkness. Like, it's still, you can say, oh, I don't read comments, right? Or, I don't see it. They know it's out there, I get to work with Jake, like, really. That's why I'm asking. And what happens is he's got his mind in a position where actually he's like, yeah, please bring it, because all of those comments drive my engagement, all those drive the algorithm. The more you hate me, the more likely you are to buy my next, paper, because you fucking care. Like, as long as he cares, so his mind's in the right place with it. But actually, like, I can feel his body hold that negativity and that amount of energy, and it's like it's in him. And so we have to do things that help him, like, release that and navigate it and keep his mind clear for his why, which is like, I'm here to do great things for the world, not just for Jake. Right now, it's about Jake. Didn't he help? Wasn't he instrumental in helping Ben Askren? Oh yeah, he's so generous. I love that. He's so like, he really takes care of, like, everybody around him in such a great way. But his thing is, like, when I look and I feel the presence of God, and again, this is spiritual, like, will God be like, Jake, I'm proud of you? Am I doing enough? So that's Jake's thing that he's kind of caring about and thinking about, and he knows that, all right, right now, I'm going to build as much resources as I can. I'm going to get as much fame/notoriety as I can. And then at a certain point, and along the way, generous, where I can, I'll figure it out. So I'm focused on transition point where it's like, all right, now I turn this towards the good, and towards actually impacting things in a positive way. And interestingly, like, whether you agree with this political stance or not, Jake made a post about Trump where he was just really honest and just gave his honest perspective on it. And out of everything he's ever posted, that actually got the least amount of hate, and people were listening, and it went, semi-viral when he made that. So he knows that all of this, if he picks his right spot and he comes with that authenticity like we were talking about, the hate will actually dribble away. Yeah, Jake had a good post about Trump assassination. He's like, we need God. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%. We do need God. We need God more than ever now. And what is God? Like, you can believe in a whole bunch of things, but God is value. God is the right and wrong that we know in our body. It's actually a true transcendental truth. That thing that you can't measure, that you can't, that's above whatever is going on in this human realm. And what I mean by that is that inherent truth, that inherent truth that we are always ignoring. You know the truth. You know where the good is. I think it also gives people on Foursquare, whether you're on the left or right, like the government, the companies, they want us fighting, they want conflict. But if you don't have the higher rate, can agree to that, then the Charlie Kirk assassination, whether on the left and right, you're like, this ain't the way to do this. I thought Jimmy speech was great. He came back and he said, we're talking about free speech and how important it is, but he also said, he got really emotional. He said, this was about a young man's murder. I didn't mean to make him feel bad, especially not his wife. Where was that? I feel terrible. But he was contrite, and he said, I understand how people could have taken what I said offensively, and he owned it. But the way he said it was like, and everybody listening was clapping to the idea that we should all be allowed to say what we want without fearing violence. And everybody on the left and right, if you talk to the reasonable people, the reasonable ones, they agree with that. It's the lunatic fringe that we have to be careful of, that gets gamed by the algorithm, gamed by the bots, gamed by the foreign adversary, and they have such, soft titles. Yeah, they're right into social media, so I got to do something. Yeah, you don't know.
This isn't real construction. Most of it's bots, and if it's not bots, you listen to some crazy lunatic you can never hang out with. And that's those are the people getting in your brain right now. And I realize they might be real, but those people aren't happy, but and they're going to convince you that this is the way to go. Just so you know, if you go down that road, A, they're never going to talk again, but B, your life is over for the good. And then you killing Charlie Kirk, it doesn't stop. It makes it even bigger. So if your intentions were to stop it, and they're telling you it's going to, they're wrong to. And that's when you're like, might have issued in there might be a religious revival going on right now. Well, I've never heard in my lifetime people talking about God. You know, you go to the Charlie Kirk Memorial, and you hear, Erica Kirk, her husband just got killed. And what was her message? Her message was forgiveness, and then 100,000 people rise to their feet in like the spirit of God is there. I follow this guy Kaizen. That's Kaizen on Instagram. Great thinker. Went to Harvard, black guy, and he was like, y'all don't even know, like the spirit of God that I felt in that building when she said, like, I forgive them, I forgive him. Like that's so powerful that I think people are underestimating that. And yes, I have the central tenet of Christianity. I have my concerns about the interpretations of fundamental Christianity, and so I didn't agree with Charlie Kirk on some of his premises because the God that I know is different than the God that he read about. But he also knows God. He knows that, and everybody in that building knows God, and it's in your body. And there's one story I want to tell. So there's a reading of the Binding of Isaac story, classic Bible story, right, where Abraham, whose father Nimrod went to sacrifice him when he was a child, right? So his father goes to sacrifice him, chooses not, but he had that trauma. So he hears God's voice, says, "Go sacrifice your son Isaac at the top of the mountain." So he brings his knife, he brings Isaac on a little walk, and Isaac's like, "Dad, where's the lamb? We're going to go sacrifice." And fucking Abraham's thinking, "Oh, son, here's the lamb. I'm just not going to tell you yet." Right? So he's hearing this voice, and then he gets up there, and he has his knife in his hand, and he hears another voice. So one Kabbalist reading is this is the voice of our own collective consciousness that's coming through, and it can become unclear. And I think in the case of these assassins, it becomes unclear, and they get this message. And then what happened when the voice cleared and said, "No, don't kill your son Isaac," wasn't a test. They say that actually it was his arm that told him that this was wrong. So actually everybody's saying God told him, but it was actually his own gnosis that in his arm when he went to go slay his son, his arm, his body itself, this thing that lives within us was like, this is wrong. And I think if we actually allow ourselves to feel God instead of think about God, then we know pretty damn close to what's right and wrong. There's a book about this called The Moral Sense. And the moral sense is even when people do horrible things, they justify it on moral terms. If you're playing Hitler or Stalin as an actor in a movie, you don't play him like a monster. How do you play him? You play him like a man trying to solve a problem. And Stalin, read about Stalin. Stalin was a staunch communist with the idea that I was the same way. I'm going to make everything really equal. And some people, unfortunately, are already past the point of no return. They can't be changed, and we got to kill them. But we will force educate for children in camps, etc., etc. I bet even the guy who assassinated Charlie Kirk, they show him jump, if you believe that. I bet they have videos of him jumping off the roof. I bet I can pull the trigger. You would hope so, I think something I do believe that, literally. I do believe that the body knows, but I also believe that the mind can be hijacked. And then I believe there are dark forces in this. And then, Ephesians 6:12, not to get super religious here, but our fight is not against flesh and blood, not against our brothers and sisters, but against those authorities, those dark forces in the heavenly realm. And I think there are dark forces that when they can seize somebody's ideology, and then they can actually fill the body just like God can fill the body. The dark forces can fill the body, and then once you're in that position, that's when, sadly, as the last resort, sometimes we need violence. That's 10 years ago. I would have said, "You're out of your fucking mind." I would have been in my mind. I would have been like, "Whatever, here you go." I couldn't agree more. As I get older, what you just said is something I 100% agree with. I get way more
He's always kind of like sitting open. And you have to be vigilant. You have to be vigilant. What did Christ say on the cross? It is accomplished. Why have you forsaken people? The last thing he said was, it is accomplished. I did it. I resisted temptation to the very end.
And I think we chalk it well into mental health issue. Like, I truly believe that there are some bad people. I think some people are more evil.
Well, maybe we have evil and we have goodness. And you know, when you give quarter to the angels of your lesser nature as opposed to your better nature, they will take over. And that battle in our own spirit, the jihad, the idea behind jihad, the Arabic root is struggle. It's a struggle within your heart to stay pure as opposed to give yourself over to vice, right? And that's the case with all of us. There's the beast and the flesh. There's the spirit and the beast. And we're always battling with it. Always.
And evil enters the womb. So, like, if you look even at the story of Hitler, like, maybe he was born his daemon. So the Greeks had a term for daemon, which is your ultimate destiny. Maybe his ultimate destiny was evil. I don't believe that. I actually believe that we all have choices, like you're saying. But trauma will actually impact those choices. So, you know, for one, he had a penis apparently that was crooked, like super crooked. So he couldn't actually, like, so super insecure. His parents were crazy, you know, like they weren't helpful, but he was an artist. He would pour his, work into his art at the time. And maybe if he would have submitted that art to an art school and then got accolades as an artist, he would have done it. He got into school. Oh yeah, so he got denied.
You know why he got denied? He couldn't draw human figures. He was very good at drawing large sequels.
But either way, whatever that wound was, whether it was his insecurity, I think it seized him. And then once it seized him, it was just all the devil working. That was his path. It was like, this is your path. You are now on the path of a Sith Lord.
He became obsessed with purity.
And it'll trick you into thinking that giving you this false morality, like you're doing something good, but it's actually evil the whole way. And, because very few people, like the devil almost never tricks somebody. Like, you're going to go and do evil just for evil's sake. That's they think they're doing good. And that's why the church burned all those witches and tortured all those heretics.
Did you hear Sadhguru doing good? Did you hear Sadhguru on Rogan? And Rogan said, we just have to be good people and do good things. And Sadhguru said, no. People do horrible things to each other based on the idea that they're doing something good. I gotta break some eggs to make an omelet, the old saying. And no, he said you have to focus on building love in your own heart and that deep feeling of love that you feel that Christianity talks about, that Buddhism talks about, the idea of like focusing on joy. So Buddhism also do that. They literally try to cultivate joy in their hearts. And what happens then is that that is what you'll manifest. That's what you get. I always go back to the idea, though, that in literature, the difference between a hero and a villain is the hero gets hurt by the world and decides he's going to protect the world from being hurt ever again. The villain gets hurt by the world and decides, now I'm going to hurt the world in return. That decision is made at the same time. Now, what is it about some people that decide to go good and the other people decide to go bad? And
So there's teachings that say at that exact moment, that is the exact moment where you get the most important choice. Like, so in the Lakota tradition, when they're passing the Chinooka back and forth ceremonially, that's the pipe. One of the questions they ask in order to actually receive the Chinooka is, when you were hurt, will you hurt somebody back? And they have to say no. Somebody cheered when Eric McCurk said, I forgive them. Like that power of forgiveness is the new level of consciousness. Einstein said you can't solve a problem with the level of consciousness that was created. What's the new level of consciousness? It's Christic consciousness. And I think we just all need to agree that there's many paths to Christic consciousness. I think, because otherwise you're leaving so many people on the outside. And then you have one in-group who can find their way to Christian, like Christ.
My joke in stand-up is I hope Jesus is kind of something he creates on a curve. I think he does. He's so forgiving. You're not going to get a good. You go to hell, you're going to go, just my dad's strict, but you can go away.
Yeah, but I think back to like social media, how toxic it is. It's like if you look at the free world Trump, he tweets out some toxic shit. So young kid, and Trump does a lot of things good. I like, and some stuff I don't agree with. But then you see his tweets and like, you're the president of the United States, man. They're making fun of Jimmy Kimmel and this guy. So young kids are like, That's just what we do. Like the presidents do that. Why can't I do it? And they're like, I make them the right saying the president. I'll be like, the president's doing it. Jimmy Kimmel has $40 million. I have 20. Why can't I? So this is what we do. It's like, it's not though. It's not.
I feel like the Kirk Memorial was turned into a political rally too. That was not such a great taste.
Well, of course, the presidents are going to press a big opportunity. Of course.
Yeah, I think we need to transcend all of these binary ideas and get back to this. We're all children of God. We're going to all have to figure this out because one group asserting dominance over all the rest of the groups is never going to work. The more oppressed the other group feels, the more they're going to resort to violence in their most way. Exactly. And so who, this is the question. I do not have a fucking answer to this question, but who is the one gaming us against each other? Is it a bunch of individual actors looking for short-term gains? Our own hearts. I think that we love fighting. How do you get liberal gets smoked by conservative, smoked by liberal, and then Piers Morgan makes a fortune having all these counterpoints. Finally, there was this guy who was more on the left said, you know, man, I am so tired. I felt terrible about John Kirk being killed. And all we're doing here, Harry Lake's over here saying that liberals are doing this, we should go to war. It's like, I don't want to do this because I just feel sad at this conversation, and I'm not going to be a part of it anymore. It was great. We all agree as Americans, this sucks.
There's evidence of bots and whoever's doing it, whether it's China, America does it, India does it, Japan does it, where they infiltrate and they can get Americans to fight. Like China's fighting for the longest time. Like the only way we can fuck with America is them divided. They're too powerful. If they're one, we don't stand a chance. We can make them fight amongst each other, then we can get to it. It's the only way you can fuck with them.
So one theory is that it's outside country influence looking to undermine our dominant power. That's a very good theory. And then there's another theory that there's a unified they, whoever they are, that have a plan for unified total control. And they are pulling all the strings, just like the latest Superman had all these monkey bots that were.
My problem with they is that, you know, if you keep following the path, you know what that means? The Jews, and they're all holding strings. So every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world. And it's like, well, that's the term cabal.
And I think that's like,
right about it.
Cabal comes from cabal.
I've never seen it.
And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of shit. And 25, certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews and probably full-on Jedi. I know some full-on Jedi Jews. I'm fucking Jewish. Like, I care more about the good than anybody. Yeah, 87% Ashkenazi. Damn. So, like fundamentally, yeah, they can go both paths for sure. I mean, there's something that's in. It's also like. So there's this idea. There's this idea of genetic bottleneck theory, right? You know the genetic bottleneck theory, where basically like Krakatoa explodes, most of the human population dies, but the most ingenious and the ones with the highest ingenuity and the ones with the highest resilience can survive. And then their genes then flourish back out and repopulate the world, right? So we have these moments, whether it's a flood or some other thing, that actually causes us to solidify genes at a certain level. This happens on the human level. Well, the Jews have been persecuted so much that I think there's this internal genetic bottleneck there. They've been hunted more than anybody since the Egyptian time. The only way to survive the Russian program society. So they have this thing where they've been hunted for so long that they've created adaptations, but they can turn those adaptations into something terrible or turn it into something beautiful. And that's like anybody. Let's go through they take care of each other. I don't have a problem. Well, let's go through a couple of inventions. Well, the pill invented by a Jewish scientist. You guys like Hollywood? Hollywood was started by 4 Polish Jewish refugees. You like improv? Jewish art form. You like stand-up? Take a look at the original stand-up comics. Just take a look. You do your own research on that. You like comedy. You like fake tits? That procedure invented by a Jewish doctor. We can just keep going. Lasers. They do use them to control the weather, but they also use them to eradicate tumors. MRI machine invented by a Jew. So next time you have a broken bone or a tumor,
Why don't you go ahead and feel for it instead of getting it? Hey, you're talking about the most athletic you ever. That is fair. Does your mom was Jewish? Yeah. Oh, both sides. She's number one. It's like Bob Cousy, Sandy Koufax, number one. Oh, yeah. Sandy Koufax, they sneak in there. Yeah. But there's not a lot.
Which also shows, all right, if you're getting persecuted at this level, what helps you survive? It's not actually lifting shit, running. It's actually being smart. And so being innovative and being creative with problem solving. So I think this is it's not a racial thing. It's just simply that this group was persecuted for a long time, and that developed adaptations. Just like if when you spar against hard opponents, you get better. There's been a lot of scholarship on that. A lot of scholarship on the idea that to be as you know, is to be on the outside looking in. So you were able to rock the boat. You were able to come be an innovator. You were able to say, hey, let me invent something called advertising. You never were hemmed in by. So when you're in society and you're saying British, there are certain strong norms you've got to follow. There are taboos. There are customs. When you're already been put on the outside anyway, you're allowed to just so back in the day, the corporate raiders, you never raided a corporation back in the day because it was blue blood firms. There's a whole study on this. Blue blood firms, they were all British, they were all they were American royalty, they were all blue blood Americans, like the Kennedys and stuff. They ran the financial industry, and if a company was distressed, you never went in there and took advantage of them ever. It was just unseen. But Jews were not allowed in those firms, those finance firms. So they started their own, like Goldman Sachs, like Lehman Brothers. You can go on up if you want to. And they were like, listen, it's a distressed company. We can go buy it at a bargain, turn it around, and sell it for more money. It's just fucking business. They couldn't compete. That was considered by the society to be, a little bit taboo. But if you were a Jewish firm, you weren't allowed in those groups anyway. And now it's like, I'm making money, motherfucker. That's how you go. Big man with a very good ego, Dan. Thank you, like that. Hey, good buddy.
This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, you can watch full seasons of the CBS shows you love. From the courtroom drama of Matlock to the heroics of Fire Country. Go back to where it all began in NCIS Origins, or watch the hilarious hauntings of ghosts, all for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Well, Brandon, let's take a little break here, dude, because I'm not wearing any two classic for the first time. Just kidding, I'm wearing their underwear. I always have something by True Classic on. When you see me on stage at the Mothership every night, I'm wearing a True Classic t-shirt almost without exception.
You see me in a white tee, it's True Classic. Why? Because it is the best shirt ever made. It fits just right, feels amazing. I've washed it a million times. It looks fresh as hell.
It's also tailored where you want it, relaxed where you need it, no bunching, no stiff fabric, okay? Just clean, effortless fit that actually works in real life, and it's not overpriced. It's just like everything's quality is at the designer brands, but not at that crazy price. And you can go to Target, you can go to Costco to get some.
They sponsor the UFC, they sponsor the show. We're the very first media.
Blowing up because people love it, because when you buy it, they keep coming back to it.
TrueClassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. The best shirts, joggers, they're more than shirts. They got everything: button-ups, chinos, joggers, sweats, hoodies. They got it all. It's TrueClassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today.
So, I think there's another part of this, and the other part of this is that there's teachings in the Torah, and like the Jewish, it's the Talmud, the Zohar, the Bible. There's teachings that you actually need to wrestle with the word that you're hearing. So Israel means, he who wrestles with God. Jordan Peterson just wrote a huge book about it. Is that you're not just taking things at the surface level in a fundamentalist way, like this is the way. You're always going like, but maybe not. Maybe it's not the way. So it's taught into their religion, which I think goes into their mental architecture. Like, let's make sure this is the way, which can result in some bad choices and result in some really innovative, disruptive choices. Jesus flipped the tables over because the rabbis were corrupt. He was the most Jewish Jew of them all.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I also think it's important to mention that you're allowed to hate the Israeli government for what they're doing in Gaza and not be called anti-Semitic. You're allowed to be outraged that Gaza is being turned into rubble completely, as in the surface of the moon, and be outraged by that and be very critical of the Israeli government and Netanyahu, and still not be considered pro-Hamas, anti-Jewish, all those things. So, you're guess what? You're allowed to have contradicting ideas. You're allowed to hold two ideas that oppose each other in your mind. That would be like saying if you criticize the Rwandan genocide, that you were racist against all black people. Like, you're not. This is, and again, I'm not trying to say that those were the same things, and I think it's highly complicated and so fucking tragic. But fundamentally, if you disagree with an action, it doesn't mean that you're racist against the people who, I've been very quiet on this whole subject because there's no winning. And there's nothing to see what's going on in Gaza. I swear to God, I just find myself saying a prayer because I can't do a fucking thing. And that is a conflict I think it's a biblical conflict. I think solve that problem. At the end of the day, I'm going to sound again like I've never said this 10 years ago, 5 years ago. God solved that problem. That's a biblical problem. That problem's been going on since Moses had a part in the ways with the Pharaoh. Yeah. And that's what I think. So I think there's going to come a time where the Lamb prevails. And so what is the Lamb? The Lamb is the one, like Jesus, who received this unjust punishment. I mean, he was the best dude. He's out there healing people, ministering. He was the best of us. He's the mark. The sin is to miss the mark. He hit the mark. He's the best, and he gets the worst torture of the land, right? And that changed history. He was the Lamb, and that changed history. Martin Luther King was the Lamb in his own. He was, sure, imperfect in his private romantic life, fine, but he was the Lamb. And Charlie Kirk got to play the position of the Lamb in his, and again, you don't have to agree with all his premises, but that position of the Lamb changes the world. And I think, and I've never said this before publicly, I understand that this situation was complicated. The things that happened on October 7th were real and they were heinous. But Israel had the chance to play the Lamb. And one time, I don't know if it had been this time, but one time the Lamb is going to be victorious over the Lion. And actually that's going to shift consciousness. And I think if they would have just held and said, this is what happened, and then got world support to say this cannot stand in our world. And I don't know what the solution would be. I can't figure that shit out myself. But I think they missed an opportunity to play the Lamb. I'm not saying it would have worked, but one time that's going to work. One time a country's going to get attacked, and they're going to go, look at what's happening to us. And then the whole world is going to rally. And I think chaos. I think Israel had that chance. And I don't know if it would have worked, but I know that they missed an opportunity to give God a chance to actually come in and shift the collective consciousness of the world. Yeah, and sometimes you get to a point almost where it feels like it's a point of no return. How does Mexico deal with their cartel problems when it's literally ingrained in every fabric of society, including the elites, including the government? It's like, good luck with that. What do you mean? You want to send in what? You want to send in American troops? See how that works out for you. It's like it's the same thing. I don't know. I think it's okay sometimes also when you get older to say, I don't know. Because I for sure. I don't know. And I don't know my opinion on the Israeli Gaza thing. I don't know. I think it's awful what's going on with Palestinians. I sleep over it all the time. I think that this proportionality is a conversation that have to be had. But what am I going to say? What do you want to say? Because how do you know when that move will work, right? Because it didn't. They got millions of them got marched to the Holocaust. We weren't even going to get into World War II until Pearl Harbor, right? They were like, well, you fucked with us now. It wasn't that we were like, oh man, they're really doing some bad shit with Jews. Let's go in and help the Jews out. No, we didn't have that feeling. We didn't have that sentiment in America. We were like, yeah, that fucking sucks. And then immediately we get attacked and we're like, oh, no way. And then we're like, and also, this is fucked up, at that point. So I think we have a lot of tribalism that's built into us. We gotta, one, acknowledge that that's real, but also ultimately transcend it, because tribes were always fighting tribes. And we got to get beyond the tribalism. We have to have one tribe of God and of people. I always get a kick out of people who talk about racism and that's the problem. It's like we could look exactly the same. All we need to kill someone else is for them to be over there. That's literally all I mean. Hey, those guys are over there. Yeah, I'm sure you see it with jiu-jitsu school
Federalism as far as America. That's like what's best for America, because China's doing their tribal, Japan's tribal, UK's tribal, India's tribal. That's fine. Take care of your own. Take to make sure your shit's in order, make sure your house is in order. So do it it's okay to be tribal about America.
And it's also, I mean, so there's this thing, Abraham Cook wrote this thing called the Song of Songs, and he talks about 4 songs. And the first song is the song itself. We're always going to give a shit about ourselves. Like, we're always going to give a shit about ourselves. So acknowledge that. I give a shit about myself. And then song 2, I give a shit about my family or my tribe. And we're always going to give a shit about our family and our tribe. And then there's song 3, I give a shit about the whole world. Right? I give a shit about all of humanity. And then song 4, I give a shit about the whole universe. It's a long song. But all of them, the message is that you include and transcend each other. So you don't lose the care for yourself, because you're kidding yourself. All of shit. You're spiritual bypassing. You care about yourself. Full stop. All of you care about yourself. It's okay. 2, you care about your family and your tribe, whatever that tribe is, whatever your identity. That's okay. And also, you gotta care about all humanity. And also, you gotta care about the whole universe, the cosmos, everything else, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom. And you sing all those songs. So they say the king is the one who sings all those songs in harmony and then finds wholeness. So it's not about transcending only, it's about including each song. So you're singing one song that includes them all, which is why we prepare a song. Yes, please, right up there. Yeah, up there. I'll send the pictures right up there. Up there. You know, people are really good at that. Yeah. This girl is. Who's Johnson? That'd be cool. I might fuck us all up, though. We can really sing. We can try to be rock stars. Yeah. Dude, my wife secretly recorded me. I was listening to Billy Joel. I was like, some folks like to get away, take a holiday, and I'm singing it in earnest, alone. And she just comes around the corner and she's like, hit me. And I'm fucking down that song, and my voice is great because I sing like Billy Joel. Dude, I listen to that shit and I was like, bad? That's too weak a word. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I got no talent. Wow.
The ChatGPT, though, you can write songs and do whatever. Create some slack.
It's going to be a world where the best idea wins because execution. That's right. It's like how do you prompt that AI in the best way, and then how do you piece together a couple other ideas?
See, I think as far as entertainment, like music, like AI can come out hot, be like, look at this, it's a new whatever Drake song that I wrote. But eventually, people are going to want the authentic thing, even if it's not as good.
Will and I were listening to this remake of
people pipe down about it. It's okay. It's okay. Many men with 50 Cent. It's all right.
I don't know about that. That guy's voice is as good of a voice as anything I've heard.
Yeah, but all that's going to be the standard for AI. Eventually, people are like, I want the real shit.
Yeah, I think it's just going to go to live shows because you're at a live show, and I think if it's just playing through the speakers, then it's just like, all right, it's fine at a dance club, but what gets you really hype is that there's a actual human who's like actually putting out a lot of and that gets you.
Yeah, they will.
I think if they still go to a physical place, like the reason you go to, let's say you go to a hockey game, right? Have you guys ever been to a hockey game?
It's great.
It's great. Why is it great? It's because of the crowd. It's because of the ecstasy that you feel when your team scores a goal, and that thing runs around and you leave feeling good. It's not that you can see the puck better. You can't. You can hardly see the fucking puck. It's like, but the energy of the crowd and like the energy of the players crying, yeah, like you feel something. And I think this is going to come to a time where AI can think better than all of us, but it can't feel. It can't feel.
AI can't do live sports. You're like,
no. So all those things, all the live things are too. Like sometimes yeah.
I'm trying to humans are like, I'm out.
Eventually, I'm already feeling that. Like with my scroll, this Instagram, now I'm like, I'm not looking at it. Fuck off. You're gonna suck me in. And just some great stuff.
It's such
great stuff.
It's such it.
Like great sayings, interviews. You're like, that's interesting. Not good information, but it's like, I mean, and that's also the thing. It's so hard to know what's real now. You know, like that. If we didn't know that AI existed, like we rewound 4 times, and Jake showed that video of him making out with
Jake posted that,
and people would have been like, "Oh my God, this happened," and then there would have been all. But now we kind of are aware that
Is that video chin of Jake and Javante kissing at the face-off?
isn't there? I want to see like one of his latest.
Isn't there a it's on Jake's website?
Yeah, it's on Jake's. Using AI for likeness or likeness. Yeah, AI porn is going to be actually. I think it's actually probably helpful because then no stars. Oh my god. That's fun.
What about Jake?
Javante's just not interested in music. Oh, that's hilarious fun. That is so amazing what they can do. Get the fuck out of here. That is as real as it gets, bro.
Jake, let's send you your lover.
That's as real as it gets. That's simply disconcerting. Do that one more time. Let me get my hand in my pants. What the fuck is happening here? Oh, God, dude. It leads in heavy. Did I bring the hand up? Yeah. Oh, yo, man. All right, that's enough. I can't watch it.
I don't know how the fuck you do it.
Chin's got on a loop. That's Chin's screensaver. It's pretty good. I mean, we're going to be able to see any one of our favorite actresses having the most hardcore. Of course, we're going to be able to see whatever we want to see. The eyeballs. Here's what I'm doing. I mean, I might be. Yeah, you're going to see that.
I think we're going to go down a weird road, and then it's going to. And the humans make we will not.
There's going to be some reaction. You think so?
Yeah.
Or does it get indistinguishable?
No, I don't think so, because human air and feeling is just
No. You don't think so? No, we're not on a loop. No, and that's just because, fuck, 26 years as a psycho. Like I feel things, and I repeatedly feel those things. That I just cannot deny that this is God. If God has come in us, as us, through us, beyond us, is connected to all of it. Even if we were in a loop, that wouldn't take but the feeling, that's what I'm saying. It's not I can't think my way through it, and I can't also expect you to believe it. Yeah. Like we had one experience, we got to go a little bit over it. I know you've had some other experiences. Not like that, but if you do enough of the right and have the right experiences, you just leave with the gnosis that this is, it's not the only world. There's other dimensional worlds that exist, and those worlds are real too. Yeah, but this world is real as fuck. And then there's other real worlds too. And so the idea of simulation, well, it's more like a stacked. It's like layers of an onion, right? So we're in the third layer of an onion. But actually, we're a toothpick that goes through this layer. And then there's other layers of the onion, other dimensional densities that don't have matter, that don't have bodies, that are also real. What about part of one of the real dimensions in a whole world that is ultimately real?
What I think once you have kids, when people tell you a simulation, like, fuck off.
What about the witness? Like, so, I can witness my mind, my body, and my emotions. Right? You can do that. You can watch this avatar go through a lot of things. You can actually watch your brain. You can watch this empty room, and clouds come in with their bones. You can watch those clouds come in. Right? You can also watch your body go through whatever happens physiologically in an emotion. You're angry. You feel your body tight, tense, tingling, whatever it is. So you become this cloud of sensation. You can get good enough if you're quiet enough to watch this cloud of sensation go through its many different manifestations. Feelings of joy, feelings of fear, feelings of anger, and all that stuff. You can actually step outside of that. That would be cultivating the witness. Who is the witness? Who's actually doing it? So this is, take me just a moment to unpack it. But so the witness is the toothpick that actually goes through these dimensions. So when we die, that witness is going to witness our whole life. Life will be witness. We're going to say bye to ourselves, and then we're going to remember, oh shit, we've done this many times before. The toothpick has gone through this density many times before, so we'll have the awareness to witness not only this life as Brian, as Brendan, as Aubrey, but all the other lives. So there's at least one more dimensional witness level that's unique. We've had our own life, reincarnation, all of the studies at University of Virginia. People are remembering specific things about their specific past lives. So there's an identity of our soul self that also is the witness. And then there's a final surrender where you can surrender your own single witness, witnessing all your own life, merge into the witness of God, you witness all that enlightenment. No, I don't think that's these Eastern traditions, they even some Christic ideas is let go of all of your uniqueness, all of your recognition of who you are, and just merge into the one witness, the one awareness, the one love. And that's beautiful, but I don't want to do that. I want to remember my life as Aubrey. I think we all want to remember our life and then try again. Let me go back again. Let me see if I can love a little harder next time. Let me see if I can do a little better. Let me see if I can experience something new. Yeah.
Wait, the lights just shut off.
You're going through this deep shit. Check it out. He's already done. He goes, I'd be sick. You're fucking telling me the deepest. Yeah, that'd be sick. The deepest shit ever. Like things that people spend their lives contemplating. Like it's like the ultimate truth. I'm sick. And you cocked your head over a knee. It was a sideways fucking comment. That'd be sick. Hey guys, my truck. And you know what? I'll tell you. 800 horsepower. You should have been like, here's my That's appropriate too, by the way. See what's happening here? That's appropriate too, because that's the shit you're talking about. We stay alive for that too. Also, we can laugh. We can laugh. Like this, right? The lights just shut off. Aubrey said, "Oh, beautiful little ending, guys." And so here's the little town. Here's the ending. Here's the little horses are here, and here's this beautiful house. Extra college. Like, oh, you just see a cloud of piss. You ruined my whole life. I think it's also going to head to a gang. All spiritual people need friends like all of us because we get way too fucking serious. Yes. Also, laughter is the most underrated shit as far as cultivating good energy. You want to feel good energy? Find a comic that's dialed in, that's locked in, and you're under a spell of hilarity, and your gut is bursting. I see that to me. It's like ecstasy. Yeah. It's the best thing. People hate on comics. I always say, hey, fuckface. Like, we literally spend all our time trying to make people laugh. That's the worst we are. We're dicks. We're not great. But for the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, whoever they might be, all we do all day is sit around and try to think of ways to be funny. Look, I work with the best shamans in the world, and the best shamans in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that keeps you safe and keeps you, like, focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. They're able to take a whole fucking stadium. Try to get one ayahuasca shaman to get a whole stadium. Maybe they could. Maybe they're the best. But like you get a whole in the same energy, and it's the best, highest frequency energy that you can possibly imagine. Like, comics are laughter shamans in a way. It's like, fuck, I have so much respect. So true.
When you work with these big time shops, do you pay them? They have like Venmo chat?
Some different ones. Most of the time, it's like, yeah, they do have they have money, but then
Thank you so much.
they have IDs too.
So spiritual. If he's like, I'm talking to Venmo on the way out.
They don't shit like everyone's like at a really expensive restaurant, and you're eating pasta bar or scratch. Yeah. You get the bill afterwards. You're like, what is this? Scratch and pasta. I never had a chance to meet people next to me.
It's all up.
The best one is we'll always offer the experience and then say, pay what you feel it's worth. And that form of reciprocity of like, I trust that my shit was good enough that actually you're going to pay me. You're going to pay me what's in your heart.
There's a yogi named Ryan Castle in LA who became huge. What's his name? Ryan Castle. I think that was it. And it's too regular. It always is regular. Beautiful and all time coming to school. He was a great teacher, but he was donation made a fortune. He's like, I'm not charging people. He's like, whatever you. I own Black Swan Yoga. I own Black Swan Yoga. It's like best yoga studio. And year after year after year, we've been around like 14 years. Yeah. It's a donation-based studio. Wow. It's a fully donation-based studio where you go in and there's a recommended donation at $10. Our average is about $9.10. But you could pay $0 or you could pay $20. And it works in yoga. Now, I've tried that in other businesses. People are like, nice festival, bro.
that was fun. And I'm like, nothing? Like zero? For that, like, we pay for all these bands and stuff. So yoga somehow it works, and shamanism somehow it works. Yeah, but yoga is small enough so people kind of feel like I think it's the clientele. Yeah, I think it's selecting people to have I'm a fucking festival or a lot of times in a van with no money that you want to get high from. Exactly. It's like, we're really happy like that. Fuck you. Like if Red Lobster, like just based on what you think we're worth, they're going out of business in 2 days. Yeah. Also, I was running the festival, so they're like, we have so that was also the problem. Whereas Black Swan Yoga, I own it, but it's its own thing. We got teachers we got teachers that need to be paid. We got the whole thing. It's running off donations, and it's like I own it, but I'm not the face of it. Yeah. So ultimately, I think that helps. If you think you're giving money to if you're trying to donate to Elon Musk or whoever is super rich, you're gonna be like, I'm not donating it. The guy has way more. He's got plenty of money. My money is more important to me. So I think there's factors, but I think it's largely like Brendan was saying, it's like clientele. It's like people have to be of that consciousness where they trust reciprocity, and then you find that in starting a time. But during the day, during the day, that's usually single. Usually, children, you just got time. That's great. But that's it. That's great. Black Swan Yoga. Yeah. So he had a great on gym. So amazing. Yeah. Now it's a correct gym. I mean, it is. It's the same gym now. It's called correct. Yeah. Because that's where I would still say work out. You said a hot second. I've been there. Last time I was there was a month ago. It was on correct. Maybe 2 months ago. Yeah, because we did it about 6 weeks ago. Yeah, but I love it. So it's the same place. It's the same place. So basically, so the on there and all the same characters. And it's the same stuff, just better. And my question is why start another? You already did on it. Why start another? First, me and him got together. He can't bring the band back together. I'll get you on certain things much faster. I said, why? And the reason why is I started working on a formula while I was on it, and I couldn't quite put it together. Like, it takes a while. You have to test different ingredients and look at all the clinical research and put something together. I was close, but I never quite hit it. And then I was kind of this thing, like, I was fucking really close to a disruptive formula. Like, Alpha Brain disrupted the world. Like, it hit the population. People were taking supplements. They could feel. They had double-blind clinical trials to prove that they worked. And, like, it was a thing. And so I'm sitting on this formula, and we keep tinkering with it, and we find something that works. And we're like, holy shit, this is as important a formulation as Alpha Brain ever was. Like, the world, I want this. First of all, I want to have this available every day of my life, and I think the world wants this. So I got to put it in a vehicle to create another company. Because this formula is fire, and then we had another formula that works on exogenous ketones and then an ingredient that also stimulates endogenous, so your body's own ketone production. So it's both. So you get the benefit of outside of the body ketones, and you stimulate inside the body ketones, and mix it with electrolytes. So we have formulas that are just so fucking good that I couldn't not do it. And also, sure, I wanna run it back and make that type of money again, and then pour that out into all the places that I poured it out. I've got to do amazing things. I bought 5 of my friends' houses. I've got to help Brendan when Brendan needed help. I've got to be there for my friends and then put money in the charities that are important. And I got to, I did some fucking luxurious cool shit. I rented a yacht with Aaron Rodgers and we cruised around and went to the islands. Like, I've spent some of my money for love. You just really need it, bro. I need to feel. I need to feel. Bring it, right? I need to feel. That's my nickname.
Mr. Rabbi.
What up?
Hell yeah.
Well, how are you?
It's fire.
How'd you find out about me?
It's not like a regular energy thing.
Basically,
It's unbelievable. Maybe not focus in the same way.
Was it? Did it happen to be through Twitter?
nope.
Okay, like specifically, how'd you find out about me?
Basically, this server was sent to me by a friend. I do have a question to ask you personally.
Okay, go for it.
Perfect. So my question is gonna be, so when it has to, what has something happened there? Okay.
Yo, Doug, go ahead.
So basically, like you believe that the Torah has never been modified, right?
Hey, any kind of religious questions that you have, I have a section there.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Okay.
Ask Rabbi anything, and I'll answer it when I have time.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Rabbi. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
Not very much, but it's clarity and energy. So it's like I have a magic now. It's a fucking thing. What have you looked at what Brian Johnson has done with his formula? Yeah, the problem with him is I just don't like him. I just don't like him. And like that's the thing, like so I don't have to picture, I don't want to listen to people who look like his like he's that guy that guy's wants to chopper. That's super super pale, super skinny. He doesn't look right. But like I don't really trust him. I hate that guy. Yeah, like no, whatever he's taking to his because I'm not taking it. Like I don't look like Dracula. I don't want to go full nose for up like shit. He's also not like when I hear him talk. I don't. So I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's one of the reasons why I appreciate Bobby Kennedy so much in the position he's in. That dude is fit as fuck. Yeah. Like I've gone to Gold's Venice with him and watched how he trains, and like watched what he does and how he lives spiritually. I admire him. I've skied with him.
Rabbi, God is asking for the unlimited please. You do that sometimes.
So easily, he's a beast. And like, so I trust the people who speak that. I don't trust that guy. And like, actually live a lifestyle that. So maybe he has some good things that he's advising. Maybe he's run circles on that club. Is that what you guys do? Yeah, we run circles. You haven't.
Can someone please unmute the bar?
I'm just wondering how to feel good. And really coming home. I think that's what we want. We want to feel good. When we feel good, we get more shit done. We get more shit done. Our guy's been in this space a long time. If I said to you, I take 5 supplements a day, what are they? Can I just guess? Okay, sure. Jack, what's your I'm going to say creatine, vitamin D, some kind of a fish oil or a omega-3 or something. I might take nicotine and I would put nicotine in supplements. Yeah, okay, you would. Yeah, sorry, I'm stupid. Some kind of a multivitamin and no, so but it's not too far off. So vitamin D, I get out in the sun. So sometimes I'll supplement with that, but I'm in the sun all fucking time. So ultimately, that's just occasionally if I'm in the winter and it's up in a weird place. Magnesium. I think most of us are magnesium deficient. I have so magnesium.
Wants to add you.
I take that every night. Should I take it at night? I take it at night because it helps relax you. So magnesium, krill oil. So I still take the honey krill oil. Fish oil, some kind of fish oil. I think it's the best version of a fish oil because it has the omega-3s plus astaxanthin, which is also the ingredient that makes it red. It's an antioxidant, so you get both. It also keeps it from spoiling. So krill oil is another one that I take. And then from there, that's actually fundamental supplements that I just don't go anywhere without that I take every single day. And then otherwise, I'm taking performance supplements like alpha brain, taking correct fuel, for both the electrolyte. I'm sweating now. So electrolytes, I got one in my bag right now. I'm about to pop it out. It has the ketones, which make me feel good. I have correct energy, which helps me with that energetic clarity. And I have alpha. So those are the 5 that like I don't go anywhere else. Well, except for the magnesium and the krill oil. So really healthy, diverse diet. So when I get tested, I'm always fine, and so I don't take multivitamin. You piss most of that stuff out. Now, I'm not saying this is prescriptive for everybody, but for me, if you want the actual truth, I'm packing bag, overnight bag, going anywhere. I'm never leaving home without those vitamins. Period. And your energy, if I'm correct, is are you I'd say what's in So the big ingredient is this caffeine metabolite called paraxanthine. And paraxanthine is some sort of caffeine metabolite. What does that mean? It means when you have caffeine, the body breaks caffeine down into multiple constituent components that are actually different, but it breaks it down and metabolizes it into something that's not contained in the caffeine itself, but it's a byproduct of caffeine. And they isolated this one called paraxanthine, and that's the big workhorse in the formula. It's a caffeine metabolite, so it seems to harness the best effects. When we have caffeine, we do get the effect of paraxanthine, but we also get a bunch of things that happens. But you isolate the paraxanthine, it's like the purest part of caffeine. And we surrounded that with other different natural ingredients. And the key thing was that what did we see? Example studies that showed this thing, when it amplifies the effect. And we're like, well, we made that. If it amplifies the effect of caffeine in a good way, then will it amplify the effect of the caffeine metabolite? And so that was the wager that we made. And, from a feeling tone, now we'll get this, clinically tested at some point, even though all the ingredients have clinical research. But that was the key thing, is making that bet that, all right, now let's look at what works well, prove it to work well with caffeine. Let's bet that it works well with the caffeine metabolite. And that's what helped us pull this off. And that's why it's so disruptive. Correct with the K. Yeah, and Brandon's a full partner in this. So, we're in this together. Let's go. I got you, bro. Got you, bud. Bro, well. Yep. Chick, you got something for us? I could have, sure. Let's do a couple. Those workouts are the best. They're the best. We got hot and cold in there. We got like ice baths. Half an hour and you're in and out. You just feel incredible. Yeah, it's fun. And you guys also have your soon you're there and out. That point, die and all that stuff. Same. We got a hard 20 gym. Yeah, I mean, we're actually good on time stuff here. But so we talked about this. Oh, remember those? So there's two guys in Colorado that experienced hunters. They go missing. I'm like, oh, there's foul play here. Turns out they found them. They were struck by lightning. Because they found all their shit in their truck, like everything. Like these guys are two experienced hunters. There was a storm. Now, like, even if there's a storm, the experience they should figure it out. Lightning. Colorado generates the third among U.S. states for a number of lightning strikes. So there's a story on my ranch in Arizona. We have these old cowboys that live there, and one of the old cowboys had a horseshoer, and this horseshoer, came over and would always have a bucket of water in the back of his truck. And finally, Chuck, who's been out there, he's like just salt of the earth. Chuck asked him, so hey, why bucket of water horses? And I'm drinking like, why have this bucket of water? He goes, oh, well, that's to put myself out. And Chuck was like, when you catch yourself on fire? He's like, nah, I've been struck by lightning 11 times. My clothes catches fire, so I always bring this bucket around so I can put my clothes out. So there's something weird that happens where we're sure once you're struck by lightning, you get struck by lightning like way more. It's fucking crazy. That's a dude. It's like keeps going, miss me. It's like, dang it. King, you best not miss. Yeah. With Bosty on the Field of Dreams baseball field, whenever there's rain, if there's lightning 15 miles away, there's a loud siren. It's fucking and because it can hit the ground, all the kids go, hold up, let me finish. So all the kids go running. The parents go running, all the kids go running. I'm like, Bosty, let's just stay out here. I'm fucking pitching it. I'm in the right pitching them. One kid says, hey man, you might want to go in like the rest of me. Like, we're good, man. It's just raining. Like, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, some kids thought the same thing. Two of them were struck by lightning. Oh, shit. Yeah. He's like, it's different out here. Like, I guess it can hit the ground. Chin, can you bring a video? Chin, can you bring a video of a Japanese guy gets struck by lightning twice? But there's that thing. Have you ever seen? It blows up. But have you seen it? Have you seen it when the cows are all dead in a field? It's because the lightning hit the field. I guess the field was wet. And they all they all can. That's why you can't be. I think you can see. It's the second one. So watch this one. it's raining. People are running around. There's no audio. People are running. Oh shit, it's raining. Yeah, they don't want to get wet. I don't want to get wet. Homie's like, all right, I'm gonna fucking leave the insurance.
You're safe in a car, right? Is that rubber tires?
Oh, you might need this is like the long version, but
It's not extended.
oh no, yeah. This line's about to start. All right, this guy's going. Oh, damn. Yeah, look at the stain it left on the concrete. It stained the concrete. No, he gets up.
And it's straight to the head.
No way. So that's got him. So watch him get up. He's like, damn. All right. Yeah. So he's getting up. He's like,
Man, that was crazy. At least I made it.
that was unbelievable. My head hurts. Sucks.
Oh, wow. And that didn't kill him? Are you kidding me?
No. Like, what a day.
Holy shit. What a day. That's just got to
Bring up cows in the field or sheep in the field get killed by one strike. They'll hit the ground.
What was the cat and sheep?
I think it was both. And,
Hey, Jen, I think you're not going to fight anything.
I think you will.
Start by lightning, right?
Yeah, I'll die.
Lightning's fucking scary. Especially this cow. Out here is wild. The storms out here are fucking just shake. No one told me that. No one told me.
Shakes the
My
house.
trees fucking hit the house. There we go. Oh, yeah. That's not the base, all right.
They seem pretty fine. They all die. Yeah, that was
I've been doing this podcast long enough, Jim. Looking for that video.
You'll see. There you go. One lightning strike. Look at that. Oh, God.
Because the ground was wet?
Yeah.
Killed 530 sheep in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, that's crazy. The fucking Achilles. That's such a disaster for a shepherd.
Yeah.
A disaster. It's such a problem in that zone. And then you think about how did you how do you explain it to them? Say like, these sheep were a joke. It's everything, right? Yeah. Like Sodom gets eviscerated. I don't believe this though. I don't know. No, I think they were dead from something. But I think you're wrong. That's the same thing. Because
what else would kill all?
yeah. But there's video of them just kind of just thing and they just go Japanese this is crazy. This is lightning plus this fucked up a lot. Did you hear about this? Where they were killed? What? 9 people.
It's just crazy. 2 years. I mean, back to those guys. Some kids said the same thing.
What up, big dog?
Some guy come and go get me. I'm gonna go kill myself.
Just ignore him.
Celebrating the end of World War II. So they're just walking together in the red carpet thing.
Just ignore him, Brandon.
Putin and Xi were talking about, like, maybe we can live forever. Yeah, the technology captures Putin. It's just a conversation. Discussing organ transplants. Because they're just trying to rule forever. They were just talking about how we may not have to die, and they can just rule forever. Yeah.
It says Putin translator computer saying in Chinese, the longer you live, the younger you become.
Yeah, in other words, there's
Z computer responding, some predict that in this century humans may live a better 150 years. That's a big one. Think about the fits. And the amount of people that watch this is insane. It's like, well, those two fucking know. If anyone's doing it, they will figure it out. Russia and China.
The trend is definitely going that way. How long it'll be, I don't know. Good luck though. We gotta keep finding meaning. But there's also all kinds of like talk, like had toxins and poisons. And, I mean, hopefully we cleaned some of that up, but we're not breathing clean air. We're not drinking clean water. You know, things are tough too. So maybe it all evens out, or maybe we start to make advances. You know,
That's what says Xi Jinping says in this century people are expected to live to 150 years. Who replies, organs can be continuously transplanted. Humans can become immortal. Xi responds, that means in the future, long life will become normal.
They're both Calvinists, by the way.
yeah, that's a problem.
They both are. Their religion is
The people who need to live the longest are not them.
Yeah. I think she's sister. She's father was put in jail by the Congress. His mother, and I think his mother killed herself, and her sister killed herself. His job, and he climbed at his job.
So that was his job.
He get killed.
He runs China.
They can go to.
I think Brian's got this one. Even if I don't agree with Putin and 99% of what he did, that picture of him on a horse where he's just shirtless, I'm like, all right, like I need respect. Like I mostly disagree with everything about you, but Knuckles. Like, that's
Knuckles. I mean, he's definitely a man. He's all man. Yeah, you see this on the mall in Washington. So you know what the mall is? The mall is like the huge long room cabin. It's like where everyone goes with it. Orange everything. These artists put up a Trump Epstein friendship statue, holding hands. And I'm sure something like that's friends forever.
It was taken down. Yeah, that was up for 2 minutes.
That was one of the saddest things I thought about the Trump administration when they made that magic trick where the Epstein list disappeared. And it's like, what? When there's no list?
No, I feel like there's
It's 2025 though. People are really
but I don't think there is no list. What if there's no list?
There's a list. There's the people who are actually conducting the actual sex, and they're like, we know the names.
I think though that's the
Pan said
there's also Ghislaine. Ghislaine is in jail for sex trafficking.
Yeah, so who did she say?
Who did she do? Exactly.
Well,
She was convicted of trafficking young girls to Jeffrey Epstein and taken part. And so that's who are they fucking guilty of? So who are they fucking? That's the list. Simple.
So they all these young girls. Young girls who came forward. So remember, in 2008, 40 witnesses, many of them underage, came forward about Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. The prosecutor had a case. It was a shooting. It was a case in Palm Beach, Florida. It was a slap on the wrist. 40 witnesses, many underage. They went out. Their parents came. They brought a huge case. The DA was all said. What happened was Epstein gets this cushy deal because he's an intelligence asset, quote unquote. So wait in county Western Palm County Jail, and he can go home at night. Break the leave. He can go home. Yes, he has to report there at night. Just like there. It was the craziest cushy deal. The reason that the case came back up was because when you do that, when the DA cuts a deal, you have to let the victims know. They didn't let the victims know. They didn't. So the lawyers were fishing tape. The lawyers were so bad that they never forgot it, and they brought the case again. And they said, excuse me, this guy's a scumbag. He was trafficking underage girls. That is an open and shut case. We've had all the evidence, and somehow, now you guys, this guy who got Lex Wexner's house for no money, one of the richest men in America, total control over his company would be legal. Yeah, all this is public law. So we're really in intelligence. Yeah.
Where's the list of the men who were partaking in these parties?
And that's why this is simple. He was an intelligence asset. Yeah, they were not only trafficking underage women to trap people to honeypots, called honeypot operation. Yes, they honeypotted powerful people. Then they had them on tape, and then they had them get by the balls. They could blackmail anybody. But get this. He got tipped. To the raid. They were coming to his house once he destroyed it, right? When they come in, they take your computers and everything. All the computers were gone. Ghislaine was gone. So this is the point. All that evidence was gone. It
It was all destroyed. Obviously, somebody, if it's Mossad, whoever it is, they know how to get rid of shit like that, right? But so in 2008, so yeah, with that movie, whoever that is, yeah. In 2008, what they said is that there was no evidence because it was all fucking scrubbed. And when you cut a plea deal, the part of the plea deal is you agree not to collect evidence. You agree that the case is dead. So nobody's on that case anymore. So guess what? Yes. What about this case? So this case was a rehashing of the 2008, not all of it. Most of it, all of it was actually, yes. So if you look at it, he was being retried for the shit he did prior 2008 prior. Okay, that's what was really going on. By that time, the jam was up and everybody knew. He had already been convicted. He was already welcomed back into society somehow or something. But for the most part, this was a guy. You don't think just listen up? I think all that evidence is fucking gone. There's a list. There's a list. There's a list. You know what it is? It's the flight log. Good luck with that. Yeah, I can't figure that. What do you mean? Okay, I was on the plane. Cool. I was on the island. There's a lot of people who were on the plane who were sure getting right. There were people who were on the island. Sure. Yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck trying to find. Good luck trying to find. So it's hypothetical that this was destroyed, but somebody probably has this list, and somebody's probably wielding power over other people. That could very well be the case. And so I guess this is the first time I've thought it even plausible that actually the list was destroyed. However, if they were really interested, they could rebuild a new list. Talking to the witches. Exactly. Here's the other issue that Catherine Thomas talked about. If you had video of those young girls who were being exploited, if you had that video, you're not allowed to make that public. That would be against your rights. So that is something that may be evidence, but all of that shit went through the ringer already. And those girls, they're not gonna fucking be like, hey, no, these girls being, the girls are coming out now, the girls are coming out now saying that they did. It doesn't work that way. But let me explain it. So the girls are suing the Epstein estate. Correct. Okay. If there was video, and they said, look, I was 14, 15. This happened. Here's the video of me. They wouldn't have the videos. If anybody had that video, the lawyers or anybody, remember, that would be worth gold because now you can really sue the estate. Right now, you're suing the estate based on hearsay. They would never allow it. No, you know what I'm saying? There was, right? There was, I think it's like Prince Charles, right? Massive from the royal family. For a fact, he's fine. I think it's a step down. Yeah, here's the other possibility. Here's the other thing. We're not going to go to him like, hey, what's there? Yeah, I think there's a day. I think they have the fucking list and they're wielding power. So first of all, and I think they think people think it's just left. It's left and right. Because the one thing they both agree on, this can't get out. Well, first of all, the lawyers came to a lot of these people already. This is the other thing people forget. So they came to Prince Andrew. They asked for $26 million. Prince Andrew said no. And that's when they went public with it. So these lawyers, remember, with the victims that are being represented, they go to the accused and they say, we have evidence and we can embarrass the shit out of you. That you were on the island with this girl when she was 17, 16, or whatever. You want to play ball? Give us $50 million. And then you negotiate. Prince Andrew said, fuck off. And they went, very cool. Here we go. And he's never the same. So I think it's also very possible that these people who have all the money in the world, when they came, a lot of these lawyers came to those people, they fucking paid it off. Yeah, and look, and now it all goes away. Yeah, and if you're this young girl, you've had this horrible thing happen, you're like, well, am I happier if this guy goes to jail, or am I happier if I got 20 mil? Yeah. And I don't blame him. Let me ask you this. You also got to also think, please think about the future of the world. Yeah, but even as a dad, let's say you have no kids as a kid, they're offering 30 mil, and just think about it. You'll get nothing. You won't get nothing. That guy, especially today's hearsay, you have 5-year trial. We're dealing with their lawyers. He's probably still not going to get in trouble. Yeah. I think. Let me ask you this question. Let me ask you guys this question. So, do you think that it's possible he was an Israeli asset, right? It's definitely possible. So let's just say, my guess is Ehud Barak was at Epstein's house. We know that. I mean, he was the prime minister. He was okay. So
whatever's going on there, he clearly had ties to Israeli intelligence. I doubt that the Mossad and the Israelis have trouble getting rid of information. And by the way, it is not in Israel's interest to be found where someone finds out that they were honeypotting and blackmailing a former U.S. president like Bill Clinton. Do you know what that would do to international relations, to everything? No way. That's not what it would be. That's not the point.
You basically say what we're saying, but you're saying maybe there is a list.
Yeah.
Never seen it. And if there was a list, it's destroyed. Everyone, the powers that be, will never let it go.
You're never seeing it.
They're like, yep.
Here's why you're dealing with real power. Here's why I think the U.S. intelligence was a part of it, because of that cushy time when he got busted and he got the easy deal. Like, I think whatever force that was had power over our judicial system, and I think so. It was part. I think maybe this is a joint effort that our intelligence and potentially Mossad and potentially everyone else is in playing this secret game. That's beneath the surface, and their game is we want total power. And then a lot of people who we think are enemies who are playing this game of enemy, like left, right. You know, you actually see them getting together, they're laughing, they're talking all this shit against each other, but they're having the best time together. And I think that's
the CIA, actually the larger indictment here is not that the CIA was involved, because the CIA would then be collecting evidence on its own citizenry, which is already against its charter and has control. The other thing is, well, the more embarrassing thing is that Israeli intelligence has the kind of influence over the American judicial
they have us by the balls.
and our intelligence to say, hey, kill that. And what people, I just did a podcast with Lindsay Lee, who's one of the chief Democratic fundraisers, who said the people that run this world, you want to talk about the deep state, you don't talk about the CIA, the fuck out of here, that's amateur talk. The people that run this world are the donors, the donor class, the people with fake ill money that you don't know that can call the White House and change policy. Because they want to get elected again. You ain't going to do this. Money players. But I mean the real money players on the Republican and the Democratic side. And they have to be. Well, some of them are Christians, some of them are. Yeah, but at the end of the day, yes, that's not a secret that there's a lot of powerful people who have interests, you know.
And I think it's a combination of a bunch of people. Yeah, there's going to be some, but there's going to be people of every race, nation, creed, but somehow they got like a little secret deal that's going on. I believe that. I don't know that for sure, but it feels like there is a they, and that they have an immense amount of power. Yeah, you know, like the World Economic Forum wasn't totally a bad place to point to. Like the World Economic Forum, people think that was the help, and it's not a bad place to point to. You know, if you're pointing at different places, like, I don't know for sure, but I know lots of people who are in there and probably aren't in the secret part. I think it's circles within circles.
There are very powerful people, billionaires, let's just take the Republican side, that are very interested in putting people in power who are, first of all, Christian, second of all, white, third of all, American to their core in that sense. It's tribalism, right? It's tribalism, of course. But that is a fact, and they also have forms they have their own information forms where they pay influencers to make videos to support the other side. And the same goes with the left, right? That's what that chips.
And I think fundamentally authenticity is going to win. That's my faith. It's just faith. At some point, people telling the truth, we're going to be able to tell the difference. Our faculties, it's
hard to cover a lie, isn't it? It is hard. Transparency is like making it almost impossible to keep this lie going. Well, look at how we're talking. I'm the ultimate non-conspiracy theorist, but the number of people that are actually running our government, very small group.
He said there's no list. Then full circle, he said there is a list. I'm talking about this in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm talking about this. I'll be revealing the secrets. I'll be revealing. I have the you have the list. I'm going to reveal it in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and hyenas October 3rd and 4th. That's the place to do it. That's right. After get the people going. Come to Plano, Texas, November 21, 22 as well. That's it. Yeah. So get some mob. We love you. It's correct. Love you guys. All day, baby. Great to see you up. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Nashville, Tennessee, Lexington, Kentucky, thank you so much for all the love. It was great to see you all out there. I really appreciate all the support. I am bringing the Night Pants Nation tour to Boston, March 31st to April 2nd, and Minneapolis, April 28th through the 30th. Get your tickets for those shows and all shows at RyanSickler.com. Welcome back to the Honeydew. You're doing it. Social media do enough for your support. It's been a hell of a year so far. We're going to continue that run. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's a huge help, everything we do over here. And Patreon, it's called Honeydew with unlike anything you've ever heard. I promise you that. It's $5 a month. If you sign up for a year, you get over a month free. You're getting the Honeydew a day early, ad free, and no additional cost. All right, that's the biz. It's right there. You guys know what we do over here. We're highlighting the low lights. I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure.
get tossed out.
Listen, there's no way the United States of America is going to tell people that you can't fucking come here and save your fucking self. There's going to be a lot of looking left and right when it comes to that shit. Blind eyes, compassionate souls. What the fuck are you going to do? Their capitals get robbed. They bombed the airport. They bombed the airport. Imagine being in LA right now. You're like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. They're like, they bombed LAX. Like, how am I getting the fuck out now? I gotta drive to Vegas. Or some shit. Alright, brother, we have not done one of these since July of 2021 when we last ended. It's actually very touching to me now because it was March of 97 for you. I had just moved here on Valentine's Day in 97. And you just got passed at the store. And for me, I'm sitting here right now, I'm newly passed at the store. So it's nice to, by the way, it's nice to be able to go on that mall.
It was 25 years. The anniversary was 25 years. Last Saturday was on my birthday. I came over on my birthday.
Okay.
It all came together,
Yeah, you were mentioning that you went in, you didn't want to touch the toilet with your hands, so you fucking sat the lid down and you sat there and you cried, and it just all came out. Everything from back in Denver, back in Jersey, New York, all of it, prison, all of it coming back to you, and it just hit. Now you're a fucking regular at the world famous Comedy Store. So let's pick up March of 97 and we'll go from there.
The next day I woke up, and I have to tell you how I felt. I felt invincible. I felt that I belonged. And I'm happy that I got to do this now because it's given me, I've been doing stand-up to a year now. It was a year yesterday, since I haven't been on stage. It gave me a lot of time to think, the best times I had yet. It felt great to sell out theaters. It felt great to sell out comedy clubs. That was great. It felt great to shoot a special. But there's nothing better than getting accepted into the circle that you're going for. That's a great feeling. I started in Denver, and then I went to New York for 9 to 10 months, which taught me how to kind of start up in the city and get the party started. Then I went back to Denver and got the party started there for a year. And then I went to Seattle and got the party started there. So by the time you get to that one destination, you know how to get the party started. By that time I joined an acting class on Monday night. James Masada told me I wasn't funny enough to do the stage. Fuck that guy. But I had a guy who worked there who used to give me a 20-minute spot every Monday for Latino night. And it was packed. And it's so weird. People think you make it at the store and that's it. No, that's when your work starts.
I just did the Comedy Store podcast last night with Eleanor, and she said the same thing. I said, look, it's great, and you're right. There's nothing there. I'm so surprised at the camaraderie and how kind everyone has been coming up to me and congratulating me and stuff. And I didn't expect, first of all, I don't expect anything from anybody, but I really didn't expect that. I had been in that building for so long, doing so many shows, just never a regular, that it really, I see how much they appreciate it. So it is something to be accepted by this band of fucking misfits. And you're one of us now. I really feel good about that. But you're right. A 15-minute set at the Comedy Store that's all it is. It does not make you a comedian. An hour makes you a comedian. If you can go on the road and sell tickets, it makes you a comedian. Like, just being a Comedy Store comic is awesome, but there's so much more. You're right. That's where your work begins. Now, you got to go to that next level. And you've seen guys over the years do it. Pryor, Robin Williams, just name all of them,
Like, so there's an outline. So karate, when you start back of the class, and then after 3 months, you move up 6 months. And then after 3 years, you're in the front line, And it's the same thing at the Comedy Store. Like, I remember getting paid and getting passed to get away from this. After I got passed, like, once So when he became a regular, we wait for them up the stairs. And when they come out, we treat them like the guys in the village. Yeah. So up, you know what? What's the one guy has? We did that with him. He got made. Oh shit. I'm the Jerry. Not for me, don't be this and think to me. But I know what I said. I got up and I wasn't once. Got there if I was the Jewish. It was the time I went there in the store. And on the weekend, that's the weekend. But she made there on Sunday. And that following weekend, now we get in San Francisco. Somebody told me, no, cancel it. Because you don't want to get paid. And then she forgets about it. So I canceled it. And my goal at that time was to become a good comedian. But to be honest with you, the way you have to think when you're walking to a comedy store, what do you drive? You drive is the way you think. So what's happening in your life? You have to go come in. I'm going to give myself 5 years. I'm going to be the best comic on it. You know, you got to sit there, get involved in the store, walk down the shows, the people, the more exposure. So my world was becoming a comedy store. I was, you know, the foundation got expunged. Got expunged after the Truckers sensation. Lenny Glenn was there in 97 also. It was 97. No, I'm saying I did it becoming a regular. Took away all the decisions. Took away a lot of the pain. Took away a lot of things. Now my fucking goal was to become the best of the show. That we fucked the ladder from 1 o'clock times to 10:15. Retreat. You know, I was together with one day I was stuck. That one day, my first one day, they gave me a spot. I couldn't even do it at 11 o'clock. Boy, was I fucking happy. I got Josh Rules, I got my other buddies. I got Brody. Everybody came down to see my spot. Monday night, comedy store debut, ready to fucking go. And all of a sudden, Eddie Christian asked me to go say the player. Well, we stayed out there for a little. Yeah, I know. Went from the biggest high in my life to the biggest low of my life. Did you still get to go? If you would have come by and fucked me in the ass, it would have been the best thing you could have done. I was just sitting back there, ready to cry. My friends kept saying goodbye. We'll see you next time. And then finally, the group goes, hey, you coming up there, Cuba? And I look walking up there like, hey, shoot myself. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to kill him. I think I went out to smart again. It was hot. This gigantic fucking ball, 24 hours. And that was okay. The beaches here. I was used to it. You know, get this. People telling me for 10 minutes. They were looking for 2 hours. So, you know, I didn't have a lot of girlfriend. We would come out and work. You know, we found a place. And Hollywood. And it was getting myself. The way I got an acting class on Monday nights. I was going to on the other side of Sunset, I think it's our center. One of the guys there was after like 3 weeks on Mondays. It was 7 to 10. And after about 3 or 4 weeks, the guy said to me, by the way, is anything familiar with him? And I didn't say shit. And he goes, I hate fucking comedians. You guys come in here, you think you're the table and that. I can't stand them. The last comic I dealt with was fucking Andrew Dice Clay. He put a bad taste in my mouth. I was like, guy called Woody Allen. So Monday nights was the busiest night in Hollywood. They were fucking, yeah. It was the Laugh Factory, the Latino night, back. Crazy Monday, whatever it was, and then it back. And the comedy store had loads of fight. But after 10, you could have then sign up on Monday. So your goal was to get a triple crown on Monday nights. You know, the spot at the Improv, you got a spot at the Laugh Factory. So for months, I would get spots every fucking because he was on a different level. In 97, he had turned the face of comedy. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to switch it up a little bit from the fucking very little, you know what I'm saying, all that shit. So I was hanging out with Doug in the daytime, and that circle became Doug and Mitch. So it was me, Doug, and Mitch Hedberg would meet him now, and Doug Stanhope's Curtis Owen, and then we walked to people on our fucking run. I must say, I mean, it's three very different voices of comedy getting together, unlike anything, and especially at that time. Even still now, it's still, yeah. And especially Mitch Hedberg, too. He's still one of a kind. He's still one of a kind. There's so many Montreal people know Mitch was. Doug was tearing up the country. It was like a feature act, learning the both of them. Just listen to North play tennis. That's when he wrote that joke. We'll never be as good as the world. He was a motherfucker. And then after that, he lived on Sierra Bonita, next to motherfucking Nick the Power in the Davis. And Nick wasn't crazy about Mitch Hedberg. I can see that. Yeah. And then your ball players, they would hang up the whole land because we tell Jesus Christ. He goes, they're fucking mixed up, man. But it was something that, like I said, you can hang out with Fly and all this shit. That kind of variety never happened again. Josh Wolf was the circle one. I was a rock with Josh those days. Understand I'm with Curtis Owen, Mitch Hedberg, and they lived on Sierra Bonita. And then there was Gardner. There was a friend of Doug Stanhope, Doug Gardner. And then this one was Josh Wolf. So 4 blocks in a row, I would just wait in the corner and go from door to door. You know, I wasn't like friends with the guy who lived on Gardner. But one day there was an emergency and he had to leave. And there was a fat guy who stayed up with Joey Medina. There was a funny guy. He was friends with Doug Stanhope, so Doug Stanhope lived in that building now. And that was Ralphie May. No way. Another assassination. It was Josh. Ralphie. Doug Stanhope. Sidewalks. He said, you know, I know when I first moved here in 94, this was a big I didn't eat sweets or especially there's like, you know, and he just kind of he said, you know, I ended up that was what I said, one of the nicest offensive you know, now the way he said it, no, I was a fan of Andrew, this Andrew was to be exhibited, really, I think sick, and we used to get this fucking mail, and it hit me out, I really, the reason I'm here to be a comedian, I'm in one of places, old places, like that, it just was one of those things, like, wow, you knew they all lived in that area, if they could, the stores there, improv here, the lab, just that triangle, those little fucking triangles like this, all within one, like, mile and a half of each other's house. This is what guys are doing, so it's a lot, and it's a lot. This is crazy, the things you could never hang on with, that's a lot of people. He was getting the 60 check, that guy, for 3 grand, and somebody else, like, just the guy wasn't missing. I was broke. And then at that time, I took some money left in the deal. I got CBS, I basically stop it. And that's how he was going to speed. Show on CBS, there might be a religious revival, and I've never heard in my lifetime. I became a regular in LA, and it's amazing what it's amazing. The message was forgiveness as a walking story. I wonder if it might not be the best. The spirit of you gotta be up there. You gotta be up there. I mean, something like Laredo, and he was like, I'm leaving Mitzi in the manual, like, right? And Mitzi made a little shit like that. I forgive them. There's usually like a point that you go up there, and you gotta still got the seats of the like, a couple people have rooms in Orange County, but the most noticeable guy was Ray Brandon. Yep. He moved at the Brand Pool, like the comedy. It was basically 3 fucking rooms. And he would book 3 rooms on a Saturday and Friday. That was the club that was for fucking love. So I was blue in the fucking face. And he would become my phone. So I borrowed a car one night, and I actually went to the Brand Pool. And I go, who's really fucking Brandon? And I go, how fucking dare you not call me black? I can see if I was some white animal or something. I'm Spanish, like, white animal. He's like, okay, I'll pick up. Well, he's great too. I did a lot of his shows at the Ice House early on coming up. He really did hustle. Booked a lot of shows, gave a lot of comedians spots. If you're waiting for the right time to buy your first home, I've got news for you. Things are only getting crazier. Rents and house prices are skyrocketing. Interest rates are going up, and no matter what stage you're in, you should start planning now. I look every night out here. I check Zillow, I check Westside Rentals, I check Apartments.com, I check Craigslist, I check all of them. Rents are insane. The cost of living is insane. Okay, I recommend it. Everyone listen to the How to Buy a Home podcast. This is an incredible free resource with everything you need to know to navigate this process. Host David Sidoti is an industry expert with years of experience who actually cares about first-time home buyers like you. He answers questions like, when is the best time to start? How do I even start? Will the mortgage be more than my current monthly rent? Probably not. The good news is he just released an emergency episode of How to Buy a Home, all about the bidding wars in 2022, with insider tips and tricks to win. David has helped make buying a home a reality for so many people. He even connects first-time home buyers with great local realtors in their area so they know they have someone in their corner. I'm telling you, he can help you too. He's already helped a couple of you guys out there. So listen to the How to Buy a Home podcast today. David can help find How to Buy a Home wherever you listen to podcasts. For many people, getting financially healthy means dropping the weight of credit card debt. But where do you start when it feels like a never-ending cycle, right? Upstart can help you pay off your existing debt quickly and easily with a personal loan so you can start living your life. Whether it's paying off your credit cards, consolidating that high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 1 million people have used Upstart to get one fixed monthly payment with a clear payoff date. Upstart knows you're more than just your credit score, so rather than looking at your credit score alone, Upstart's model considers other factors like your income, your employment, and other information provided in your loan application to find you a smarter rate for your loan. You can check your rate without impacting your credit score in just 5 minutes for loans between $1,000 all the way up to $50,000. You can even receive your funds as fast as 1 business day after accepting your loan. Find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today when you go to upstart.com/honeydew. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Don't forget to use my URL to let them know I sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, your income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. Go to upstart.com/honeydew. Now, let's get back to the video. Well, you used to give me 3 spots a week. I used to torture him. While he was on stage, I'd sit behind the stage and go, Rudy. I was just but that particular night, about a year and a half, maybe like 3 years earlier, I was at the Comedy Works like in New York, Mike. And the guy that was in charge of the Comedy Works was a fucking sweetheart who actually changed my life around. I did a spot and killed 3 minutes, and he chased me outside. This guy, and he was right up there for a second. He goes, listen, we both know you're the funniest guy here without even blinking a fucking eye. But you don't take it serious. Because look at the t-shirt you got on. You don't come to the writing classes. You're not involved with SMO. You just come in, blow the room up, and fucking leave. That's great. That'll work. It ain't gonna work for a while. Not in the room. You gotta write jokes in the room. And he told me, he goes, you're a good comic, but this isn't what you want to do. this guy telling me. And I walked over to the bus, and I go, you know what? I'm going to fuck him up. And I walked back to the comedy works in Denver, and I went downstairs, and he wasn't there. And we went to the bus home, and a month later, I found out what comedy was. It didn't matter. That dude, I spoke to dude that night at Rudy's. He was a guy that worked with the comics. At this time, he was working with Brian Duncan. Yeah. And he was bringing Brian down before American Idol was. So I went up on stage and I had a follow him in the top headline. He's got now. Tell me, trained to something. Tell me something. He used to be like a detective. I like my women. I like my coffee. With them tits. All that shit. He was a funny dude. I had seen he had went out a bunch of times and he would roll detective jacket like a hat. Yeah, you know, all that. I was talking to this day. He blew up the fucking wall. I was my knees. Fucking another one. But then I said to myself, fuck this. I'm at the comedy store fucking thing. Following savages. And the third that worked the savages still worked when I was there. But there was that, you know, we at the store. At 10:30, I'd be a fucking savage. And brother, I went up there, took that room apart at the grave. I fucking went. And I got off the Rudy goes, you come down whatever the fuck you want. Just clear it up a little bit. And as I passed by Rudy, I saw that guy back. I was staying back. And he goes, what the fuck was that? And at that point, I accepted what he said to me. I put him aside. And I go, you don't know how lucky you are, man. Who was it? I go, I'm a fucking nut. And you destroyed me that night as a human being. But when I got home, I told him that when you were right. And you're the reason why I'm here tonight, so thank you. And he gave me a big hug, and I never saw him again. Matt Woods, great comic. He came up with Matt Berry, Roseanne, Todd Jordan, Rick Burns. They were fucking, you know, when one of the country guys, Matty Gable guy, he brought all of that for comics material. Yeah, they were great writers. All those guys. Rick House with the hook. You know, he got the hook up on stage. Fucking brilliant writer, that motherfucker. So it was great. It was great to see him. But after I saw that guy, and after I knew I could do it, because before you come to LA, you hear all these negative things from comics when you go on the road. You know, I'll go to LA, you gotta be a bag, you gotta suck dick, don't do John Stage. Here I am, 3 fucking months. Get love everywhere. I got love in the improv before I got love in the store. I was already getting started. There was a guy there named who was a talent coordinator, who was a drunk, great guy. And he saw me doing the deal on that, he made me a regular. And I was in the laugh factory, so it was, I was rocking and fucking rolling 3 months in. And I was trying to shoot the pilot. The director of this pilot for CBS, they gave $3 million. So I thought this show was definitely going to work. You know who the director was? The guy who played the doctor in jail. When the guy from The Sopranos was in prison. Wait, remember Johnny Sack? Johnny Sack, yeah. Johnny Sack was in prison. There was a guy with glasses that was fucking making his bed, all that shit. That's the guy. That guy is a badass, but he's also an Eyes Wide Shut, that dude. He's been in 1,000 things. He directed. So when I got there, I was playing a bartender that had, he gave information to the cops. He was the eyes and ears of the neighborhood. He was a Spanish guy in the Bronx, you know. And I remember going to rehearsals, and every time I would say a word like that, people would shake their head. I was bad, Brian said, but there was like stealing wardrobes and shit. Well, I'm on back to my back, I started getting shirts and laptops and backpack. I was living on cocaine, so I either go on the plan or I go on the cocaine. I did everything, tobacco. I had holes in my socks, I didn't give a fuck. I'm still toting up being a comic. By the time I shot that pilot, I was down with one fucking line. And I looked back at the end when I was leaving, as we was talking. They're like, yeah, see ya. I was just saying, see you soon. Good luck. I left there fucking crap. So I said, fuck it. I had this crazy girl from the stripper that used to let me choke her. So I was up at her house, up in the valley. And that night, Joshua gave me a car that belonged to Cassie. That's why she left the band while she was out of town. And I started getting tickets on this motherfucker. I was getting tickets all over Hollywood. That little black chick was chasing me all over Hollywood. You know what I'm talking about? If a woman called her bitches angry, she had to get on the this motherfucking thing. I'm driving this chick's car. And I'm getting tickets everywhere. I got camouflage on the car. I'm putting leaves on it. Fucking Hollywood. I come out of somewhere, I still get a fucking ticket. I probably have 50 fucking tickets. And I go up to this girl's house and the pilot. They just give me like 10 grand for the fucking week. I'm gonna go see my girlfriend up there. Well, she wasn't my girlfriend at the time. We had dated for 4 years now. We just fucking. She was a dirty whore, but I loved her. What are you gonna do? And I went there, I took a shower, I gave her a stab in the shower. When I came out, my car was stolen. And they told that lady's car, and they just said my house. Well, without a fucking, without a title. So they took everything from my house got towed. And they used to say, your house got towed. Everything, headshots, demo reels, fucking clothes, houses and clubs, everything. Alright, wait, I have to stop you for a second because Segura told me this story and it's I'm jumping way forward. You talk about how bad you were at acting, but you did the Sopranos movie. And I just want to hear this story real quick. I think it was Segura that told me this about your scene with De Niro. You had a scene with De Niro. Yeah. And he just, you were pretty like, holy shit, I'm sitting here with fucking Harvey De Niro. That was Grudge Match. Oh, it was on Grudge Match. He did that. You know, tell me that. Because we're talking, real quick, let's give you some love. Because we go from watching people shake their heads at you delivering your lines to having a scene with De Niro. I said, Sopranos, Grudge Match. Tell me, what did he say to you when you sat across from him? Yeah. There was a couple things, you know, you didn't want to say much. You know, you got to beat him to get something out of him. So, like, I don't know what story he told you. I don't know about this. I know.
My God.
I know. He did. You know, when I got to New Orleans, I got there. I was with Gene Hackman. You always go straight to the site. You never know this dress. I thought that was interesting. I read something like Gene Hackman that said, you want to know who's used to the action. You know, so when I got there, New Orleans, I packed my shit and I ran out and I went to Fort Jones. And then from there, I go west to set. And they go down the block and give me a ride. You know, you're not shooting there. I just want to go see you. And when I got there, it was out of check. And it was a good day to get ready.
This guy right here that don't eat a bite from the store. Because he tried to trip up. He tried me to commit murder. Or attempt murder.
Who told you that?
This guy ain't gone. Trying me to commit murder. To attempt murder. To kill myself. He told me to go get an eyebrow and you to go kill myself.
You don't have to worry about them anymore. They're gone.
What is going on? I didn't think about it. The next day I get there. And sure enough, I sit down on the chair. And they come over. They go, you do that? You bother you.
You're welcome, big dog. Absolutely, my friend.
Jimmy, Conway, yeah. The guy, taxi driver. You see the guy playing in Rachel Wood. You see the guy over the hunting movie when he was the big dog. Christopher Walken. You know, you see this guy, and all of a sudden, you just fucking like, it's like you fizz out. Like you just hit a fucking, you don't know who the fuck it is. And I was very self-conscious. And like, Robin, I'm sorry. And he like grabbed my hand. He's like, I know, it's gonna be all right. He knows. Everybody knows. He knows that you're sick. You're Robert fucking De Niro. It's gonna take you a minute, but no, because it's the head with 1,000 people. Amazing. That's so like break it down. Nowhere. Yeah, like I've done it with names with Christ. Because once you see his face, you don't even know what line you're going to get. You know, go and get your shine box. You don't know what that is. Really fucking interesting. And then after that, I got into a high-end acting class. I got into a manager because she had just won a Academy Award with Halle Berry, and then she won the next year with Charlize Theron. So the B said she was really good, and she was very good for character actors. You know, it was weird because when you first moved up in Hollywood, you win some pretty big battles, but as you know, you lose pretty big battles. Oh, yeah. And my internal battle at that time was I couldn't get representation. I had a manager when I first got to town, great guy. This is how I want to take his business after your house was stolen. You're still having trouble getting representation and all this stuff then. Yeah, I was having a hard time. I had this guy, Ken Phillips, for a while. Ken was a good guy. In fact, when I first got to the store, like 3 weeks into the store, I don't know what's going on. I'm fucking flat broke. I'm moving hand to mouth. And there's 2 fucking wannabe weirdos in the store talking about their bookmaking. Right? Their bookmakers, blah, blah, blah. You know. I think they were friends with one of the Italian guys. And they're like, if you want to put any action, let us know. Here's our number. And I go, sure, I never thought about it. One day I need money to cook that weekend. And I'm like, I like this fucking game. And I could just get a book. And I go, oh, shit. I know those guys. They lived out La Cienega right before you hit Santa Monica Boulevard. So I called them up and I looked at them. Yeah, the kid, how you doing? You good? So there's something I put in like a player, If I won, I collect. If I lose, then you go fuck yourself. This was, and I didn't want to do this in LA. I didn't want to put that part of my book into LA. And but I needed money, and I did. And I fucking put the gun in on a Monday that I was in Houston. I love this. You always remember this. Go ahead. Tell me. For like 25. Couldn't even write this. So the next day I called the guys. And I go, I want to collect. We'll come by. Like, okay. And I go down there. And the guy says, what we're going to do is just give you $50. Like, what are you talking about? It's $250. It was, I forget what it was. And he goes, well, we charge you Right by the 7-Eleven, across the 7-Eleven on Tierney. It's a school in there. No, there still is Hollywood Jiu-Jitsu. And I'll never forget. Went over to Ken Phillips' house, and he had like a knife over me. I go, Ken, are you good? He goes, for what? I go, I want to shoot a scene for a movie. They want me to shoot it. He goes, what movie? I haven't heard from him, but I go, I'll pay him on. We just shoot the scene. I got to walk out of the car, with a gun in the bush. That wasn't why they hit the gun. I was going next door. I had no bullets in the gun. So I'm like, this is going to get fucked up, you know? I walked next door. I knocked on the door. The guy's like, what do you want? I fucking ripped out the gun. I go, listen, man, I've been putting bets in for 30 fucking years. Nobody has ever asked me for a fucking deposit or a fucking fee or membership. I want fucking $1 for a shootout. And this motherfucker. Well, I was more scared than ever. I thought these guys were going to shoot me. The one kid basically started crying. I basically started crying. Okay, Jesus. The fucking California's filled with guy had tattoos, gold chains. You know, he was the mafia. He barely stopped fucking crying. Please put it away. I'll give you the money again. You should never run the bet with us together. I did not see you at the store. That's how crazy I was when I got to the store. And then, so, you know, I didn't want to fuck up in California. But in my heart, I thought that my plan for California was set. This is it. I'm going to stay here until I fail so bad. I got to leave like everyone else. You know, you believed you were going to fail? Did you really believe that here, though? Yes, you did. Even though I was a regular at the school, and I had all those things going for me, trust me. I've had a ton of things going for me. I've been known to blow shit. But for some reason, I didn't want to blow this. You know, I was a fucking street hustler. I could make it. I can get anything. I can sell you anything on the street. So if I pull up to get a check, I see 5 cases of Jack Daniels. I just fucking see a Columbia. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would just see a Columbia with a big jacket on, you know. I never stole nothing in the store. I never really wanted to cause more. And I got this fights up there. I robbed a lot up there. I stole nothing in the beginning. Get in the white car, just grind, drive it on Sunset. And going, that's the last time I'll be doing this spot there. Once Bitsy hears about that bombing, she's gonna fucking, you know, I'm not done now. But sure enough,